Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand home with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon. Friday. Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand home with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
Okay, well, folks,
This one you back today.
I'd like to say welcome. Welcome to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. As a matter of fact, this is the biggest thing. It takes place on radio, online, in front of your television set as well. I would like to say welcome to all of you. Those of you joining us for the very first time, I would like to say welcome to the program tonight. It promises to be fascinating as usual. And today is Thursday, and it's the 14th day of December 2023. Christmas is around the corner. I would like to say welcome to all of you, those of you who regularly followed the program. We'd like to say thanks to all of you for following. And there are lots of things happening, and we usually, take your calls on some of the burning issues. But just to begin with, we'd like to say there are lots of things happening. Today we were at the. Let me firstly mention that I'm just the sound coordinator. I usually say that I'm your sound coordinator for tonight's edition of the program, and I'm going to be in the back later on when the panelists come. My name is Aaron Kuban, and those of you joining us for the very first time, we are live on 101.1 FM. We are also live on Super 95.5 FM. Of course, Spoon 107.5 FM is also carrying this program live. As you know, it's the mother of the Spoon Network. We also have Spoon TV, Fabric TV as well. As on YouTube, you can catch us on YouTube tap in Spoon Talk, and also we are also live on Super TV online too as well. So thanks to all of you for joining us, and it's great to have you tonight. Yes, we'll take your calls very shortly. Today, the Liberian Senate did not have session. As you know, President George Weah wrote the legislature requesting for 10 working days, 10 working days of the legislature to, work on some critical national issues in terms of addressing them, including the budget. And so when the letter was brought before the floor of the Liberian Senate, that was 2 sessions ago, Senator Abraham Diaz Dillon made a motion that the letter should be accepted, but the president should submit before the Liberian Senate a clear agenda of what he intends to achieve within the 10 days so that they don't be going back and forth on other issues so that they can, set the agenda. Today, when we went at the Liberian Senate, the chamber was empty, as a matter of fact. Senators were in and out. I understand there was a meeting held with some senators, but there was no session today. And what we gathered later was that the president had not, he hasn't submitted any agenda that made him or prompted his decision to ask the legislature to remain for 10 days. He just said critical issues. What are those issues? They are not mentioned in the communication. They have not been submitted before the legislature. So because of that, there was no session on today before the Liberian Senate. Samuel Tweah, one of the four officials of government that were recently sanctioned by the United States of America, today addressed the press. He broke silence, and Samuel Tweah believes that the action taken against him by the U.S. government is intended to disintegrate the ruling coalition for democratic change. And he cautioned the United States government at the echelon, the zenith of the government, to be aware that there are some individuals within the government of the United States that are, feeding the institution with some, wrong information. He believes that this entire sanction derived from propaganda that have been going around, and some officials within the U.S. government have been misled, like in the case of what Abachi also said. And so Samuel Tweah, like Abachi, also wants to challenge this decision from the U.S. government standpoint. As you know, there is a remedy under the law that you can challenge the decision legally, but it takes a lot of process. I know that the Chargé Affairs at the U.S. Embassy was asked this question. She said it takes a lot of time. But one of the things that Samuel Tweah also said is that he feeds for his children, he feeds for his wife. Why is it that they will be included in such a thing? He actually feeds for them. And so that was one of the things that happened with Samuel Tweah's press conference denying the allegation. Um, the allegation, according to him, are all propaganda and termed them as false and misleading. He has on no occasion carried on any acts of corruption, and he believes that this was just due to one of his action taken in negotiating before the legislature in terms of passing the HPX deal that you can remember the deal with ArcelorMittal and that debate about the iron ore and all of those things. So Samuel Tweah Abachi has denied. Jefferson Koji also described it as the biggest propaganda against him. Conspiracy, as a matter of fact. The person who has now spoken is the man who said, when America condemns you, the entire world has condemned you. So that is that is James Emmanuel Nukwe, who has also been condemned by the entire world through the sanctioning of the U.S. government. So I don't know whether he will speak to it. Let's look forward to what happens in the coming days. But obviously, no one who will be placed under such a sanction will want to, admit. Stay on the sanction. Serena Cephas has written President George Weah an open letter calling on him to, investigate, constitute both local, international, and bilateral partners coming together to investigate those allegations being levied against them by the U.S. government, making sure that they can investigate them, because he believes that most of those things that are being said are propaganda, and they are seriously being affected. And he believes that the Justice Minister Frank Musa D is not going to take any actions surrounding this entire thing. So the president needs to constitute people from different institutions. Even the U.S. OFAC, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, as well, should be included in investigating this entire matter surrounding their sanction. So, folks, we are here tonight. We'll take your calls. Those are some of the trending news that you can use. A photo of our president-elect Joseph Imam Boakai pop up on social media with the old man with his regular kenko and in some bluffing style, trying to show to his naysayer and detractors and doomdays people that he's well and okay. And so Ambassador Boakai, apparently when the CEO comes on, he will show that picture to you, but I'm not the one to do that. I'm not clogged with the responsibility. Neither do I have that that right to show Ambassador Boakai's photo when in fact the CEO himself hasn't come to give that order. So I know when he comes, he will actually present that photo to you to see Ambassador Boakai fresh, looking very fresh. When you see the footwear on the papi, yes, sir, if you're a young boy, you get jealous. Yeah, papi fresh the new morning. Okay, so today the joint presidential tax transitional team had a briefing too as well. They had a meeting today and had a briefing. They decided, according to what I was told, they've decided the venue is going to be at the Capitol building. We know that Madam Seli's inauguration took place at the Capitol building twice, unlike George Weah that took his inauguration to the Samuel Kyan Sports Complex. And so Joseph Imam Boakai and the Unity Party is going to return to that usual venue at the Capitol building where the inauguration is going to be held. Okay, and so there is a joint team that has been constituted. The Unity Party has been carrying on some activities. They've been carrying on some activities as it relates to a cleaning up campaign, but the JPTT has come up to form a general cleaning up team that will be sponsored and guarded and backed by the JPTT to carry on the massive cleaning up campaign of the entire country. What does that say about Jefferson Tamakoji and Pam Brescia Taylor? Maybe when bigger events come in, people carry on cleaning up campaign, but to tell you that those people, like they said, they were not dumper heroes, and so definitely they did not do their work. So now that we're coming for inauguration, we have to form a team again, sponsor them, spend money to clean the entire country. However, let's take your calls, folks. 077 that's 0777 771075, 0777 771075, 0555 101075 are the numbers to call and be live on the program this evening. I'm usually on the radio in the morning, too, as well. So when I talk about this morning, who knows? Maybe other country, but now watching, it might be in the morning hours. But actually, that was inadvertently said. Let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
How you doing, brother?
I'm fine. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'm Shafa calling from the Carwell.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I appreciate you so much for the show. I want to be part of that campaign. And then another here you said sending those guys that were sanctioned from the UN embassy saying our false allegation. Those guys that have nothing to say. The other guys around here, but they'll be prosecuted by the president, Joseph Boakai. Yeah, thank you. Then I'm monitoring the show.
Thank you all so much. You can't afford to miss tonight's edition of the program. Let's take this person. Good evening, welcome.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm fine this evening. Go ahead.
My name is Akia Bomosi, and I do call from Magiri County.
Okay, go ahead.
The Pacific Kakata.
Go ahead, let's hear you.
So let me firstly say thank you to the Spoon Network for providing this opportunity for always informing us and informing the public of our nation's happening. But then when it comes to these session things, I think Liberia needs to stand on our feet to petitions or go to the American Embassy and petition them so that they can provide some evidences. Then the citizens could be the ones to take the people to court. But mind you, these people are leading us. They are leaders for this country, especially for someone who here from the countries where the both senator is being session.
Not Gibby.
Yeah, Mikey, the both senator is being session. But the Monkey is being session. They come to Nuka has been session. So it tell you that there's a dark cloud, according to one Nuka is to say dark cloud into one Magiri. The whole world not session Magiri country. So I mean, if we're gonna alarm us that we need the right thing to be done, maybe America will provide some of those evidences to the citizen people in the court. Maybe based on that, they can resume the position. So what happened? I mean, need fund of leader coming back to lead us.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, I really want to understand why Spoon Network does not want to bring the distribution of the food across the country, only most of our country.
Oh, okay. That's a question I think the leaders will hear. Yeah. All right. I think the question is like a suggestion too as well. So we take that. But sometimes you want to look at the expenses.
I just want to tell you people thank you because I just entered and I opened the radio. Now concerning the news that I heard, you say you care about the old man. All over to our area here, they say the old man say he do like day. Myself, I will not feel it fine. So I tell God, thank you, and waiting for Sandra to come out.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My brother, you are live. Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, yeah.
You are live on the radio. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Usman Diglo calling from Babu.
Okay. Go ahead, Usman.
What is on my mind tonight is why the Samuel Tweah saying is saying sorry for a web and children. Why they export the country here, they take all the money, they put it in their own cover. When people say sorry for a web and children, other people children here suffering, they die with hunger here and there. They don't go to school, they don't sleep in good place. When you say sorry for the children, how would you do this? Even down to the education minister, which is Tony. That meant to be a big person that one of that brings poverty and suppress the education in the country. Yeah, that's to do murder. So the money you say that sorry for his children. So his children better than other people's children because they are all in school, they are working in government.
Thank you.
So somebody just giving for them. So that one on my mouth tonight.
Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Let's take this person. Welcome. Hello, you are live on the radio. Let's hear you.
I'm here as Blessing Gay, calling from Pisa in Congoton.
Blessing Gay, go ahead.
Yes, I beg you. My mother is a single mother, and I'm not been going to school for the past 3 years. I want for her to please help me. Those who are listening to me on the station, since school opening, I have not started school.
Okay.
My mother is not doing anything right now to send us school.
Blessing Gay.
Yes.
But you said people listening should help you, right? Come to the but you're not too far away from the office. Come to the office. Somebody will interview you and put you on the news and you call number everything. Then they can help you from there, please. Okay?
I know they play all the office here.
They play right in Congoton here. You say you on Peace Island. Ask anybody for Spoon FM.
Okay.
Hello, welcome.
My name is Prince.
Prince.
Yes.
Which are the Prince now? They want again.
Okay, I'm Prince there.
Oh, okay.
They got a call. I said my wife deliver our new after Spoon. My woman deliver the 2nd of December. So he is water spoon.
Wow.
Water spoon.
Bobo na bo.
Yeah, I bought child.
Wow.
I'll bring to the station there.
Okay.
Yeah. The level of weather they for us. The reason why I knew him after my son.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. God bless you.
Let me take this person here. Hello, welcome. Hello? Hey, Achi. I won't help you, but I don't know what happening. You know, somebody didn't know that gay. Mr. Dwalu is already here. Can I bring you on? Okay. Mr. Dwalu is here. All right. So let me take more calls up to the time. Then we'll bring in Mr. Dwalu. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, you are live.
I'm Dennis Arejara calling from Sinka.
Go ahead.
Okay. I need to some 12 press conference today. So they just make me laugh.
Why should you
The
laugh?
thing is that when we are doing things, all children are suffering. When in Nigeria they're taking people's money, using it on your family, then you expect your own family to enjoy in the state. So enjoy what the American did. Let everybody suffer. Say you feel you can make the other man child to suffer, you will suffer too. The national cake is for everybody, not for you to benefit you and your family alone. So I think I hope that the American will bring more sessions on those corrupt officials of the CDC government. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for having us here on the program. Let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be first time. This is my debut call at the station.
Oh, okay.
I'm so happy to see the photo of my president, incoming president.
You saw the photo?
Happy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
You saw the photo. You go on Facebook, you'll see the photo. Some people don't get access to Facebook now.
Good evening, Damo.
Good evening. This is Aaron. This is Aaron. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing, Chief?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, my name is Jerry A. Punan. I call you from Senate District Number 1, Montreal County.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, actually, I struggled for the very first time up to, I don't know how many months, but I'm happy to carry it on today. So I want to get one thing to say to our president-elect, what some of all the campaign, our public are missing in terminating the process.
Okay.
And as I see to next, and if I get on now, how many more years to kind of Ambassador Transitional Boakai, and if you hear me or not, please, we struggle for you behind the scene, even on the scene, we went all here and there to put in power because we are like we wanted change. So please, when get there, please don't look out. But if you see my mind, then say, oh, you bury our effort. Please order these people to make us certify as a brain people. We need change. Yeah. So it is what I say today. I'm happy to get on the land today. Thank you and God bless you today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all so much. This person, welcome.
Thank you, Brother Aaron. My name is Archie. We are junior and I join you from Dubai, United Arab Emirates.
Go ahead, Archie.
Yeah, I want to say a hats up to my big brother in studio, Dwalu, and I want to appreciate Spoon Talk a lot. Those our older brother that on Spoon Talk, they should be appreciated to the higher level because they make our message go through for our people and they listen to us. But let's go to Samuel Tweah. That country, that government, our country money you put in your pocket. The same way our brother and sister intend to Zoko, they suffering in Liberia. That same thing, your children should go through it. Why should we be saying that you feel for your children? So other people children that are suffering, you don't feel for them. You go on the school campus, the children is stooling you. You don't know where it go wrong, what you are doing it was wrong. So I want to say a big thank to Brother Dwalu, all the panelists, all the time in Dubai, if Spontana, I can't listening to any other thing because they educate me a lot. So, Brother everyone, thank you one more time.
Thank you.
Brother Dwalu, hats up to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all so much for having a say on the program. We can take some calls. We got 4 minutes calling to the official time from studio. And so let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Louis Cooper calling.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, about the papi for me, I get this. Every time we listen to SKTV, they see the papi sick. Papi this, papi that, so we want to hear more about it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Papi Freo. Yeah. I know Mr. Dwalu saw that photo. Jealous. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, I'm came over for my TV.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the Spoon family for their hard work, what they are doing in this country. I know that God is going to bless each and every one of them. And I pray that American people will do everything they can, that this country leadership will get a leader where there will be a sort of corruption, because our current leadership, they have corrupt in so many sectors. But thank God they are coming down to help with the Liberians, to sanction some of them, and other people that are getting there, they'll be afraid to do similar things that the other did. It will be the caveat and warning to the income. We thank you very much for this program.
Okay, thank you all so much for having a say on the program. Let's take another person. Yeah. This person, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, you are live.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing, Chief?
Good evening, my brother. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm thank you calling from Togo, to be precise, district number 4. I'm happy to be here on Munto tonight. What's on my mind, I just want to applaud the American government for their efforts to sanction those corrupt and less corrupt officials that are putting out money allegedly, and I pray that the incoming government will run down those guys, and then whatever crime that been put against them, allegedly, so that we can get a final thing if they are guilty, let it bear the consequence. And the other, secondly, like if you send someone to not in US, the possible they likely transfer all of the assets in the US into Europe, because certainly they have to, I think, one of the things that
you can use the American banking system. So that's
the American banking.
You can use it. So how will you get the money from there?
Okay.
Yeah. So that one.
So I applaud that they will do more. Yes.
Okay. Thank you all so much for having a say on the program. This person, yeah. Okay, 777-771-075 or 0555101-075. We can take just one more, then we call it a day. Or maybe we'll go for a break. Apparently, we may take calls along the program. Welcome. Hello, are you there?
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
I have two things on mind.
Let's hear you.
Okay. The first thing, my name is Dennis Weah from District 4, Zuba Town. What's on my mind is about the speaker. I really don't want UP to lose our speaker position. Let it be that our speaker position goes to the ruling party, which is UP. That's number one. Number two, security. Whenever that gavel are getting the hand, ain't worried. The security they need to start is very, very well. Security is the key. That's all on my mind.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for having a say.
Hey, Aaron, recognize some of our people.
Yeah, so Mr. Dwalu, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you for the show so far. Let me recognize a few people here. I have a story for you guys today. Felicia Davis, how you doing, Mama? How's everything? I know you're out there in Europe. Sibraski, Yama, welcome to the show. Kema Kekula, Marilyn Jua, welcome to the show. Oscar Duma, Asitemwe Dukle, welcome to the show. Prince Yelligum, welcome. Keita Weah, Tani Conley, welcome. Solomon Yanti Nimlin, welcome to the show. Rebecca Carver, welcome. Wilman Tweah, welcome. Kima Bayer, welcome. Christina Okara Davis, Prince Charles, Moses Kamara, Fanny Dennis, welcome to the show. Cynthia Mom, Phineas, I forget. I see there's on Perry Ajivon, Maya, Christina Raleigh, Yvette something, Duggan, Matthew Kiman, Victoria Coquette, I believe, Archie Weah Jr. Welcome to the show. I see Ruth Samuel Card, James Dole, Charles J.S. Young. Welcome to the show. S.J. Johnson, Beatrice Washington, C. Jarvis Trocom Bia. Welcome to the show. Nora Wole. Welcome to the show. Andrew Yeman. Welcome. Matthew Kiman. Welcome. Valerie S. Johnson. Welcome to the show. Hassan Soman Vula, welcome to the show. Valencia Washington, Hassan, we got Idna Nan, welcome to the show. Alu Kamara, Byron Maryland, Jua, Joel Carter, Oliver Massaquoi, S. Emmanuel Brearman, welcome to the show. Mapele Sumo, what's going on, brother? John Howard, Mose Dolo, welcome to the show. We see Magalo. Everybody, man, welcome to the show. Let's Talk Liberia. But I have a beautiful story for you guys today. And I want to tell this story in a great fashion. This story is about 100,000 11-year-olds in Liberia. I want you to listen to me very carefully today. Samuel Tweah told a beautiful story today when he gave his presentation. He spoke about his 11-year-old daughter who wrote a 12-chapter short story that she won. She must be a brilliant little girl. And we are so grateful that we have such a brilliant little Liberian girl. We should all clap for this girl. But I want to tell you another story about 100,000 Liberian 11-year-olds. I just take two of the names from there. One is called Cecilia, and one is called Little Favor. They're 11 years old. They are not in 6th grade. That's Samuel Tweah's daughter. They do not go to a great school. In fact, these two girls do not even understand what the word emerald is. This is the title of Samuel Tweah's daughter's play that she won. So Little Cecilia and Little Favor. Little Cecilia lives in Riverside County, and Little Favor lives in Grand Crew County. And they belong to this Liberian tribe, a massively rich country with almost $1 billion budget. But Little Cecilia has entirely forgotten them. They're 11 years old. They've never been to school before. In fact, they attempted to go to school one time, and there is no school in their village. There is no school within maybe 100 miles of where they live. No decent school. So what Little Cecilia and Little Favor have to do, remember, Little Cecilia lived in Riverside County. Little Favor lived in Barclayville, Grand Crew County. These two 11-year-olds, compared to Samuel Tweah's daughter, who's also 11-year-old, they're not in 6th grade. They don't understand that they're part of a great country called Liberia. They don't understand this. They've never been to school. In fact, Little Cecilia got raped already. Okay? Little Favor has been molested so many times, her government has forgotten her. Even the police cannot reach to Little Favor in Grand Crew County. Little Cecilia is entirely forgotten. The educational system, led by the education minister, Ensu Sonny, does not even recognize that these locations exist in Liberia. So Samuel Tweah is writing a 12-page short story in the 6th grade at 11. What a brilliant little girl. But Little Cecilia in Sesto City in Riverside County has been forgotten entirely by her country. Little Favor in Grand Crew County does not even understand. She has never even seen a book before. Remember now, this is in the 21st century. They don't understand what ice cream tastes like. They don't understand what it feels like to be loved or hugged or at least embraced by their own country. They live in a mighty country that is Liberia with massive amount of resources. In fact, in Riverside County, where Little Cecilia lives, it has some of the most valuable logs in the country. In Grand Crew County, where Little Favor lives, it has massive fishing opportunities. It has massive gold and diamond in this location, but they've never been to school. They don't understand. They can barely read, even though Samuel Tweah's daughter is writing the 12th chapter short story. Little Cecilia and Little Favor, men have begun looking at them because there is no protection, not even from their parents, because their parents cannot read and write. Now, I'm not suggesting that I'm faulting Honorable Tweah for this. What I'm suggesting is Little Favor and Little Cecilia should be in school because this is the law on our country. The allocations made in the budget to Riverside County for Little Cecilia never gets there. It never gets to Riverside County. In fact, Samuel Tweah, according to himself, he makes less than $7,000 United States per month. That's his salary. But his expenditure is almost 40,000 United States dollars per month. Remember, Samuel Tweah makes less than $7,000 per month. That's according to himself. But his expenditure is north of 40,000 United States dollars per month. How he's getting that money, I am not suggesting he's stealing. You go decipher that. But I will get back to little Cecilia. Little Cecilia wakes up every single morning. She had to literally follow her father and her mother. They go into the farm just to echo the living in this great country. Little Favor all the way in Barclayville.
Wait. Tualu.
What? I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Wait, no, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
Are you not hearing double sound?
No.
No, sir.
No. I think you were hearing double sound, but we are not. So let me finish the story. It's almost done. Little Favor and Little Cecilia, they've never been to this mighty shanty town called Monrovia. They see this now. A guy came to their village and showed them this smartphone, and they showed them a classroom, what a proper classroom looked like. They cannot even pronounce the word computer because the government has not put them in the budget. All they do is they come to Little Cecilia County, the great county of Riverside, and what they do is they take the logs from Little Cecilia County. It's showing more rains, more lightning are coming into Riverside. There is nothing to protect Little Cecilia. She cannot read and write. Remember, she's already been raped by 11 years old. Little Favor, all the way in Barclayville, Grand Crew County, who belongs to this great country called Liberia, is not being educated because the education ministry has forgotten about her. There is nothing wrong with this great Liberian child that belongs to the finance minister getting a great education. But can we also say Little Cecilia and Little Favor deserve equal education as well? Can we say at a minimum?
Indeed.
Can we say this? I understand your story, Tweah. But if we are going to protect Liberia, we must protect Liberia entirely. I want Favor to go to school too. I have a 15-year-old daughter. A 15-year-old daughter called Cecilia as well. Cecilia, brilliant daughter of mine. She went to a private school. She's in the 9th grade. Brilliant mind. Why can't that also be true for Little Cecilia in Riverside County? Or Little Favor all the way in Barclayville, in Grand Crew County? It is okay to tell your story, but your story must be holistic because there are 100,000 plus 11 years. Carter, stand there, you mute for a second. There are 100,000 plus 11-year-olds scattered across Liberia that deserve Liberia's attention. We must educate them because we are as good as the least of us. If you're going to make Liberia, we must make Liberia whole, Mr. Finance Minister. And the education ministry, the education must reach into Barclayville, as it is JJ Robert in Monrovia. The education must reach into my beloved Sesto City. It must reach Cecilia. It must reach Little Favor all the way in Barclayville. Because if it's not reaching them, I don't care what sob story you tell. It is not the whole Liberia story. Liberia, it is not just your daughter. It is inclusive of Little Favor and Little Cecilia as well. I want you to tell their story. Let them be able to write a short story of 12 chapters. The emerald. They don't even know what an emerald is. They've never even tasted ice cream. In 2023, we have to change Liberia entirely. Not just for one person, but for all of us. I just want you guys to know that story. That Cecilia and Favor, they do exist as well. Stanton, welcome to the show, brother.
Yeah, Tolu, thank you. Where is Cecilia and what Favor at?
Favor in Barclayville, Cecilia is in Sesto City.
Sesto City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know you are referencing your finance minister, right?
Yeah, he told a great story about an 11-year-old. Yeah. And we have these 11-year-olds, almost 100,000 of them scattered across Liberia that need to be able to write a 12-chapter short story and be in the 6th grade. Look,
you know, let me say this to you, Eduardo. I begin to think whether Samuel Tweah is okay. They're not only Samuel Tweah, I just begin to think how stupid they are. That you saying that your I mean, thank God for your daughter, man.
Yeah, we're happy.
We are happy. But how dumb of you to explain such a story, knowing very well what you put the people of Liberia through. I mean, you destroy lives. babies. Because of Samuel Tweah, young women are hopojos. Because of Samuel Tweah, more men, young men, have turned to be zogos. Because decisions Samuel Tweah have taken, our country will take forever, only by God's grace, that we ever recover. So my mind is like Samuel Tweah is not okay. But I know we're going to discuss him.
Yeah.
I know we're going to discuss him. Stephen Johnson is coming on, Dr. Richardson, Fagon. The rest of the team going to be here. But I think Samuel Tweah is one of the most stupidest men ever lived on the face of the earth and in Liberia. He's a dumb.
Election. See you.
But
So at the end of the day, hold on, let me put that dog outside.
Yeah.
Maybe Samuel Tweah's spirit have gotten into that dog.
But Aaron, let me say this though. There was a Greek philosopher. His name was Seneca. And this is what Seneca said: when a man become extremely selfish, he really begin to think that his reality is the reality of the times. He divorces himself from the reality of where he lives because he becomes extremely selfish. Here's the story of the Liberian government official. They are there, they can no longer relate to the common man because they divorce themselves from the problem. This is the problem. Samuel Tweah is not stupid. He's divorced from the reality that is Liberia. And that becomes extremely dangerous. And Seneca was entirely right. You know, when we talk about man's injustice to man, this is what we are talking about. This is what we're talking about. How can somebody be working in government? In government, you're telling me your salary is less than $7,000 United States dollars a month. But when you look at your expenditure, you got 6 children. They're all going to great private schools in Ivory Coast or wherever they're going to school. How do you even pay for that? How do you pay for that? I had 3 kids in private school. And I know what it costs. Yeah, it will be in America, maybe a little bit cheaper, but in schools in those locations are not cheap.
Man, all my children went to public school here. My wife refused.
No, but in public school now.
No, all my children went to public school.
I said my own in public school now.
Okay.
But, okay.
All my children went to public school because, listen, guys, you know how it works here, Eduardo.
No, I understand.
You know, I begged my wife they should go to private school. My wife said no. She preferred public school.
Yeah.
They should go through that thick and tough learning curve. Unlike private school, they want to push the child because, you know, you're paying that money and they will make everything much more easier for the children. It's okay when your child attends private school when you can afford it. It's okay. But our people in Liberia, man, private, public, they don't have it. They do not. The mindset, the way these guys are so creative, saying, okay, I will not charge you, but pay only $150 for you to eat every day. And when we did the math, that school make almost $500,000 United States dollars. Come on. And you get the $300,000 from your district, I think district number 6, and you get another $300,000 from folks in America sending you that for the upkeep of the school. You remember that conversation we had here?
Yeah.
Tell me, man. So you're getting $600,000 United States dollars, and you can only afford $300,000 to take care of the whole school, pay teacher, everybody happy. Then for 5 years, you already get $1.5 million laying out in your bank. But the public school, nothing. No toilet, no drinking water, no electricity, no computer lab, no nothing. Zero. And you put your hand up and say, I'm doing well for my community. I'm the best representative or senator ever in this district or in this county. So when we go about to talk about this thing, they say, oh, but the man's doing well. Oh, but the woman is doing well. No, you're not. And Samuel Tweah again, Donald can say the audacity. Like Obama said, the audacity of hope.
Yeah.
But that's the audacity of hopelessness.
Yes.
to stand and say because of HPX, because Asara Mita, they put me on sanction. No. We're gonna play that. It's not because of Asara Mita. It's not because of HPX. It's because you stole the Liberian people 16 billion. It's because you stole the Liberian people money. But Nelson, they say I'm gonna put all the thing up. I'm gonna tell you again for you to upload it.
My girl Sarah Fakota just said you're nervous.
And Nelson, when you're producing the show, you got to put all these clips up. You got to get them ready.
This is Aaron.
When you're producing the show, you got to put all the clip up. You got to get them ready.
Yeah,
and everything in the chat room, you didn't put any of them up. Not the picture, not the video, anything.
So go in the back and put in quick links.
I mean, you guys, the way you guys can treat the spoon talk, man. Come on. I'm watching the chat room. Down on your boss say, please put it up. You'll say yes. And nothing is up. So Mr. Dwadu, my issue is that at the end of the day, this man will stand in front of camera, sweating like better go.
Sweating. I think 250, I don't know, BTU, air conditioning.
Yeah. When he's sweating like better go.
Yeah.
And how dumb is he for the same people to kind of chant muya and say false, fake sanction, political sanction. Come on, man. What's your reasoning? Senator is a rogue. Senator is a coward. Senator is banned for life. I'm just sorry for his children. I wish I could have considered the kids to be here and go to school.
How fair is that sentence?
You know, my man, him only that, my man. You know I'm a godly man. You know me.
I understand. Let me tell you, you're a godly man. I'll tell you, I don't quote Bible verses. I read the Bible. I got 3 books here, and I have the Quran, I have the Torah, and I have the Bible. Nowhere in those 3 books where God does not consequence you for your sin. He forgives you, but he consequences you. Let me tell you something. If Little Favor in Barclayville can be denied decent education in Liberia, why should it's not consequencing his children? The actions of a father trickles down to his sons and daughters. This is why it is not okay to harm other people. You forgive them, but you have to consequence them entirely. We're different. The Bible says you must consequence a man.
Yeah, my man. I would bear the responsibility of my mistakes and my sin, and, and I would forgive someone if they wrong me. But I would not put that wrong on their children.
It depends.
But that's the people law. That's the law. Yeah, that's the law. That's the law. And, I'm just kind of like, for me, come on, man. No matter how he's 2 years old, Mr. Dwadu. But that baby know.
On the children.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. But let's talk about our own Liberian way. If there's any way, to have separated the children from this guy and his wife, then we say, okay. The man, look at Senator, gray hair all over. Look at Senator body.
Let me give you statistics. Let me give you statistics.
No. Don't tell me say aside for you. No.
I want to give you some statistics so you can put it into perspective. That's what I want you to understand. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
For the duration of the 6 years, do you know how many women die in childbirth? Do you know how many children under the age of 5 die because of lack of vaccination? Do you know how many people were murdered in the street of Liberia because of poor governance? Do you know how many fathers literally died from heart attack because of high blood pressure, because of common policy decisions made by these guys? We are not consequencing them. We are telling them what is good for Liberia, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So whatever is good for the Liberian child in Liberia, it should be great for their children as well. This is not consequence. It's just saying it's only fair. Look, Stanton, if I got 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. If I start harming other people,
and that all you got?
That
all the one.
I got twins, 1 boy, 1 girl, and my son and 2 junior.
But the one you like, bro, you're not counting that.
There you go.
Oh, they are. You don't file for them doing tax return. So doing tax return because you don't file for them, so you don't count them. All right, we understand. Tax return around the corner that next month. So we understand you, Dwadu. The other 3, they are in Grandpa, so you're not counting them, right?
But leave man, oh, you see my name, Chris? Hey, Chris, and when you gonna tell me other today I love you, grandfather? Oh, I'm a small beginner.
Let me say this to you, right? So your man,
Uh-huh.
last night, your man, how you call him? Eremi.
Yeah.
He called me. He said, Eremi, he doesn't call me. So I was surprised. It came in as Gray Edmond.
Yeah.
So I answered and I said, yo, what's up? He said, oh, man, who telling you about Pinky? So I said, well, where are you? He said, oh, man, I left the house, but I'm going to look for Fatika. But who told you about Pinky? I said, but what happened with the Pinky story? He said, oh, man, that's a long time, man. But how you know? I said, no.
Blah, 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 blah.
I said, no, listen, you first of all, you deny it on the show. You say you don't know who Pinky was. Now Pinky is mad. Pinky called me. Pinky said, the man say, you know me. I said, the man say he doesn't know you. So Pinky said, okay, I will reach out to a web. I said, no, don't do that. But that's Pinky's story, folks. And that's our show. And I hope Ed can come and clear this thing up. And, Ed, I'm protecting your interest, my brother.
Yeah,
Pinky will wait down the line.
My man giving me hard time. My people, I don't know one woman my whole life. Who know one woman I know no girlfriend. Nobody can say it's not my girlfriend. Only one woman I know. So, I try to get full.
Look at Dualu, folks. Dualu let me to change the whole conversation because we're waiting for the other people.
No, the other
people. Look at Dualu. You look at Dualu and believe that only one woman in his entire life. To God be the glory.
Only Sarah, my other woman, but I don't see that woman. So.
But listen, that
Sharon, you say Boakai? Yeah.
Sharon believe you. Because I can show all the messages of folks, female, that asking me to give the number to you.
I call you, you don't believe me? Yeah. I think you know woman, I don't know.
One of the creator, one of the consultant that was reporting Samuel Tweah about the HPX and I said we'll be bringing him on the show tonight. Folks, this show will be so much interesting. What's going on with the speakership? I heard Richard Kuhn speaking. What's going on with the transitional team? I heard D-Max Kemeya and how you call him, the former labor minister, Kofi Woods, addressing the press today. What's going on? Everything we said, everything we asked them to do, they are trying. They will do a monthly press briefing. That's good. But still, there's a little problem. And I pick up one thing from over there, Dualu. The Unity Party folks say we don't pay us, don't compensate us.
Thank you.
But let's see these people asking for money.
You got a minute of them out there. Call Apple time.
No, you leave Dualu. Dualu got 1.5. The one in New Jersey, he will tell you about it later. Dualu, the issue is that the Unity Party, Reverend Tappet, Kofi Woods, they say don't compensate us. We don't want nothing. Zero. But then you understand that CDC said no, for the transition team, we won't pay.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you be so evil? Then you get D-Max Kemeya sitting and laughing and think it's a joke.
Yeah, because Stanton, the men know that they see this as severing, last shopping, we say in Liberia. When you have a last shopping, the other men see this operation because they figure the government got the money. Look, let me say this to CDC, Stanton, if you allow me 30 seconds.
No,
you
man,
will still have to live in Liberia. This is your country. It benefits you if the country is at least financially sound. Don't just dig a massive hole as though that's not going to affect you. Whatever money you think you've stolen, it's not going to last you. It is fitting that the country is left in a much more better state than what you want to leave it in. This is not, we're not in government again, so we don't care. That's not nonsense. Y'all got to wake up, man. Y'all got to stop that stuff. Look, you're already in government. Almost every single person that's appointed by President Weah is already getting a pay. So if you're getting additional pay, it's double dipping, by the way. That is illegal on a Liberian law. That is actually illegal. So you're not even supposed to be getting paid because Dima Kimia is already getting paid as a foreign minister. If he's getting additional pay, that is illegal. You cannot do that. So I don't know why we're even thinking about that.
But this is wickedness, though. This is real wickedness. I should tell you something. I just got information on Stephen Johnson. He's in the train, the river line. They call it river line over here, but it's a train. He lives in Washington, D.C. This guy, I have his picture. I will show his picture because we're just on the sidekick of the show. He said he will step to a female place to do the show. I want you guys to watch his background. I want you guys to watch his background. All right. This is his photo. Amen. This thing can help.
Thank you, with him. Tushan, thank you, my brother. Hey, I'll put in. Don't be lying on me. Small boy than me. Maria, you're all? Oh, how you doing, Maria from Australia?
My man, I have business.
I said Flomo. Who else here?
They couldn't know who you are.
Jonathan Tari, Toby. Boyman JB, welcome to the show, my people. Kebe Zizian, welcome to the show.
Yeah, let's welcome the people. Let's welcome them. Our people want people.
T-Mac, welcome to the show. Mankalu Song. And you don't want to accuse me of Mankalu. Precious Satia, welcome to the show. Kou Wudu Letuna, welcome to the show. I see Musa Keita. How you doing, my brother? Tata Brown, Godfrey something. Let me look on the side. Mawu Gay Floyd. I see Precious Satia. I think I called your name already. I see Stanley S. Wood. I see Clarence Zircon Soiree. Mayamon something. Abu Kimokai, welcome to the show. I say go to Moses. Gamachi. Manston Boyer. Mama Kafa, welcome to the show. Emmanuel Thorpe. Michael Bobby Bowl. Clarence Ziaken Soiree. War Bay, welcome to the show. Victor something. Pamela Abozu, welcome. J Mark something, welcome to the show. I see Henry Gay, Colonius Hunter. Mr. Hunter, how are you doing? Job A. Lee, welcome to the show. Aaron Bambo Balayan, welcome to the show. Romeo, how you doing? Jeff Walker, welcome to the show. George Flomo, Alexander Hayes, welcome to the show. Marilyn Joa, welcome. Princess Ross, welcome to the show. My brother Stevie Johnson's, Zoe Roberts, Elizabeth J. Franklin, welcome to the show. Hawkins, Gamon.
Yes, I thought you took my picture on the tree.
But the boy here now, the boy Flaxing. Emmanuel Bear, welcome to the show. Nelson George, Marty Toze, everybody, man. God,
but you know what? Mr. Dualu, thank you for welcoming our people, one people. Yes, I put this picture up because, you know, we are asking for a better Liberia and a new Liberia. I'm not putting this picture just to disclose your location, no. I know where you are. I know she's okay. Say hi to her for me. That was sister.
But they're in the air.
On the train coming from work.
The man was on the train. The reason why I put this picture up, Steven, man, when we were picking it, our old man used to take the train from Boakai. Steven, you were on the train. There's so many Liberians in America and around the world, right? They're always on the plane, going to work, going to school. New York is busy, all over. Can you talk to us when we get on train in Liberia as passenger? Briefly.
Let me see.
No, I gotta put a picture up, but man, you are chatting on the street.
But I mean, you know, it will be a very good experience for us to. I will help with the transportation issues, especially so when we have the railroad already from the Freeport of Monrovia, Buchanan, and then we have the one to Yekepa. Imagine if you put a metro on that route, it eases the
traffic congestion,
the congestion in Monrovia, and then people can work. People can be living in Monrovia and go to work in Buchanan.
Yeah,
you know, people can be living in Monrovia and go to work in Yekepa. You don't have to move to Yekepa per se. You know, I go to work in DC, even though I live outside of DC. But I mean, you know, because they have the metro, it makes commute very easy. You have options. You either drive. If you drive, you got to pay toll. You got to buy gas. You got to pay parking. Parking is almost $20 a day.
Parking cheap.
Yeah, so if you do that, you rather ride the metro and go to work. So I mean, we can do that to extent. I don't think it's not rocket science. It's just having the right leadership and having people with innovation. For example, you just need to build. If you build a coastal highway, for example, if you build the highway from Cape Palmas to Cape Mount, that's the longest stretch in Liberia, from Cape Palmas to Cape Mount, from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, and then you just build feeder roads from each of the county down to meet the coastal highway. So as you're running the coastal highway, you're also running the train track. So as you build the highway from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, you run the train track from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas. Then as you build those inner roads from coming down from Nimba, from Lofa, from all those places down to connect with the highway, you also build a train track. So by the time you're done with coastal highway, connecting highway, Liberia whole transportation issues solved.
I see. I got you. Stevie, you're right. The thing is, I think I wrote a whole paper on that thing. But guess what? I want even a ring road around the city of Monrovia, an 8-lane freeway system, and you can put a truck along that ring road. Look, you see behind the Foreign Affairs Ministry, you start from over there. You literally cut that road going all the way towards Douazon. You cut the scene road. You're wrapping it around the city. You go all the way here, all the way behind. If you go into what, it go all the way behind Pinsio, all the way to what Bonafan way. It hit Johnsonville. It cut through Johnsonville, all the way behind, all the way in New Georgia Estate, all the way behind it. It cut back, come back to Douala and come back in town. So if you want to go into Monrovia, you just take the freeway. But you actually tour the roads around the city. You can put a truck around that. So there's a ring road around the entire city.
Like a Beltway.
Like a Beltway, exactly, a Beltway freeway system.
So let me ask you guys a question real quick then.
Yeah.
I think when we were picking, maybe you guys, some of you guys, y'all were saying like, bro, maybe your parents, bro, you were 2-3 years
I'll pay your show.
But we were in Liberia though.
I told you that run away a lot time.
It's something about that. It's something about you coming to America too early. But let us say this: that Cassidy Boulevard.
Yeah.
Did they complete it?
No.
I was speaking my man. Let me say this: go on Cassidy Boulevard. That one they have Tweah school. We used to go to Tweah school.
Hey, nigga, school need.
Sinfele, you gotta pass over there to go to Sinfele beyond the old supermarket. But something about that road when those started, right? The old man say you don't go there. Oh, they get Hamen in there. Oh, they get Niji. Oh, you don't go there. Oh. But we used to love walking on that road when they were bringing the tractor trailer or the red dead and thing, building the road. What become of it?
Well, the way we build things in Liberia, they don't get the entire budget before something is begun. So what do? We get a small amount of money without proper supervision. Look, Stephen, you said something about the Do River. That's something that's actually part of the plan for the city. We need ferry on our river to congest. So it's a lot of things you can do for the city. But what happened to the roads in Liberia and Stanton? We get, that's the road called 100 million. We get 5 million, we still go and start the road. But in the 5 million, we eat 4 million and 1 million get to notice. So when you hold it dead, they're sitting down there. That's what's happening. It's not like here in the West, the bank gives you your money. The banks expect you to complete the road within 6 months or 1 year. So after that 1 year, you start paying. So the road has to be completed within the duration of the time allotted. People work in the net 24/7 here. They're still go on the train. I traveled on that train for 7 years. And I know you miss your train one time, especially after waking up. Stevie, you know that you get over the internet.
But that's true, Dalu. And yes, what the Chinese have a philosophy when it comes to national development that says the Chinese people say the road to development begins with the development of roads.
That's it.
And that is particularly true because with roads comes all of the other issues. So with roads, there comes economic empowerment, educational reform, health reform, all of these things. So if you have, and Liberia is very small. Liberia is about 43. Well, we learned in school was about 43,000 square miles. That is before erosion. You minus erosion, maybe now we say Liberia around maybe 38,000 square miles, holding everything constant. It's a very small country. To develop Liberia only require, I said 3 things, and I will repeat it. 3 things you need to build Liberia. One, you need a leader with the political will, the audacity, and the tenacity. Those 3 things will move Liberia because with the political will come decisions that you're able to take critical decisions. Audacity comes with the daring nature that we will do this and we must do that. And that's how you see countries like Rwanda, countries like Singapore, they were able to make that leapfrog because the leaders who came with that daring nature. Look, guys, let's move this country forward. If you're not in for it, get off the boat. If you're in for it, get on board. And those are the kind of radical decisions that we need our leaders to take. Because for us to move Liberia in the direction of prosperity, look, Liberians should not go through their entire life in poverty, giving the the resources we have, the resource abundance. For instance, even if you don't even have natural resource, the fact that our entire southern border there is the Atlantic Ocean, that alone
is sufficient.
It's sufficient.
But Stevie, I also get 3 things too. I love your 3 points to develop Liberia. Here's my 3. There are 3 things we need to develop the country. For me, number 1, it kind of ties in with your number 1, is meritocracy. Obviously, it goes back to the leader in this world, right? For me, number 2 is pragmatism. We have to get what works for our locations. You know, we have to indigenize the policies that we take from Sweden or Norway. Yes, it has worked in this location. And my 3rd thing is honesty, but the honesty is tied with the enforcement of the law. So honesty is not going to come by itself, Stevie. It has to be aggressively pushed. So it's almost like the same thing you say. But that's why
all of that will fall under political will, because with the leader who wants to change the country will move, and that's the key to develop it. And speaking about infrastructure, look, we can transform Liberia if we're serious. For instance, I told somebody the other day, for instance, just the street, right? We have the road from Broad Street to Raleigh, right? Every morning between 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., there's a huge traffic coming from Raleigh to Broad Street, right? And everybody who's coming between that period, they're either coming to work, coming to their businesses. And so because of that, we created a tear lane, right? We've created a tear lane. That tear lane, even though is not legally created, but we've created a tear lane. However, if we say, while we create this tear lane, let's commercialize the tear lane. Let's say for you to apply the tear lane between 6 in the morning to 9 o'clock, you must obtain a pass that you will pay for on a monthly basis that will give you access to that corridor. So we'll create a corridor between 6 to 9 in the morning. We'll create that corridor. Every car that will go through that corridor will pay a monthly fee, maybe let's say $50 a month. Now, if you rush into town, you'll get in the corridor. If you want to stay in the traffic, you're going to get in the regular traffic. So that corridor is changed in the evening hours. In the evening hours, we flip it. We say, because in the evening hour, our traffic starts to come from town going Raleigh. So we flip it. We say, in the evening, you can use the tail lane, but to use the tail lane, your car have to have that access pass to use the tail lane. So just in that case, while it is true we're now solving transportation problem, we're also raising revenue, and the police can generate millions of dollars just from using simple means. The same road, same everything going on. But in the interim, you can use that to raise money. Now you can raise money and be able to fund some of your road project. And not necessarily have to be the taxes on gas and other things, but also just the road itself producing resource. Now the danger with toll booth is with toll, there has to be alternative routes.
Correct.
You can't just say this is the only route to Broad Street and you must pay toll. No, then it will be a human rights issue. So with toll booth, you have to have alternative right. So if you go in Broad Street, tell the party say, to go to Broad Street, you got to go through Ghanarsville. But if you want to take the shortest route, you go through
but Stevie, I slightly disagree with you. That stuff about human rights is going to work in a developed country. If they're available, this is what we have at this time. The intent is to do that eventually, but we cannot worry about that. If those roads are available, you have to take those roads and pay the toll. Eventually, we can create an alternative, but in the interim, look, the issue of human rights, I'm not talking about abuse of power. I'm not thinking focus on the Constitution, but look, the Europeans had no human rights until maybe after the 1930s or 40s. The Americans basically had no human rights, so to speak, as we know it after the 1960s. So certain things, until we develop to a certain level, you cannot worry so much about human rights if you're not physically harming somebody. That's how I take it. We gotta be pragmatic.
No, but the thing about Billy Rose, I've worked in road projects. For example, I used to be a subcontractor of the Department of Transportation.
Okay.
So part of what is required is the human rights side of the road. You cannot infringe on the people's right to move simply because they can afford to pay $10. It will be a human right. There are poor people who can afford to pay that. There are also people who can afford. So the way to be able to give them that right is to also have alternative. That's why where you live, you see that even if you want to take the toll, it's the shortest route. But so imagine if you didn't have $10, you would not go where you want to go. But because you have alternative, which is longer, you go there. If you want to go the shorter route, it's shorter. Now, so I hear somebody talking about traffic. There will be no traffic. We stay in the midst of what is happening. We use the tail lane for people to rush to town. So most of the government officials, the emergency vehicle use the tail lane, right? I see government official representative. Most of the time when you're driving in Monrovia, they come in the tail lane and they're moving. For you to ride that tail lane, pay some money. So in the morning, the arrow will change. The arrow will put some electronic stoplights there. In the morning, for you to use that tail lane, the arrow will point to this way. So because in the morning, if you live in Liberia, in the morning, the traffic coming from Cinco to Weah is less. You can pretty much drive with on 30, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour from Broad Street.
Man, we're just asking for your train ride today. A beautiful conversation as a startup. And to tell you the truth, man, we got to do something. Young men, young women, got to put ideas together. The Dualu, the Johnson, the Mame. You know, you'll take me all of it. You got to come and put these ideas together. Fagon, you know, Gibson. Y'all please consider Gibson. You know, he's a Liberian too. You know, El Remy Gray, Fadika. Where are those young, strong men and women coming to build our country, build our city? Look at Pinsville. Look at Gattinsville, Monrovia. You know, look at the different area that we can build and say, yes, we have it. And that's why we had an election. That's why we want to say today, Jose Yima Boakai, most of you guys saw the letter that was sent by Richard Cohen and the rest of them. You know, they are celebrating Jose Yima Boakai and, you know, promise to fight corruption. They are. If you have not received this, let me share with you guys. I see Mame with double glasses, he's scratching his eye. Let me share with you guys. Yeah. All right, hold on 1 minute. So at the end of the day, I think let me share with you guys real quick. Let me put it in the chat room. And this is good. It's in the chat room, Steven. I'll send it to you too.
Meme, welcome, brother.
Meme, are you on? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm on.
You're
All right.
not in the chat room. Okay, this guy here.
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on 1 minute, guys. You gotta go in the car just to keep. Yes, the issue here that I'm looking at. You see this letter here. It's a good way to start for JMB. Good way to start. Say what you want to say. That's what the people want. That's what they are looking for. You know, George Manon, we had never received any letter, but anyway, he's outgoing. So let's read it. Come in close the door now.
Let's read it.
So let's read it. His Excellency, as you can see, Jose Yima Boakai, President-elect, Republic of Liberia. Yeah. First of all, I always like to go to the bottom to see who sent this. Christopher A. Combs, dead away. Chris Van Hal. I think this Chris is retiring. Senator Chris is retiring. And Cory Booker from New Jersey.
From New Jersey.
Right?
Yeah,
yes.
Jersey, yeah.
Wow, Christopher is from Delaware. I think Chris Van Hollen is from which state? You want me? No. All right. So the issue is that it's a beautiful letter to send. We write to congratulate you on your election as the next president of the Republic of Liberia, to applaud the commitment of the Liberian people to advancing Liberia democracy. The United States and Liberia share a special relationship, and we look forward to working with you to further strengthen our important partnership.
Yeah.
These are senators.
Yes, of the United States.
Veteran senators. These are guys that have the Joe Biden ear.
That's right.
All right. The second paragraph. Over the past 2 decades, Liberia has become a force for democracy and stability in West Africa. Right. Liberia's democratic model is now more important than ever, as violence and instability has spread across the region. They're talking about Guinea, Sierra Leone, Mali, and all of Burkina Faso and other areas. As you know, President-elect Jose Yima Boakai, democracy must meet the needs of the citizen in order to strive. And we hope to work with you to address the most pressing challenges facing Liberians. This includes enhancing our cooperation to combat corruption, improve food security, grow the economy opportunities, and preserve Liberia's security and stability, as well as continue efforts to ensure all Liberians, citizens, have access to civil liberties and constitutional rights.
That's right.
Draw your point, my guys. This one going to be very interesting today.
I agree.
We were encouraged by your campaign commitment, and that's where they're about to hold Joseph Yima Boakai to. And let me say this again, folks. If you take a picture, you can zoom in. This is the most important part of this letter. And they applied this line to hold Joseph Yima Boakai to nothing less. We were encouraged by your campaign commitments to root out corruption and uphold rule of law, and look forward to working together in support of these commitments. At this critical moment for West Africa, we remain committed to fostering our enduring relationship with you, your government, your people. Congratulations again on your election, and we look forward to working with you. Sincerely, Christopher Acorns. Sincerely, Chris Van Hollen. Sincerely, Corey A. Booker. Ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful reading by Stanton Witherspoon. Let's get into this conversation tonight. These giants of the United States Senate, they are holding. Anything you say now, it will just be beautiful message. But the last paragraph, I want you guys' input. Let's start with Mr. Dwalu and the people.
I want to point out one thing. Yesterday, the letter that was signed by Amos Tweah, the Secretariat, it was more complicated. You see, the simplicity of this letter is the most important thing. But Stanton, before I begin, I want to read just one paragraph, one that I love in this whole letter. It said, this includes enhancing our cooperation to combat corruption, improve food security, grow economic opportunities, and preserve Liberia's security and stability, as well as continuing effort to ensure all Liberian citizens have access to civil liberty and constitutional rights. That's all I ask for Liberia. That's it. I will be able to eat. The men will get dignity. They will go to where the women will get dignity. They will go to where they will get security, and they will get opportunity and good educational facility for our children. The senators of the United States understand this, but what I love is they are reminding Honorable Boakai that you made commitments, and we are going to hold you to those commitments to uplift Liberian democracy for the elevation and the center of living of our people. We got to fight. Every time I tell you guys that democracy requires a whole lot of work, most people do not understand this. Voting is less than 2% of what is required of you as a citizen of Liberia. 98% of your responsibility is forcing the issue so we can elevate this country. We all must push Honorable Boakai so they can deliver to my little girl Favor in Barclayville, so they can deliver to Cecilia out of Rochester City. We must deliver to Liberia so we can grow collectively. I love the senators for this, and we will continue. In fact, I'm keeping this letter. I'm actually going to frame it, and I will continue to read it and remind people because I love this. This is all I want for the country. Total equitability.
You're taking with Stephen Johnson.
Oh, Stephen Johnson. I'm sorry, brother.
Thank you, Stanton. I think one of the things I see come up this letter is there are key buzzwords here, but one of the key word here is the fact is corruption. I think and two reasons why corruption is mentioned here multiple times. The first reason is from the perspective of the U.S. foreign policy, the Biden administration is focused on two key areas when it comes to their foreign policy, and that is one, corruption, fighting corruption, and two, human rights. And so these two key areas are critical in their mind to the forward march of democracy and to the overall well-being of the general hopoloid of the people, no matter where they are. Now, corruption, as we all know, is the fundamental basis upon which our national development has been hindered. And so once you fight corruption, you're pretty much creating opportunities for Liberians and Liberia to succeed. And so that's what is key. And I like the fact, as Dwalu pointed out, that the three senators, all of whom are Democratic senators, very influential senator. Chris Coons comes from the same state as Joe Biden. We all know Cory Booker was once earmarked to be standard bearer, to be head of the Democratic Party. So these are not just ordinary senators. These are movers and shakers in Washington. These are people heading strategic committees that can move the needle. These are people who have strong influence on Capitol Hill. And so when you hear them make a commitment, when you hear them remind the Boakai campaign that during the campaign you say you will fight off corruption, you say you will do this, you will do that. So this now is a perfect opportunity. And we are prepared, and that's the part I like. We are prepared to support you once you do what you promise. And let me close on this, Stanton. NEMOT, which is a pro-democracy watch group, have earmarked of outline all of what President-elect Boakai has said, either on his campaign trail or in the arrest agenda. And they sum it into 93 different promises. Now, those 93 different promises are distributed across different sectors of society, whether it's health, education, rule of law, national security, and you name it. It will be incumbent upon the Boakai's administration to succeed on those fronts and use those promises as the benchmark to make progress. And I'm happy that now we can have this kind of letter of commitment and assurances to our people, and that the Boakai administration will have to be in sync with what these guys are saying. Any attempt for us to drift to the contrary, I see America putting the plugs. I see our government being living in Washington as one that has failed the people, and we don't want that. America, whether we like it or not, is the biggest contributor to our national development, even our national budget, and even when it comes to other programs and projects in Liberia. And so I believe that fighting corruption should be a underlining principle of the Boakai administration. It should be the Bible that Boakai will use as he steers the affairs of the country in the next 6 years. Any attempt by our government to fail to address the issue of corruption will not only disappoint the U.S., but it will disappoint the over 800 and some thousand Liberians who stood in line protecting their vote to cast their ballot, people who have had hope of a new Liberia. And not just them, but the over 2-point-something million registered voter who believe that they want a better Liberia but might have chosen another candidate. But there's one thing they hold in common, is that they want a good country for all of us, and they want us to fight corruption so that we can be able to address the pressing need affecting our people. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mambe. Mambe, your takeaway from this letter, a sweet letter, juicy letter.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting letter. One thing I would want people to pay attention to on that letter is a few things I want you to pay attention to. The senators that sign, their history, and what they are involved with. The letter was not yet written by these three people because three persons came together and wrote a letter. The committee they work on, their history in Congress, directly proportional to the problem we face and the solution we need. Cory Booker, ranking member on agriculture, food security, and nutrition. He works extensively with USDA and other agricultural organizations to ensure food security, not only in the US, but globally. So when you see them mention the issue about agriculture and food security in the letter, it's intentional. They are saying, Cory is basically saying, as a ranking member, he's willing to work with you in that direction. Go to, what's the other guy name?
Chris Coons.
Go to Coons. Coons is known for his commitment and fight for justice and accountability. He sits on the Committee on Justice. So when you hear in the letter talking about fight against corruption and accountability, it's not by mistake, it's intentional. You go to Chris, For all these things to happen, you need budgetary support. You need resources from Congress to help push my agenda in Liberia. He sits on the budget committee. He's a ranking member on the budget committee. So when you see the collaboration of these congressmen coming together, when you see these congressmen merging together around food security, around agriculture, which is a priority for Liberia, which is something Liberia needs to leave from poverty. When you see a ranking member on justice and accountability, rule of law, combining with somebody on budget, it tells you the extent to which America is again opening its arm to Liberia, especially from the arm of the Congress. But the opening of the arm comes with preconditions. Some of the preconditions require requesting evidence from the US government on people who were sanctioned and running them through our judicial system and bringing legal, logical conclusion to people who misuse state resources and created instability and violence in our country. You have to fight corruption. No government in the world can implement its manifesto or agenda 100%. If Joe Boakai can get, if President-elect Joe Boakai and Vice President Jeremiah Kun can just push for 75%, 60 to 75%, Liberia will reward them. The sentiments all around for what the people need. You only need to do it. So yes, we welcome the letter. It's the sign of a good beginning. We see ranking member on agriculture, food security, and nutrition. We see ranking member on the budget. We see ranking member on justice and accountability coming together in the collaboration and telling you our arms are open. We're willing to work with you. Only require you.
Center, you got on mute. We're getting feedback.
And those three conditions.
Hey, but every day that my own computer get feedback.
Yeah. So
your mic, something wrong with your mic, Stanton. So anytime you
up, I will open the mail, not on mute. You on the show, he talking with somebody on the side. Live on set. That's a problem. So your whole attention left.
Go ahead, mommy.
The man you talking. That means you are talking. Listen, I'm trying to help your guests. Somebody is coming. I'm helping them to log in. So consider me, please.
The man whole attention left on the show or focus on a phone. But anyway, that multitasking. But yeah, that was my thought. We welcome the letter coming from ranking members, strategic committees, and we'll just be looking forward to President-elect Boakai and Vice President Jeremiah Kun to kick the ball rolling.
Let me say this, and I think to be frank with every one of you, I love the letter. I do. And I believe, make no mistake, Joseph Yeman Boakai must. He got no option, no one teeny option. He must implement the fight towards corruption. Agriculture can be agriculture, my man. The puppy is part of his arrest. They can go and plant more food. They face the road. They bring food in town. People sell, buy, ship. Yes. But I will say this to each and every one of us on set. This is the issue that destroys our country when Minister Samuel Tweah and his legs take the country bank credit card and say they own it and they can use it at their own will and pleasure. That's the problem. This man had the country credit card, bank card. He traveled in every country, in every city. And they were buying all the Gucci's and buying all the homes. Instead of asking for one credit card or bank card, Samuel Tweah asked for multiple credit cards and bank cards. He gave President Weah one. He gave Joa Howard Taylor one. He gave Nathaniel Magay one. He gave Eugene Namwe one. And they all had the credit card to the country, the bank card to the country, and they disrupt. They took everything. Then today, Samuel Tweah saying that we must forgive him, the people lie on him. Look at this letter. The people make no mistake. They didn't bite the tongue. They are direct. Very, very direct. Right. You're telling Joseph Boakai, we love you. Thank you for your statement. Thank you for winning the election. Oh, we will celebrate with you. It's like in the Bible. It's in Revelation, I believe.
Don't preach,
I
Reverend.
know
Don't
you
preach.
are going
Don't
to
preach.
church.
Don't preach.
I know that you're a Christian. I know you're doing everything. Revelation right there. But you know what? But I have this against you. But your country is dying because of corruption. But your country is dying because of extrajudicial killing. But your country is dying because of poor economic opportunity. But your country is dying because they are not improving the food securities. So this is why the whole Joseph Boakai, we were encouraged. One of the main reasons we wrote this letter, we were encouraged by your campaign commitment. Commitment. You're going to JMB. We, Chris Verhom from Maryland, Holland from Maryland, Corey Boakai from right here, Newark, New Jersey, Chris Coon, the man that replaced Joe Biden in Delaware. They got to say we got to write Joseph Boakai a letter. We were encouraged by your commitment to root out what? Corruption. Not to minimize it. No. Not because that your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, your friend from 10,000 years ago, that you will bring them in the government and say we will manage with them. No. When that person was involved in corruption, don't bring them close to you. We were encouraged by your campaign commitment to root out corruption and uphold the rule of law. Uphold the rule of law in the judicial system. Uphold the rule of law in the legislature. Uphold the rule of law. That's what these guys are saying. Don't give us sweet talk. Those days are over. Why do you think 10 individuals said Joe Biden will become president? 10 individuals on sanction. 10. Maybe some of you close your eyes only. 10. 10. Because Cory Booker them were fighting. Chris Van Hollen were fighting. Chris Coon, they were fighting. 10. They know Liberia. They know Liberia very well. There's some of you here. They dwelled like here when you were 2 years old. They know every corner on North Panton. You ask me what made them 10. Let name what made them 10. I don't know why you even asking what made them 10. And more to come. Weah created 10 sanctions names. They are there. If you don't believe it, then they are business. But we need them. I know some of you know what makes them 10. One of my producers tried to trick me today. He said, CEO, you know there are how many? I listed the name and I sent it to him. Now I'm beginning to call him Trickle Flammer. He won't test my ability. 10 of them.
Your sanction
Andrew
ability?
Waffle. Andrew. That's sanction, Andrew. On. They say visa restriction, that's sanction. Vani Sherman. Bill Tweah. Prince Johnson. Nathaniel McGill. Samuel Tweah. Jefferson Koji. Abbott Shea. Emmanuel Nukwe. Serena Stephens. Are they not 10? Honor Weah. You think the people care?
Starting thing that I go give now Remil.
The goalkeeper at Joe Weah. No. You gotta get accepted too.
So we had a goalkeeper. The starting.
No. That the captain in Nina.
I mean, this Aaron, find the pictures. Let's pull it up because somebody says, Stanton, you missed somebody. I missed anybody?
I don't think so. But Stanton, the letter. I just want to make a comment.
Well, let me finish my letter then. Are you finishing your own?
Yeah. Oh, Conagre, welcome here.
Conagre, welcome you. Conagre will skip you on the letter. We get plenty of show tonight to talk about. But this letter here, my people, I love the last paragraph.
Yep.
I love what it says on uphold the rule of law and look forward to working together in support of these commitments. They want to work with Joseph Yema Boakai because of those commitments. Because he promised the Liberian people, and they want to work along with him. This is the good news for our country. He has not taken office yet. He's not the president. They have closed their eyes on George Weah, and they are now looking forward for a better Liberia. Don't be surprised if you have Kamala Harris coming to attend the inauguration. Don't be surprised if you have Tony Blinken coming to attend the inauguration. But don't even be surprised. Maybe Joe Biden will say, I will take the flight over to Liberia. Don't be surprised. Because these people want to set an example for the better Liberia, a new city sitting on the hill. They want to put foot and say, I was there, I make it happen. So if anybody think that you are corrupt during my early time, you are corrupt during George Weah time, and you okay now, you can serve under Joseph Yema Boakai, then we will talk. Then we will back. Then we'll tell the Liberian people that you're faker. I rest my case, Dualu. You want to say so?
Yeah, before a great comment, I just want to make a comment. There is nothing that the American senators say on that list that should not be basic for any country that wants to develop. There is nothing there that is extreme, that is requiring President Boakai to do anything that he should not ordinarily be doing to begin with. So food security is a basic expectation. Enforcement of the law is a basic expectation. The constitutional requirements are basic expectation. Every single thing on that list should be something the president should be doing ordinarily to begin with. So the American just reminding us that we have to give our people at a very minimal level what is basic constitutionally. Colonel Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Well, gentlemen, firstly, let me apologize for stepping in here late. It's part of the game, man. And I want to welcome our viewers. Apologize to them as well for coming in late. I think this letter sets the basis for Ambassador Joseph Boakai's foreign policy agenda, or even domestic policy. The voice of the doorman is the voice of the master in the house. So these guys in the legislature, they are the ones normally that can set some of this agenda for foreign nations. And they've told you what they want to see. That's exactly what most Liberians want to see.
Particularly, you got music playing in your back, Ed.
Particularly the end of that corruption. That thing should have been named in the bud from Madam Salif era. Unfortunately, someone kicked the can down the road. George Weah collected the can. He's a soccer player, and he will always dribble. He dribble more. So now, Ambassador Boakai is not a soccer player. He doesn't know how to dribble. Maybe in his youth era he dribbled, but right now the old man is not looking at dribbling. The old man just want to close the game called corruption. And at least the United States has set the agenda for what they expect to see, and that's important. And we all want to see that, man. Hey, that country, if we can close our eyes on that corruption thing, we can have a beautiful country that will outperform Rwanda, outperform any of these tourist destinations in the world, and we can make it. Just before the next 6 years, something dramatic can happen to our country where everybody will be going in to enjoy themselves, and money will come back. We'll just need to step on this corruption, and I hope they will really go after these other guys. Now we're waiting for the Treasury sanction. Maybe that was the OFAC was not enough. Maybe 3 or 4 sanctions are supposed to come, two more supposed to accompany the Magnitsky. The Magnitsky is just one, but then we need the additional ones to come so we can go after these guys as criminal once and for all. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. So there you go. There you have it. The Conor Aaron Gray is asking for more sanction. He's not backing down. Conor Gray, I got a message for you. Pinga woman who said she heard you yesterday that you say you don't know her. So if you like, I will pass that message to you. But welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir. Pinga, appreciate you every present on the show. Conor Gray, why are you licking your lip? They almost Dualu. What kind of great? Man, let me see you about it. First, will be serious. Folks, let me leave Gray alone. Yeah. Let me move on to this issue.
The old jersey now, that we hang those jersey now up long time.
Steven, you are blaming me, Steven. You say, why am I attacking the man? You know the message? The message he left IE went to borrow, so that jersey won't finish. Okay.
All right. So you setting yourself up for trouble, Remy.
No, you know you have to flow.
Let's play this thing, guys. I know we got a serious issue, but I want to take this out of the way and bring in somebody that know about what Samuel Tweah said today. Welcome to the show, Dr. Francine Chinwe Special Richardson. Welcome, my sister. Let's go into what Samuel Tweah said today. But my question before we do that, must he speak? Is it forced that the guys didn't say something? You guys that know the diplomatic team, what Prince Maxwell? Is it forced that they can say like, bro, must you? Mr. Dualu, they may have forced today to say something.
You know, when you see somebody who believes himself to be bigger than what he is, Samuel Tweah goes around with his persona believing that he's his godlike figure because he became finance minister without doing anything before, anything substantial before. So he doesn't look. The boy took a cheering squad to this. He tried to lie on the Americans, claiming that because of contract negotiations, this is why he's being denied. It's not just ludicrous. It's ridiculous at best. If I was Samuel Tweah, I know Serena for trying to form the Sanction fan club so they can get together and form their own little club. But Samuel Tweah wasn't going to keep quiet. Every single one of them, they have to speak. If I had to speak, I would speak through a lawyer. I don't think it's in his best interest. His approach today literally challenged the American head on as though they were lying. And this is stupid on his part. I don't care how much you go over the, I love America. You're quoting some Greek philosophers. Samuel Tweah became a philosopher today. He became somebody who accused. He became somebody who should be pitied. This is the first time in my life I've seen Samuel Tweah speak in a tempered tone. And I love it. And I love it. These guys must be pacified in some fashion. You don't own Liberia. Serve the people, not yourselves. And that was something I've been doing for the last 6 years. Stanton.
Mommy, real quick, let's give ourselves 30 seconds because we want to play his video. Talk to us, Mommy.
The first part of Samuel Tweah's speech I was disappointed in when he tried to make fun out of the lives of auditors that died in the land of duty for their country. I was disappointed. He described the death of his friends as so-called auditors' death. Samuel, Bati Ninsua, Abba Peter, Gifty Lama, and the rest of the other people. You went to school with some of them. You sat in classes with some of them. They were your buddies or buddies to your brother. They died under questionable circumstances. People are providing pieces of evidence that pointing to foul play. We are seeing in broad daylight that circumstances surrounding their death prove to foul play. And on your first remark after a U.S. sanction, you describe their death as so-called auditors' death and want to use it and claim that we lie and the public lie on you and use their death to bring sanction on you. I was disappointed. You could find any other way to find excuse and appease your base. Like you try to use the situation with Asela Mitar. You could stick to that and try to appease your base and make them feel like you are not guilty. But to use the death of your colleagues, of your friends who died, today their children have no father or mother. Their wife have no husband. Their husband got no wife. Their death destroy a family, and you want to use it to exonerate yourself? I was disappointed. But to the other issue, today what Samuel Tweah tried to do was to buy sympathy, to live into the sympathy of CDC. Watch his statement. Everything he did, he tried to present the sanction as U.S. government against CDC. The U.S. government against CDC. So he wants to take shelter under CDC. He cannot stand as a man to confront his action. He wants to hide under CDC. But citizens, you should know this. This is Samuel Tweah. They did not sanction Moluba Molu. He's your party chairman. They did not sanction the co-chairman, Gabla Willem. They did not sanction the other party executive across the country. Party chairmen in the different counties, they were not sanctioned. The only people in your party that were sanctioned are people who were in government. The McGill and the Koji. So it tells you the action of the U.S. government is not against CDC. It's against individuals who were serving in government and used their position in government to defraud the state. So it is not against CDC. But Samuel Tweah was using the platform today to show that the U.S. government is against CDC so that he can hide under the shelter of seditions, buy their sympathy, and use their sympathy in retaliation. He was mobilizing their retaliation. But the U.S. sanction, like we said before, is not against CDC. It's not against Liberia. It's not against the government. It's against individuals who use their offices to defraud the state and enrich themselves. Disappointed that in your attempt to exonerate yourself, you threw the death of your friends under the bus, describing it as so-called auditor's death. Not so-called auditor's death. It's real. Abbott died, Gifty died. Padi Niswa died. The rest of the other auditors died. Not so-called. They were professional auditors. Take that back, Samuel Tweah. Face the reality of your action. And the U.S. sanction is not against CDC. It's against you for your action.
Thank you very much. Let's play some of the clips that we got from Samuel Tweah, and we'll bring in the rest of the guys.
To a panel in the United States describing what would eventually be a visa restriction imposed by the U.S. State Department. The glow of my morning transformed into a gloom of a pitch black evening. And this information had finally succeeded. This was my initial reaction. I could only feel sorrow for my wife and darling little children. In a mere 75-word paragraph,
Stephen, he could only feel sorry for his wife and his darling little children. Stephen Joseph.
Look, Stanton, this is the very first time for me to see. I've been doing Tweah since 1998, 97, 98. So I've known Tweah for over 25 years. This is the first time for me to see Tweah appear like a wet duck being chased by a roaring lion. Very first time. And Tweah reminded me of Ali Bongo. when he said, make noise, make noise. I'm calling all my friends to make some noise. You see, when you fail to learn from history, you become a victim yourself of the very history that you fail to learn. When this government started in 2018, Tweah made a very, very, very critical statement that we pay attention to. He said there would be no vertical ascension, only lateral movement. By vertical ascension, Tweah means that no other person will become president, will go up. It means we are feeling reaching up. What you will see will be lateral movement. There will just be shift because the masses were already in power, quote unquote. That was his statement. But the masses, as Tweah would describe them, it didn't mean the poor the peasant, the ordinary Liberian in West Point, Yukutan, in the slum community, in the shanty towns. That was not Tweah's understanding about the masses. Tweah's understanding of the masses was that a few of them will enrich themselves at the very expense of the multitude of seditions, many of whom live in abject poverty, championing the cause for the CDC. Tweah then thought that this was a perfect opportunity for them to enrich themselves. And so it started off with the mop-up. They took 25 million, placed it in the back of SUV, drove around Monrovia, and bought Liberty from money exchanger. No money exchanger in Liberia combined. You put all the money exchanger SKD, they put the money down in a bucket. None of it can combine to reach 25 million equivalent in US. Nowhere. Then came the rest, the money for the COVID package, another 25 million. And all of the subsequent things that happened. But the reason Tweah is in this today, Tweah believes he's the Joseph Stiglitz of Liberia. Joseph Stiglitz, if you don't know, is a renowned U.S. Keynesian economist, a Nobel Peace Prize winner who is a public policy czar. So Tweah thinking is that he understands everything more than everybody, and that no one has the panacea, the solution to Liberia's problem than Tweah. And so he presents himself as the all-knowing. But America has a way of subduing men. We've seen great men, Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein. Many great men were subdued by the poorest of the great United States of America. Now look at Tweah in that picture, Stanton. He appears like a wet duck being chased by a roaring lion. And this is sad. It's sad because when you take power, one of the things you must do with power is to use power to the betterment of your people. Any attempt to use power to the contrary, you end up like men like Tweah. We've seen that in history. Charles Taylor, for example, today he languages in a prison for 50 years. There are many others who today, because they thought that the Liberian people giving them power was an opportunity, was a carte blanche to exploit state resources. So I don't feel sorry for people like Tweah. I don't pity them. Because men of this caliber end up like this in history. We've seen the pages of history are flooded with lessons. So when Tweah comes to the public, and as Mame eloquently said, when Tweah comes to the public to make the sanction appear like it is a war between CDC and the US, it is unfortunate. The US is not after CDC. The US is not after CDC. If the US was after CDC, it would have sanctioned the leadership of CDC. It would have sanctioned everything CDC. It's not. The US is only after predators, economic vultures and predators who've used their position to exploit the masses of our people. And this is wrong. This is wrong. The Liberia we seek to build. And when the CDC took office, let me close on this. I had thought that George Weah and Samuel Tweah would prove us wrong. I opposed George Weah since 2005. I believe Weah did not have any pedigree whatsoever to move Liberia even an inch. And I still stand by that. And so when Weah took office in 2017, I thought that Weah would use this opportunity to prove me wrong. And many of us who opposed him, I opposed Weah 2005, I opposed him in 2011, I opposed him in 2014, and I opposed him in 2017. So when he won in 2017, I thought it was a perfect opportunity to prove us wrong. Lead by example, lead well so that we can look like idiots. But instead, he made us to appear like soothsayers, Dalai Lamans of Liberian politics.
Thank you.
I won't go on, but thank you.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna have a beautiful time on the show today, folks. Thank you for sharing the Spoon Talk. Thank you for being part of the Spoon Talk. We appreciate you. To the Deputy Minister former Fagon, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. Let me bring in Remy Gray, Dr. Richardson, and we can go to Fagon. I have one Mr. Gate in the bag that know about the HPX and the dealing with also Asada Mita. After you guys have the chance to speak, we'll bring him on briefly to tell us how did Tweah get in trouble with the HPX deal. Mr. Gray.
You know, gentlemen and lady, like Stephen, the first time I met Tweah, of course, was under the Palava Hut back in probably 97. I want to say probably around that era, 98. And we used to go at each other. But then the mind was fresh. We could talk philosophy. And he came, this was a high school kid that came into the university. He was sharp, sounded like someone who had read. Well, what I noticed of him was that someone who probably could take a whole section of the dictionary and memorize it. So he struggled with words, semantics were dangling everywhere. His ability to even construct sensible sentences, lingered. And some of us who were by imagination, we were his seniors. I listened to him well, and I thought he had a future. But sometimes when you come into leadership without a purpose but to self-enrich, everything you do would be geared towards that. Of course, the United States cannot be against CDC. We pray that the United States don't come, after any political institution in our country. Go back and see what the United States made of Hamas or Hezbollah, and know exactly when they come at you as an institution, you would know what that means. But what this guy is parading and charading all over the place about is this culture of impunity, where you can do the crime in Liberia and you can walk the walk free. So he's imagining the United States leveling sanction against somebody to be that of what prevails in Liberia. That's why he's taking it so lightly. But Stephen was on the point. The guy appeared like a wet rat. You can tell that this drained him down. And but news on the way for him. Let him wait when the other sanctions start hitting the ground. Then he will know this is no joke. And we pray that the United States don't stop here, because these people were wicked. Some of these individuals were insensitive. Liberians struggle in their own home. They watch daily few individuals parading, acting like they were Lord unto themselves. And I love this moment because it's going to make people think
Thank you.
twice before going government. You're not going there to go get enrich yourself. We got a
Thank you,
big
Brother
brother
Gray.
watching you. We'll not let you go free.
Thank you very much, Reverend Gray Corner. Thank you. Dr. Richardson. Let me play this one real quick and you and Fagon can respond to it. We got so many clips. Let's play this one.
Of the Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act 2023, the United States hereby publicly designate Tweah, Chie, and Lukwe for their involvement in significant corruption by abusing their public positions through soliciting, accepting, and offering bribes to manipulate legislative processes and public funding, including legislative reporting and mining sector activity. As part of this action, The immediate family members are also designated, including their spouses, Delisha Berry Tweah, Abigail Chia, and Ruthoria Brown Nukwe, and Tweah and Nukwe's minor children. The above verdict against us and our respective families is unbelievably unjust, unfair, and a fundamental violation of our rights. As a Minister of Finance and Development Planning, I have never abused my position through soliciting, quote, soliciting, accepting, and offering bribes to manipulate legislative processes and public funding, including legislative reporting and mining sector activities, unquote. I've never done so whether in dealings with the national legislature or in dealings with any other branches of government or institutions of government, of the government of Liberia, or with private sector actors. As Minister, my job is to provide approved resources to the national legislature upon request and subject to the availability of cash. I've never influenced, quote unquote, legislative processes, whatever that means.
There you go. Dr. Richardson, come in, and Fagon will speak. Then we will bring in Mr. Gay to talk to us about this HPX situation. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, like everybody else, this is my first time seeing him look like he's crushed. He looked like very subdued. Initially, he seemed to be anxious. He kept on rocking back and forth, like confused when he was brought in to have a seat. So we've never really seen Tweah like this. He's always presenting in a braggadocious way, always, like he knows a lot. So this is really an interesting transformation in his behavior. But one thing I can say to every one of them, Tweah, Chair, and Nukwe, please do not joke with this sanction. Do not undermine the sanction. Do not feel like people are lying on you or they're presenting fake or alternative news. Let me tell you, the letter that Joseph Boakai received today from Maryland Senator Van Holland and Delaware Senator Cohn, those both are serving on the Foreign Committee in the United States. And I doubt very well that they would just, create a news or fake news to make you look bad. I'm sure those two senators who are on the Foreign Committee and who probably have some responsibility in bringing the sanction read over all of the pieces of documents before they came and made a letter to accuse you, to make an allegation that you're involved in corruption. Furthermore, these senators represent the taxpayers. These people are tired. They're tired giving us money, giving African countries money, and then for someone like you, as Stephen described you, as a predator, enrich yourself. American taxpayers no longer want to see that. Everybody are getting conscientized around the world. Where's the money going? So again, I will go back. Must you say something? Okay, must you guys say something? You, the chair, you, the Nukwe, and the rest of you guys who are put on the sanction list, you don't have to say anything. I pray that when Joe Boakai's government come into power, that he actually take you to court. Y'all want the evidence? Let him take you to court so I can see the evidence against you guys. Trust me, America will not just come and say, oh, we don't like Tweah, we have personal issues with him, so we're going to put this allegation on him. No, they won't do that. All right. They will probably study. I'm not saying they're 100% right all the time, but I'm sure they've studied all of your dealings before. Ask them for the evidence if you're so concerned. In fact, ask them for XPX involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Honorable Fagon, the issue with Tweah today. Look at, I want to just bring up his picture one more time. Look at this, Fagon. Just look at this. Just look at Tweah, man. Subdue. Yeah, but talk to us.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all of you. Let me be quick because I have a little bit of of things to capture from Tweah. Mambe have said a little bit of it already. I will not go over that. I want to remind all of you, including Mr. Tweah, that Article 15 is very clear, and it talks about every person shall have the right to freedom of expression, yada, yada, yada. And it says to us that the right encompasses the right to hold opinions without interference, the right to knowledge, knowing everything about government, but I want to stick with just a sentence that has to do with Article 15C. And that's Article 15C in all its totality, which says, in pursuance of this right, there shall be no limitation on the public right to be informed about the government and its functionaries, unquote. Again, I quote, in pursuance of this right, there shall be no limitations on the public's right to be informed about the government and its functionaries. Today, Tweah told the Liberian people that they did not tell us anything about the HPX and that of the Asila meter deal being broken for so many years, but that the circumstances had compelled him now to tell us. So it means if he was not sanctioned, we would not know anything. If they had not beat him down into the mud, he wouldn't have told us anything. So it brings me to the point where Minister Tweah informed us today that since 2019, that HPX had paid $37 million, correct me if I'm wrong, into government coffers.
Wow.
And in his words, and I quote, 37 million as revenue cannot be seen as bribe. Okay, fair enough, mister. Tell us, why will a company give you $37 million into your revenue without lifting a single ounce of iron ore? They're not even allowed to use the rail. They are not operating, but they are paying you $37 million into your revenue. When my people in Bomi, they too had not lifted an iron ore, but had paid over 200 million, and in specific terms, you had waived for 14 million. We're not junkies around here. You will not buy our sympathy. We're not fools. Now, let me say this. Yes, he appealed to seditions, and he tend to have forgotten that these were the very people they abused, marginalized, ostracized, threw away under the bus, including myself here. Now today he wants to tell us that the intellectual class of the CDC is being betting for political motive on behalf of the US. He was feeding red meat to those who he thinks still believes in him and his failed rhetoric. It doesn't work that way. Now, what was disturbing also, he kept using the word rail operations repeatedly over 8 times as part of the deal between HPX and that of Asila Meter, that Asila Meter was given the exclusive rights to rail operation and wasn't willing to share with the HPX. My friend, Dr. Francine and others, if I gave you the right to operate something, it does not mean you have the right to own it. Operating something does not mean you are the owner. You are only operating it. I am the owner. And based on the terms and agreement, I can decide what happens. He used it over 6 times and he confused me. Just because Asila Meter has operational rights does not mean they are the owner of the rail. Therefore, why is it that we cannot take decision on our own property on how it is operated, even if we have to adjust the agreement? How? Another point he raised, which is disturbing for me, is also the fact that these 2 companies, after going head on, that somehow he advised the president that they withdraw from the whole deal and turn it over to the Americans. Again, I hope the Americans will address this. Why would you turn over negotiations to America? Why? Is it America's is it the United States that own our iron ore? Is it America that owns our rail? Are they the ones, after the negotiation, will they conform to our Constitution? Tweah play games today with words. But what caught him might catch the Americans themselves or the 2 companies. I may repeat myself because I'm not afraid. When people say stuff and you don't come out to say what the truth is or what you know, it sinks into our head. Your failure to respond, what we know is what we know, and what we don't know is what we don't know. And that's what happened to Tweah today. And I will say this again. After he used this cleverly, that the Americans got involved and they themselves could not broker a deal between the two companies, they too withdrew. How is it that all these things have gone on without we, the owners of the property, the people whom they serve, knowing anything until today? So should we please appeal to America to sanction our whole government so that we can know what happened in the dark? How our mines and everything got sold without our knowledge? Should I call for Justice Minister Musa Dean, the Mines Energy Guest Law, that NDC guy, Safwa brother, Moluwa Gray, and Tweah, he's already sanctioned. The other three needs to be sanctioned so we can know what happened with Western Cluster, so we can know what happened in Bapolu. Is that the only way we get to know? Is when you are sanctioned? But Stanton, I would like to use this moment to appeal to the American government to reconsider its policy. Permit me 1 minute, I will not exceed. Let me say to the American government, I became traumatized when I saw Hamas cross the border into Israel and kill 2-year-old, 1-year-old, 3 months old. I am still traumatized by that. I am deeply troubled by the fact that this sanction will affect children. And here is why quickly. One of 12 children happens to be an American citizen. And I doubt as a US citizen that that child will not be allowed to come back to America. The child is not a Liberian citizen and the child has rights under US laws, period. Now, with regards to the other children, including Jefferson children, it is my firm belief, and I am entitled to my opinion, that no child in the world chooses who their parents will be. And if we hold constant the doctrine that no one can be held responsible for the crimes of others, I employ on the US government today, if you don't want a child of a government official to come here, stop them before they get here. But a 3-year-old, 7-year-old who knows nothing about the doings of their parents cannot be punished for the actions of their children, of their parents. Because as a human sitting here, I'm thinking, I did something so evil and so bad, but my 4-year-old kid must pay the price along with me for my actions. That is why I'm not asking people to agree with me.
Coming to America is not a right, Fagon.
Hold on. Say that again.
Coming to America is not a right.
No. I did not say that. Did you hear those words?
No, but the implication is
Fagon, what become
a Liberian children too.
Are you depriving for okay, yeah, Fagon.
No, big yes, guys. Fagon get about 15 seconds. Let's give it to him. We got to move on.
Did I say that? You said no. So give me a chance to speak. I ask you, did I say that? No. Because if even being born to an American parent was a right, I was born to an American mother. She did not come here to naturalize. She was a born American. And the Americans can hear me right now. It still did not give me the right to come here. I even had to do a DNA before arriving here. So I know what I'm saying when I appeal on behalf of innocent children. That they should not, if they are in Liberia, then they should stay. But if they are here, there is 2 reasons why I'm appealing. One, they did not sanction the action of their parents. 2, those children you sent from here back to Africa with the mentality of our people could be targeted. 3, the American child that was born as an American citizen cannot be thrown out of America. If that was the case,
thank you, Fagon.
You to a debate.
No, let me say something.
That an American citizen.
1 minute, let him finish.
Told, yes, let me finish. An American citizen will be told you are not allowed back into your country because your father is a criminal. What are you smoking?
Thank you.
Will not happen.
Thank you, Fagon. Thank you.
Let me say
I'll give you a chance because we gotta go. You and Dualo chip in real quick, please.
Yeah, let me say this quickly. I strongly disagree with Fagon. And the reason I disagree with Fagon is the U.S. is a country that respects
Guys, let's mute ourselves, please. Please.
The U.S. is a country that respects the rights of people, particularly women and children.
First, did you hear me say, let me appeal to the U.S. government to consider its policy?
Fagon, let the man talk now. Fagon, let's still finish. I beg you.
If you disagree with my
Fagon, let's still finish. Let's still finish.
Yeah, but if you are correcting that I said.
No, don't correct him. You are correcting on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
the
correct him
U.S.
right
is
now.
one country that respects the rights of people, particularly women and children. And so the thought process plays into these sanctions are not just ordinary. It requires a lot of arguments, counter arguments, and reasoning. When the U.S. sanction a minor child, they do so with the intent to penalize the parent. We've witnessed in Liberia where people who are responsible for the majority of the sufferings of the Liberian people enjoys the largesse, the benefit of the U.S. because they steal money from Liberia and they are able to spend it on their kids in foreign country. Do you know how many kids in Liberia go to bed without food or go to hospital with no drugs? So when Tweah is faced with a situation where his children too will remain in Monrovia and attend some of those same very schools that are underfunded or some of those very hospitals that don't have medication, then you will understand the impact of the sanction. The goal of this sanction is to have an impact on you so that you can feel the pains and sufferings that many Liberians are faced with because of your corruption attitude. It's a corrective measure to say your children, all of you will bear the same consequence that other Liberians, many of whom have been deprived the benefits of good life because your father is stealing money. Imagine Fagon, I steal 50 million from Liberia. My children attend Harvard University, Columbia University. You in Monrovia, your children going to LU. My children get natural advantage for the rest of their life. They get natural advantage over you. By the time your child graduates from LU, my child graduates from Harvard, he get $50 million in his account. He come back Monrovia, he's leading you. He's leading you. We must create conditions so that people who want to create conditions for the children to benefit over our children, they should feel the same consequence that our kids are feeling because our kids cannot go anywhere because of poverty. That's the goal. And that's why I disagree with you, Fagon.
Thank you. Let me bring in Dualu. Fagon, you wait. Let Dualu speak. You address both for them. I beg you. I will come back to you.
Mr. Dualu. Stevens, I am not against Fagon's advocacy, but I want Fagon to take the totality of the issue. Stephen has said everything I want to say. The Liberian child, let me say this clearly. The Liberian child must be above every single child on earth. Let me repeat. The preservation, the protection of the Liberian child in Liberia, for me anywhere in the world, must supersede that of every other child on earth. Until we understand that, we will not develop. So anything that hurts the Liberian child, we must protect this with our lives. Advocate all you want, but if you harm the Liberian child, you should be consequent, you and your entire generation. That's what I believe.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. My 30 seconds is my assumption. I'm not thinking for the Americans. Most of the time, and you see, they say minor children, they did not say adult children. They were specific. They say minor. My thinking is, most of the time when people steal money, they buy properties in the name of their children, especially the minor children, not the adult children. They open accounts and place money there in the name of minor children. They open a trust and put money there in the name of minor children. They don't do it with adult children because the adult children can easily go there and withdraw money, can easily sell the property on their own because it's for them and they're above 18, they can make decisions. So they usually put it in the accounts of small children. So my assumption is these people investigation have probably established that some of the resources Tweah and other people stole, they created trust and put it in the name of minor children. They bought properties in the name of minor children. So they're sanctioning those children to deprive them easy access to those funds until further investigation can be conducted. That's how I see it.
All right.
No, if I don't wait on that, bring in Conor Gray. You gotta slow down. Conor Gray, your 30 seconds.
But Conor Gray tell you want to talk.
If I don't wait. If I don't wait. Conor Gray, your 30 seconds.
Fagon can go ahead, my brother.
Okay. Fagon, you have the floor. We'll give you 1 minute, Fagon, because we gotta go.
There were three, but I will answer all three quickly. One, to my friend and brother Mambe, and I like you when you say, you know, my assumption. And so I can add that, you just assume it. But the truth is, you heard them say that they will seize everything connected, bank account, whatever place they put their hand, they will seize all. So the children ain't got nothing to do with that. If they put money in a trust, it will be seized. If they have bank account in the names of those children, it will be seized. Anybody doing business with them over 50%, it will be seized. So yes, you have the right to assume, but the fact is, anything that they're tied to will be seized, period. So whether it be the children or not. When it comes to Dwalu, you said we should place the Liberian children above other children. If the child is a Liberian child, you got a point. Because yeah, we're talking about a Liberian child. But if a Liberian child has been brought to the U.S., is in school, and is 3 or 5 years old, and is innocent of what his or her parent did, are you saying that the innocent child should be punished along with the father? You say yes, they should be punished along with the father. Well, then I'm sorry to say, we have to be careful with our children. That what if we go ahead and do something as parents, our children must equally be punished with us, regardless of what it is. Regardless of what it is, our children must be punished with us. That is your argument. Dwalu, don't be doing your hand.
Dwalu, the man got to finish. Dwalu, Bacon, we got to go. But you do your hand like this.
Dwalu, not talking.
You do your hand like this, Dwalu.
Why be anything that Fagon go ahead? The man
you said a small children. No matter what.
You never got with that stuff.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Dwalu, don't shake your hand.
Now, why you say? Ain't see you doing here? Ain't see? I was warning you, Stenton. You didn't take me serious. Ain't see the man saying answer? You said small children should be punished along with their father. I come to you, Stevie. Steve, you just said to all the Liberian people, I disagree with Fagon because my thinking is the reason why these children are punished along with their parents is because consistent with that wanting to separate these very people use the same money to take care of their children and Brother, whether they use the money to take care of the children, they use the money to bring their children here, you come with the same argument that says that an innocent child at the age of maybe 3, who does not even know how to talk, does not even know what their parents did, should be punished along with the parent. You see, you shake your
1 minute, Stanton.
I mean, yes, so you said 1 minute back.
We gotta go. Fagon, we gotta go, man.
4 o'clock, man. When poor guy the one thought and say, they will not
Fagon, we gotta go.
Okay,
we gotta go.
I agree. Let me finish this. Now, why I left Stephen for? Stephen said, yes, they must be punished along with their parents.
The context of the crime we are talking about.
But you see, you're interrupting the man.
I
will take my 1 minute. I will finish my 1 minute. You have to keep interrupting me. I'll take Gibson's spot today. What I am saying is this. When we begin to adopt this attitude, that minor children should also be punished along with their parents, even though they're innocent of the crimes of their parents, you traumatize people like us, who in 1990 saw a child killed because the father was soldier, or I watched Palestinian killed 2-year-old. Then you say because it is in the case of America, if you are saying that the children in Liberia should not be allowed in the U.S., I agree with you. I am saying that when children come here, consistent with a couple of things, one of them which has to do with, that $12 there, that her pasty, your PR. It will happen.
I think you're just using these examples.
I'm sure the Americans, when I write my note to them tomorrow, they might sit back and rethink and say, you know what? Fagon makes an argument because these children are innocent. So y'all can say children should be punished with their parents for what they do.
Steven, by breaking your back. Sometimes let's just.
Let me say something that I
But
know
we got, you
like.
finish saying something, we gotta go.
Come on,
you go more than 5 minutes now.
I wish the two guys then will be punished for their friendship.
Y'all two different things talking.
We're not talking about any
no.
crime, Fagon.
Because in the army and the rebel take over my son will be killed. That's two different things. If I presided over a system that deprive your child.
All right, guys, we gotta go. We gotta go. Guys, I hate to mute you. I agree on this. Guys, we listen, Fagon. We gotta go. Steven Johnson. Steven Johnson, we gotta go. Fagon, we gotta go.
Who getting the money?
This is Steven.
The press have seized everything.
I didn't know you were like that too.
When they graduate, they better off than your kids in Monrovia.
Steven.
Money, my children will go to the best of school.
I'm gonna mute you briefly. You're allowed me to mute you. You're allowed me to mute you briefly.
This is the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And this is what we say. Guys, Steven, you're allowed to mute you briefly. We gotta go. We cannot dwell on this. Thank you very much. I didn't know Steven was this firing too. So at least no, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So, but let's go ahead. Now, section 7031C, right? Now, where the whole thing come into place, and I hope people can look at it. They were very clear. Send it in after this thing, Steven Johnson. The people had that thing written down. It's not only because of Samuel Tweah they created this Magnitsky Act law. It was written. Since the establishment of Magnitsky Act, the oversight from the State Department and Treasury Department, they have the document, and they included it. Why are we wasting our time as to how the people should change what they have already enacted into law? Because it's Samuel Tweah children? The only thing we can do to appeal. The only thing Samuel Tweah can do to appeal. Now, the question remains, if Samuel Tweah's son is an American citizen, he can file that argument. They have immigration lawyers. If it is within the guidelines and this session that Samuel Tweah's son should remain here because he was born here as an American, I don't know that. If any of you have any reason to believe
I put it in the chat room.
What I would say that they said, one, officials of foreign governments and their immediate family members about whom, this is important, about whom the Secretary of State has credible information have been involved directly or indirectly in a significant corruption, including corruption related to the extraction of natural resources or gross violation of human rights, shall be ineligible for entry into the United States. Duadu, this thing was written prior to Samuel Tweah. It will be there after Samuel Tweah, and let's just move on, guys. They get reason why you
can I have that 30 seconds now?
No, I think you're misleading.
Let me finish. Hey, God. We cannot interrupt. We cannot interrupt each other. No, but we cannot interrupt each other now. When I finish, you can correct me.
Yeah, the correction is, thank you for here. I like you. You see, I like you. You say point of correction. You say correct me. You say officials and their children of foreign governments. In this case, you have a child that is a U.S. citizen, not because the child is a foreigner or in a foreign country or come from a foreign country.
So, that child you advocating for?
What child Fagon you concerned about?
Well, let me give a 30 seconds.
That child because you're a U.S. citizen? Why you not concerned with other children in Liberia?
Fagon, let me say this.
About one child.
Fagon, let me say this. The best thing Samuel Tweah should do.
Let Tweah find a lawyer. Let the lawyer challenge the case.
Find a lawyer,
finish.
And they will fight it. On this show, we just got to tell it as it is. The people have said Samuel Tweah, 2-year-old baby, will not stay in America.
I tell you that one. They can't.
But we're not.
What?
But we're not. Wait. Guys, let me serious. That Benison popping out of my mouth. The people said this man are crying. When he was eating the people $25 million, he wasn't crying. When he was eating the people $16 billion, he wasn't crying. When a man lied to us and said he walked down the street and gave money changer $25 million, It was fun to Samuel Tweah. When Samuel Tweah harmonized the people paid to enrich himself and George Weah, it was fun to Samuel Tweah. When Samuel Tweah traveled to Europe and America and across the deals and agreed within himself that the HPX should give them $25 million, it was okay for Samuel Tweah. We never saw Fagon advocating for the likes of Samuel Tweah and those.
That means you want to advocate for him when you are.
But now, because they're putting on left-hand ban, Fagon is fighting for a friend and brother Samuel D. Tweah.
For what?
This is a spill milk. My man,
you know, on the rights of
so
US
I want to bring in real quick Ed Gray. Then from there we bring in Mr. Gay to talk about this HPX situation of 25 million. Conor Gray.
You know, I take the case in point as a reference for Chucky Taylor. Chucky tried to obliterate his identity. Stanton, could you just mute for a second, sir? Thank you. He tried to obliterate his identity as a U.S. citizen. You know, he was tried on U.S. soil because he's an American citizen. He was detained and sentenced here. I think Fangon got a point. The United States shall make no law that will exile its own citizen, natural born especially.
But the law doesn't exile the child. So there's no point.
Here's the deal. When you say if that law covers an American who was born here, that American is being exiled against his own will. They will bring them here if they have any culpable reason to believe that they are guilty and try them here.
But can I ask you a question, Gray? Conor Gray, can I ask you a question? Conor Gray, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Sir.
Magnitsky Act is not there to punish an American.
Correct.
Magnitsky Act. Let's read it. It's not there to punish an American.
But there's a child that is an American.
Let's agree the child is 2 years old. As the laws outline, and we're about to call somebody to explain this to us very well, right? And if Samuel Tweah know that his child was here, born here, have birth certificate, Samuel Tweah has a case, and the American people will not send that child back if that child have auntie or uncle here to take care of them.
100%.
But
But
wait now, everybody.
Talking.
You talking, man.
I will get you smarty. I got smarty for you.
You are making the child. You are making water. You are making ordinary.
If the child is 2 years old, let me say this. Here's the issue. Let just go down small, right? Because I talked to somebody. That child, the American government can take that child upon say, we're going to be responsible for this child, or the child, uncle, auntie, grandma, grandpa that live here, that citizen here can take that child. But Samuel Tweah, yes, the sticker part, his wife, they cannot use money to sponsor that child.
Agree.
They cannot. They cannot directly use the U.S. Benjamin to take care of that child. So therefore, if the child have to go back with Samuel Tweah get a case on that American child. We shouldn't waste our time. He has a case on that American child, and we can move
on. Fagon is making ordinary people water all a river. Yes. Fagon is making an ordinary people water all a river. The Magnitsky Act doesn't affect U.S. citizens. What a man Samuel Tweah only brought in the child issue to get sympathy. He knows when they talk about minor children, it doesn't include minor children.
Samuel Tweah used this like every Nigerian, every Nigerian man and Nigerian woman, every African. Samuel Tweah used this whenever a woman get pregnant, he was sending a woman to America to born. So he was using all this thing for the woman to kind of born. But guys, let's bring in Mr. Gay. Mr. Gay going to talk about the HPX and the $25 million saga. We're going to excuse him after he make his point, and we'll go back to attack Fagon viciously on the fake argument he making.
You can never win.
He has called Samuel Tweah. Mr. Atimons W. Gay, welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir.
Thank you. And let me just reintroduce myself. I'm Dr. Artemis Gay, author of this book, A Toast American Pie, that Fagon should have had to send to you, Stanton, 2011 graduate of Loyola University, PhD. So I am sharing this with you to know that Liberia, and I appreciate you all. It almost looked like a philosophy class. Dr. Francis is laughing on that because that's how the student would love to argue here. I'm enjoying you guys. Wonderful group of people. But on a serious note, Liberia is at a crossroad. 2019, it's a very important year of our country. Mr. Weah becomes president of Liberia, and we have this situation. There is a mining disaster in Nimba. More than 19 young Liberians die in a mine. George Weah never entered Nimba County. I'm in Chicago, and I have my contact with the city of Chicago. Mayor Lightfoot, wonderful woman, and the fire department. My friend Patrick McDermott hears about it. So we've got a lot of fire equipment and medical equipment to help your country. These are expensive equipment. Offered to Liberia. It didn't take too long. There was a disaster also with those kids. And I go to Liberia knowing that HPX had just signed.
That's a gay. I know you get to the HPX issue. Let me play this because I want you to listen exactly. The reason why we brought you here, then you can explain about HPX. But we got to be quick because we press against time.
Sure.
I want also go to where Samuel Tweah spoke about this HPX.
The mining sector confuses me, but I believe this reference pertains to my involvement to developing a multi-user gateway to the third-party amendment of ArcelorMittal's current concession and through granting real access to HPX, High Power Explorations Incorporated, an American company owned by American billionaire Robert Friedland, looking to transport rail from Guinea through Liberia through the port of Buchanan. I say so because about a year ago in Washington, D.C., I received a hint that persons connected with the American company HPX were trying to get me on Treasury sanctions because I was allegedly and supposedly, quote, favoring ArcelorMittal Limited over HPX and preventing HPX from accessing the rail to conduct its investment in Guinea through Liberia, unquote. My informant knew this was unjust and unfair. Knowing the role I was playing on the Interministerial Concessions Committee and understanding the difficulties and complexities of the negotiation, I was also informed that persons close to HPX were considering sanctions against me because the company had paid $37 million to the government of Liberia through the national budget since 2019 and was yet to have an agreement with the government. Legitimate monies received by the government of Liberia for the development of Liberia through the national budget is never a bribe. That an agreement has been difficult to reach because surrounding a pre-existing agreement, there's no reason to threaten government officials with sanctions.
Okay, here we are with that 37 million. What the newspaper reported, they say it was 25, $7 million. Now he's saying it was 37. Secondly, it wasn't in the budget.
Well, 37, they get 7 million first, and then they get 30 million.
Okay, and when we argue about why we didn't see it in the budget last Samuel Tweah came and they did something and they went back and it was reflected. Here we are now. Samuel Tweah said he was warned that because they took the money, he was going to be placed on sanction. Here you are, Dr. Gay. Talk to us, please.
Well, since my time is limited here, let me just say what Samuel Tweah said about this amount. We needed this money to pay civil servant salaries. Yes, Samuel Tweah's word. 2019, 2022, April. Because this deal was amended in 2022. And it will also have the name of Diana Nimbo involved, including Vani Salif, because it was amended. So again, the key word here, Samuel Tweah the man who claimed that we have budget surplus, who say they needed HPX money to pay civil servant salaries. That was his justification for the 30 plus $7 million agreement he took. So this was what placed him in this dilemma. But let me add here before I leave. What was the dealing of the office of the legal office of the president? This is very important. I want you to play that, to think about that. Archibald Barnard office, including the ILG, International Law Group involvement, including people within the PPCC involvement with this deal. Mr. Fagon is here. He was part of government at that time, if I'm right. PPCC current head will know about this. He was then a consultant at that office, including a long-term partner of a funder of the International Law Group held by Funati Kofa. What was being talked about with this deal? I was in Liberia when this was mentioned in the office of the president or the legal advisor. And they had to do with HPX, including, let me add here, a Turkish company that will have had electricity brought through a ship on the port of Buchanan to help with the project. I know about that because I sat there and I just saw these unethical things being done. And as a philosopher, there was one word that came to my mind. Benedicto di Spinoza, he used the word infinite regress. That's what I saw there. And I am not surprised when I met our friend Michael Heath at the U.S. State Department when I presented our book. And I said, please help Liberia because this country, it is an important country for all of us. And I was not surprised he took a preemptive strike to say, we're not going to do the Sierra Leone route. We're going to call you guys out and help this country solve your problem. As I said before, Liberia is the only country in Africa that had 70 elections. No country in Africa has 70 elections towards where we are now. So America will do what it has to do to help Liberia. Like America owes Liberia. So it's good that people of ethical mindset can push this issue. And let me end with Eugene. Brother Eugene, you're a big barrel man. My papa love you. Baba gay. So, but here is it. We must always say this clearly. You can be an American kid born by a green card holder, and we want to make sure that the money that you're going to use for that country by using birth right will not be used for that child. And that's all America is trying to do. Thank you.
So let's ask you a quick question. May 16th of this year, Senator, I think he make mention of it a little bit. They were called to a meeting. The U.S. State Department attempted to mediate between ArcelorMittal and HPX. It didn't work. It didn't work because at the time they have already spent the money. ArcelorMittal giving the government a hard time. The president came out with a statement and said, "Listen, I'm mad. I'm not part of that deal." He took himself out of it. You want to explain further why George Weah left this on Samuel Tweah and the rest of them?
George Weah bring Samuel Tweah's brain. Let's just be very clear in here. And that is why the likes of Fagon has struggled in there because he can give advice. They won't accept it. I sat down there in meeting with Archibald Barnard, listening to things. It was almost that Mr. Weah was basically this trump card that the likes of Samuel Tweah and others will use to propagate that line in terms of controlling Liberian wealth. That was all it was about. Samuel Tweah knew he was already in a mess. It was basically pay to play he was using. The system was rigged. He was playing between ACM and this company. And it couldn't work because the Vancouver-based company, HPX, which is actually high power exploration, knew that it did not just want to bring in this rail. It has so much wealth concentrated up north. And Samuel Tweah was basically using this thing. As he always claimed, there was always a budget surplus, but there was nothing there. And he was just trying to use the Canadian-based company and others to just get money. That's why when I saw Fagon anger with what happened in bombing, it made sense. And this is just the beginning. I promise you a whole lot going to come out. This is just the beginning.
I mean, if you don't have to go, you can now serve as a guest panelist with us as we exchange ideas and talk about this issue because this is big. I want to give the guys a chance to make their comment or ask you some question. So my last question here, how can you connect this HPX Asaramitao and that which was reported by Africa Intelligence, George Weah X Washington, and Robert Fruitland with mine transfer to Asaramitao? Is there any connection with Solway to that of HPX and Asaramitao?
Big there. Solway basically this is a Swiss-based company. One of the is a friend of mine. I love the guy. Sam Ross, former deputy minister during Ellen time, served as consultant to Ajibor Bernard, and also acting CEO of Solway. So there were a lot of concessional agreement and being played in the office, and there's no way Senator will not be involved in all of these discussions because he's the money man, he's the talker, he's the intellectual of George Weah. So these were happening. So Solway came in the base to be a third party within the mining portion of Liberia. Sam Ross was involved, a consultant, and so my friend, my brother, Roger Johnson, who now is the PPCC guy.
PPCC, yeah.
So, yeah, and he served as consultant to Ajibor Bernard, and then I think he was a little bit transferred to my brother-in-law. Just as a disclaimer, my girl is my brother-in-law. I don't want to sit there and say it. So these were all the players within the office of the president. And then we have this powerful law firm called ILG involved. So these were all playing with our minerals. And that is why the letter today that you read,
the law firm ILG, who owns it?
Co-partner Ruth Japa with Funati Kofa, with the young lady Gray, Disapua. These are all the owners of the companies. And we're talking about minerals here now. Don't forget, we are talking about minerals. This is so ethical. This is an ethical issue here. We are talking about the wealth of a nation, as if we are bringing Adam Smith back into this discussion. The wealth of nation being discussed in the office of the legal advisor of the president. That was it.
Thank you. Let me bring the guys in. Hang on with us if you don't have to go. It's getting interesting, folks. They're talking about the way ahead. Let me bring in Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson first, or Mr. Dualu Abulamame, Conor Gray, Stephen Johnson, and then Fagon will take us home. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, yes, it is sad that children are involved in this Magnitsky Act or this sanction, but we don't want the American to start exploring birth tourism, Fagon. That's the issue where immigrants can come to this country, or even Liberian women or Ghanaian women come to this country and for the sole purpose of giving birth. And the only reason why you should be able to come to this country is if there's no medical facility in Liberia that will permit you to have a safe delivery. And so we don't want other people to, in this case, I'm sure the American government, if we argue too far, will explore the issue of birth tourism. So I just wanted to point that out. Yes, it is sad that children are involved, but we have to think about the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, dignity of the children in Liberia that was violated. The basic human rights were violated as well. So it's a two-way street to me. That's kind of what I wanted to add. And I'm sorry, somebody asked me if I'm going. Somebody asked me to ask you in your answer.
Don't ask Fagon. I beg you. Don't ask Fagon. I beg you. Don't do that.
All right.
Yeah, don't ask Fagon. I'll ask you if you have any question for Mr. Gay. He's in the back. He's coming on this HPX Solway and Asaramitao deal that was done in the legal advisor to the president office. Do you have any question for him?
If you can expand on how can the wealth of a nation get to be discussed in the president's legal team's office? It's corruption to me again, so I don't know what your opinion about that.
Well, there are many forms of corruption. And one of my favorite cousins, he loved to He said, Artemis, don't talk about financial corruption only. Talk about administrative corruption.
Yeah.
That's why most of the crimes in corruption occurred. Administrative. Because you have the power and you have the chance to make these decisions of a whole nation. And what does it lead to? It goes towards where we now call financial corruption, because that's the end game. You own the state, you think you own the state, and you can make these decisions based on what you decide at a time. And the fact that if you just do a pyramid, you're gonna be so shocked to see all the players and where they start from. It's just gonna connect as if you are playing a game of Scrabble. And that's all we can say. So administrative corruption brought all of these things in. People have authority, they could figure out what to do to make these connections and take away the wealth of our nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dualu.
And I want to welcome my brother Gay here, but I want to make some clarity very quickly. We are not talking about all crime as it relates to the parents. I'm a firm believer there are certain crimes when you commit against humanity, it should affect your children personally because of the impact of that crime to all the children. And I want to make another correction. Not everybody who is born in the U.S. is automatically a U.S. citizen. If you are a foreign person, such as diplomat, you are not automatically a U.S. citizen. It has to first be defined on which conditions on that child was born. But I want to say this to you, Brother Gay, and I want you, and not just for me, because we are splitting to a massive audience in Liberia. You mentioned administrative corruption. Most Liberians in Liberia know about everyday corruption. You go to a place, you got to pay a small bribe. Can you contrast the two? Why one is more dangerous as opposed to the other?
Well, it depends on which one we will put first.
Administrative.
Administrative. In fact, let's just say that's the most dangerous corruption. Administrative, because that's someone who has the power to decide what happened to the next person, to the next community, to decide legislatively to say it's okay that I, as a Speaker of the House, must take $2 million while every county will get $100,000. Think about that. In the end, it might be legal when it is passed as a law, but you know the ethical aspect of it. It harm the poor people. So I just want to lay that fact. Administrative corruption creates the avenue for financial corruption. If that answer may suffice.
I want you to contrast the two in terms of the effect on society. Because one has a far-reaching greater effect. If you can just list some of the basic effects, because what's the mental problem, man? I want to go get my passport, he delayed me. That delay, it hurts. But when administrative corruption, how does that hurt on a massive scale?
Oh, in fact, that's the most dangerous form of corruption, period. It affects everything because once it is administratively done, it creates a web of unethical behavior. It means that if the minister can get away with the crime, I, who's supposed to give the passport to Dualu, can also get my little cut. So the whole system is devolved of ethics and full administrative procedure. That is what it leads to. So everything now collapses. Then when we're talking about we'll move towards the level, it becomes a failed state. That's how failed state is developed. That's the root of failed state, because everyone in the part become his or her own boss at a certain level. And that is why we are not surprised that by HPXing, I give you $30 million. And you, Mr. Tweah, can go and tell the people that you got $30 million because you had to pay 07 salary. So what happened if HPX was not involved? So how will you
use the road phone too? Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mame.
Oh, my intention here is to not fall into Samuel Tweah's trap. Samuel Tweah intentionally planted this HPX story as a cause of a sanction to create a type of narrative. That's what he wants. Samuel Tweah was not sanctioned because of HPX. HPX could be some of the factors, but there are major underlying factors with evidence that led to where Samuel Tweah found himself today. I intentionally found the report and read it page by page. That report Samuel Tweah keep highlighting, the Crow report. the U.S. government authorized Crow. In the Crow report, Crow said, because of the sensitivity of the central bank in the Liberian economy, there are certain information they acquired. They will not include it in the report because of the security of the bank, and they will present it to the government. That's one. Crow. Let's go to the other area. On page 9 of the report, Crow said the amount of money the government took for mop up from the country reserve was 20 million. They just corrected that, or not even 25, it was 20. All of that 20 million, they went down further to say up to 10.146 billion of the money they cleaned, they pulled from the market. Crow said they put pressure, they requested, they demanded from the government of Liberia to provide evidence of who they did the transaction with, up to the point where they delivered the report. The government could not provide a list of people they provided that money to. That's evidence of corruption, and they therefore recommended that there should be further investigation into establishing who the government paid those money to when they who were hired by the U.S. government to do the investigation. The government could not provide evidence of those people they paid the money to. When you go through the report further, not to take all the time on the show, you will see specific evidence of discrepancies in the transaction. So beyond the fact that almost half of the money could not be accounted for on who received it, and the government could not provide evidence of who received the money, Crow recommended that there should be further investigation. Yeah. But Crow also said,
forensic.
Yes. Crow also said, there are other parts of things we saw. We cannot include it in this report because of the sensitivity of the bank, the economy, and the country. Therefore, we'll pass it over to the government. So the people saw evidence of what you did. Don't push it on Asela Mita. There were a lot of things you did to it. Right at the Ministry of Finance, budget manipulation, your work with Abochie, undermining concessions. The people saw it, they have evidence. Don't push us to Une Asela Mita and create a scene as if global power fighting over resources managed to squeeze you in between and sanction you because of their interest in our resources. No, it is not because of their interest in our resources. It's because of your corruption. These people are paying taxpayer money every day to clean your street. But you take hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars and put it in foreign accounts to keep you and your children living in Nigeria. It's wrong. So I want to fall in his story and keep the whole show on HPS. Other people know about other corruption, alleged corruption, or real corruption that Tweah committed. Let's discuss it. The objective is to keep this story between HPX and Asela Mita so that it appears like America is fighting for natural resources and decide to sacrifice him to get a natural resource. And to also paint a picture that America is fighting CDC. So as America for the CDC is not.
Thank you very much, Abdullah Mohammed. Let me bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray, your take.
All right. Dr. Gay, of course, this issue about mop-up money was it's one that Samuel Toa denied ever happened. I was watching T-Max Gelato show. I'm not sure what FM is that. And they cornered him. He said they did not listen to him thoroughly, but that never happened. So probably he knew this was coming and the investigation was catching up with him. So I'll look for that audio someday and try to play it on this show. But I'd like to use the reasoning of syllogism in reaching to the conclusion, Dr. Gay, that ever since the Igbo Maf and I've forgotten the other concession that didn't not go through. It ever since that those sagas, these people found unconventional ways to complete concessionaire behind the door, maybe in the offices of the legal affairs, the legal advisor to the president, Archibald Bernard. I would assume that there are so many other shady concessions that were signed unconventionally using even the CCPP. I mean the public procurement PPCC concession, or whatever it is, public procurement concession. I want to believe I can safely reach that conclusion that there were so many unconventional deals that were signed in that office. The HPX is not the only one. Would I be right to make that conclusion, sir?
You are absolutely right. That's why I talk about infinite regress. Spinoza's philosophy of understanding how a nation digress. You said it well. There is a clip of Samuel Tweah justifying George Weah monopoly $80 million when these homes were built. As a philosopher, as a theologian, I'm listening and I'm saying, wow, this guy wants to make us to believe. And I'm a sports agent too, so I know how much each player get, even when you retire, at least. So you just said it well. So it's like you got to justify your first error, your first course. And that was what was being rolled up all through this process. And there was nothing you could do to change this narrative. That's why I think they've come up. I don't know what it was, Stephen Johnson has said. The whole issue was just so much in the country because that's all the system became. You dig hole to cover hole, and that's why you just said something too. I want to raise that here in this argument. You know, administrative. When we talk about administrative corruption, that was the essence of it being done, using public office to influence legislation, to garner private wife, to inducement, the issue of the brown bag, flouting established statute to promote what? Private gains. That was all we saw in these 6 years of this country. So I'm glad Eduardo asked that question. If you deep into it, that was all that was happening in our country. Administrative corruption leading to financial corruption.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And Fagon will take us home.
Thank you. It's good to see you again, Dr. K. I'd like to take my my argument from the position of where Mame took his argument and try to not agree with Tweah on this narrative that the visa restriction or sanction was primarily because of the HPX's deal, in which, according to Tweah, powerful people went to Washington and lobbied for sanctions against him. I'd like to do a quick historical reflection about Tweah. Up until 2016, 15, 16, 17, 15, 16, Tweah had come to Monrovia. Tweah's first real professional job was under the Sirleaf administration in her second term. When Tweah was hired initially by the Ministry of Finance, the first thing was for Tweah to sit at red light and count the number of cars that would plow that road for us to make a determination as to whether to put a toll booth on that road. Later, Tweah became, he worked at the African Development Bank. It was not a competitive hiring process. It was a slot allotted for Liberia. And so Tweah was seconded. The salary at the time was anywhere between $4,000 to $6,000 before tax. How this poor man became a millionaire overnight to the extent of acquiring properties in Ivory Coast and other places is the real core of the issue. This is not about HPX. This is about how Tweah is able to acquire property in Ivory Coast, for example. How Tweah is able to change his ticket to business class on an Emirates flight at the airport. So the real issue here is the issue of Tweah's own involvement, his own lifestyle over the last 5-6 years. He has grown from being a poor man to a millionaire when you're counting some of the wealthiest people in Liberia, you're talking about people like Tweah. These guys simply took the resources of our country, the budget, the wealth of the nation, and were behaving like drunkards at a casino. They were behaving like drunkards. Now, let me just say this, and I will yield. The 25 million mop up. When the money was mopped up, first thing we did not know, how much money was mopped up during the 25 million. How much Liberian dollar was actually mopped up. After the mop up, we saw that the government moved to print money. The government mop up first because of excess liquidity of Liberian dollar in the economy. Then the government's second move was to print money. But yes, what happened? One of the characteristics of money is that it must be homogeneous. Money must be homogeneous. That's one of the characteristics of money. Meaning that all monies must be the same. But the guys did not do that. When they printed the new money, then they put out the same old money. You go to Liberia, both new and old money stay in circulation, moving hand in hand. To this date, we cannot account for how much of that mop-up money was actually mop-up, how much of that mop-up money come back into the economy. Today, the U.S. rate is still going up. So these guys must not put under the impression that Tweah is sanctioned because HPA. HPA is just maybe 3 to 5% of the reason why Tweah was sanctioned. Another thing also in the mop-up, the cruise report, even though redacted, it was a redacted report, talked about there were bureaus, there were money exchange bureau that did not exist. There were money exchange bureau used into mop up excess liquidity that did not exist. Look, we all have lived in Liberia. 25 million US. If I took 25 million US to Monrovia to buy liberty in the street, I'll be looking for liberty for the rest of my life in the street. No money exchanger in Liberia have the capacity without going back to the banks to mop up 25 million. What the government failed to do, and that was the scheme to exploit the money, was instead of them using the accounts, the Liberian dollar accounts of big spender. Look, listen, let me tell you this. The economy of Liberia is between real life to Douala. That's the economy of Liberia, between real life to Douala. All other people are exogenous, are all external relationships. The main economy is there. Instead of you going to Mr. Bar Shop on Perry Street to buy liberty, go mop up and sell a meter liberty account, or go mop up Seti Brother Liberty account, or mop up Abijah this account. They got access to more liberty than anything. Fuller man can get 300 million liberty in your house. Why you keep it? You got to be in bank. You can't keep it in your house. So why didn't you just mop up from the bank accounts instead of you going in the street? Now the goal was to take money, put it in SUV, and be able for themselves to enrich themselves. So Tweah should not create the impression that the HPXD is the reason why he was more. No, Tweah, your own private lifestyle. You move from a poor man to a millionaire. The same thing can be said for McGill. You move from being a poor man just in 2017. Look, we all saw these guys in 2017. How come they worth it today? The millionaires. Let them tell us where did they discover the treasury. You know, for you to be rich overnight, either you won the lottery or your parent left you with wealth, or you discover a hidden treasure. The story of this guy reminds of Adi Baba and the 40 Thieves. This is all we've seen here. A group of men, a group of guys from very poor background come together, get state power, and use it to enrich themselves at the expense of the country.
Thank you.
I stand on my red and I tell you to call your thank you.
But you said that was your last line. You said it. You said that was your last line. But no, I just want if I'm going to speak, and then we will excuse Dr. Gay, because we have to go into the other conversation before 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The Honorable Deputy Minister Eugene Lame Fagon.
You see, folks, thank you very much, Stanton, and I welcome my friend and brother. And I pay loyalty to your dad, who is so sad that many of the young guys calling themselves Zizu today, like Stephen Johnson.
You shouldn't have said it, Dr. Gay. You shouldn't have.
They call themselves Zizu, all kind of things. Had they even watched a clip of Bobo Gay, Santos, them, Paul Broad, them, all these people, they wouldn't even call themselves Zizu. Instead, they would call themselves Zuzi. They played nothing without Stevie Johnson in nowhere. American King and call him Zizu. I don't even know. But today we have not even honored those people. A footballer led the country for 6 years and could not put a decoration on the neck of those heroes. Hopefully, Joe Boakai, who is an ardent Arsenal fan, will recognize the people that set the stage for Liberian football, for George Weah and others to become famous today. Having said that, folks, I do not base my debate on sentiments or emotions. I base my debates on what's true and factual. That's why I had facts versus fiction. The fact is, and I will say again, passed by the Senate on June 8, 1866, and ratified 2 years later on July 9, 1868. The 40th Amendment granted citizens to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. And the reason why I'm citing the 40th Amendment is because a natural-born American on American soil with a citizenship cannot be deported. You cannot even remove them. They have their rights. I'm not being sentimental. I'm giving you the law. And it's clearly stated as the law of Reconstruction. So again, we should do the research. And the reason why I came from this angle, folks, is because Tweah has 6 children. One of them American. They see PKP that born all 6 of them that were 12 PKP. And all of them being eating the money. So today, one of them is an American citizen and by law will not be removed. Yes, the child will not enjoy any more money as the other 5 children. But hey, look at the privilege given to that child because he or she is an American. And the other 5 children born to the same 2 parents. And this corrupt man will now have to return to the country of their birth. Are they not the same children of Samuel Tweah and that woman? So I ask you to think again when I say, if the children don't come here, keep them there. And if you know the father is corrupt, do not allow them to come here to born their children here. But if they are already here, I'm appealing to the U.S. government that they should not be punished along with their father or mother. For the crime that they committed is theirs, and theirs alone, not the innocent children. We will bear our burden as a nation. We will correct our wrong. Having said that, my friend and brother, Mr. Gray, talked about administrative corruption. Think, for example, PPCC. Janga Kou Weah was the PPCC boss. He is the controller general to write the check. So when his wife awards a contract, he writes the check. So two of them go to bed in the night, they agree who should get a contract and how much who will get. When we talk about administrative corruption, we talk about Western Cluster deal, where they went before the Senate Witherspoon, and they had a mineral development agreement. Snow and others, to be specific, the same Samuel Tweah, the same Justice Minister Musa Dean, and Safwa great brother, as well as Gessler Murray. 4 of them were set aside a mineral development agreement, which is done by law. They will set it aside and operate the mines on an MOU.
MOU.
Yes. Yes. They were operated on an MOU. How do you do that? Again, it's the same thing Mr. Gray is talking about. That, Mr. Gay, that indeed you had this administrative corruption. Then you look at Bear Mountain, the same thing. And I concur with the others today, but I don't want to stay long. I want to be praised for not staying long. When you talk about what Bambe is talking about, what Tweah trying to do, that's why you see I don't want to comment on Tweah team, because there will be a whole day set aside for Tweah issue. If you look at what the people said, they said that they were being sanctioned, and I'm quoting. Quote means that's what the people said. Quote, for significant corruption by abusing their public positions, unquote. They say significant corruption. Then you go bring only one company issue with the other company. You don't know what they call significant corruption by abusing the public position that you had. So it means there's a list of over 200 things on you. And you want us to come sit down here and discuss HPX, and you came up to defeat yourself by saying that you wanted to talk about, but you didn't talk about it until what? These circumstances force you to talk about it. He said it, and I'm quoting him. So had he not been sanctioned, we will not know that these people will give you 37 million. 37 million to pay government. First of all, they didn't use it for that one. I know it. But they gave you 37 million. On what grounds? Someone who have not taken even an ounce of iron ore gave you 37 million. You Jesus Christ Quasi? The same we were sitting on this very platform when Snow came here and said that Western Cluster, correct me if I'm wrong, you stand to, because when you put them on me tonight, it'll be back. Snow came here and said that Western Cluster spent how much? $203 million. We're all lifting a shovel of iron ore. Who did they give these monies to? Stanton began to ask him, he said, the board you pick up, they gave it to this administrative corruption. And the memorandum of understanding was used to mine millions of dollars as opposed to a mineral development agreement. So I close on this note by saying, everything our chair said yesterday, he said they will use the U.S. judicial system. Tweah to talk today, he said they will use the what? U.S. judicial system. We are now waiting for the third person, Nukwe, to come from India and tell us that they will use the U.S. judicial system. So what we will do, we are waiting for Nukwe to come. We'll take all three of them, put them on one aircraft, and send them here to use the judicial system here. And then we'll tell the U.S. to try them here because it is their wish. Provide the evidence, because I'm confident that when the U.S. system try those buggers, they will go to jail for 199 years. So it is their wish. Correct me, they say they will use that system. We the Liberians saying, y'all go use it, we get a free ride. In fact, we pay for the ticket. Let them come.
Hell no, we're not paying for no ticket.
I will pay
This
for it.
Dr. Gay. Dr. Gay will pay for the ticket. How you go pay for Nukwe so he can come to America? He can come to America anytime the man display his visa, he will come. Dr. Gay, help us close the program. We say thank you for coming, by the way. I hope we can have enough time with you that you can come. I think you need to come back, Dr. Gay. Let's just have a whole conversation with you about all those agreements and MOU. That will help Liberians a lot. Because my question, I didn't get the full answer to my question. That George Manaway, I said, oh, I'm not part of this thing. Oh. Who the king that turned Jesus over? If anybody get it one correct, I will give them a prize. Who the king that turned Jesus Christ over? He said, I wash my hand.
Holland.
He said, I wash my hand.
He did not turn Jesus over. No. If you don't know your Bible,
he said, I wash my hand. Yes. But talk to me that again.
What George Manaway in trouble. The man said, I wash my hand. Then he said, the man turned the man over. The man
finished turning Jesus over. He was praying. He was seeking forgiveness. And he said, you wash your hand. That George Weah. So why you close on this? George Manaway saying, I wash my hand. I'm not part of that deal from HPX.
November 16. Most of you may not know. President Weah sent a letter out that all the concession thing done in Ajibor Bana office, he no longer involved. Check it out. November 16th.
Can you find that letter? I think we came across it, but that's why I'm asking you, sir.
Yes.
Dr. Gay. Why at this time, the 11th hour, I watch my people will believe him.
When you find out that man already eat more than you,
November 16th letter, I think we'll find it and just we can read it, we can discuss it. It's very important. Administrative.
Sorry, we'll bring you back tomorrow. If you have the time, you can come and let's talk about this.
Sure. So I just want to thank you guys so much. He washed his hand after the election. No longer president, no longer a budget surplus was going to happen again. So he washed his hand. So we can discuss that another time. But I just thank you, Mama. You said something very important. Let me just hit that a little bit. These issues did not happen with HPX. But like every situation, there's one event that set everything apart. The George Floyd incident. That is Samuel Tweah's incident with HPX. I just want to leave it that way. But Samuel Tweah issue is a long story of using his sense that he knows so much Yeah, it's true. He beat us in the media challenge one in St. Patrick. He beat us that time with top been high, and that was good. But it's okay. That's education. That's beautiful. But when it comes to your country wealth, let us be shared. The common good is what matters. So let me leave you all with just these two rules, and we all can fight for them. Rule one: honor Joseph Boakai. We should not give up. Rule number two: we should always remember rule number one. Thank you so much.
Dr. Artemus W. Gay, we want to say thank you very much for joining Spoon and hope you can come back again tomorrow because folks want to know the involvement, the deep involvement of George Weah, whether this will lead to another administrative sanction on the president after the inauguration. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Still, let me make one clarity now.
Yes, sir.
The clarity is legally, constitutionally, the president Weah cannot wash his hands off of anything. The only way he can do that, he has to resign as president. It is impossible because of the law.
Even when he resigned, they tell on here. The man here one day said the man resigned. The man still lucky here.
Look, let me add a joke, yeah. When Dr. Gay was here, he was talking about the wealth of a nation, and the author is also Adam Smith, who talked about invisible hands. In the case here, we got somebody here who we get invisible hand. We got somebody who watching that here on everything.
Oh yeah, I happy when he thought. You know me, that my era there. I'm a student of economics.
Yes.
When he spoke about the wealth of the nation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and if this one he ain't supposed to create equal opportunity. He ain't supposed to move.
You probably say you want
prices as
the reason why that man wash his hands last minute of time. The other men they were calling, I know where the ninja we are going, Atamusa. Where the ninja we are called state of Kakatus.
Listen, yeah, Rakatus, when he was mad. And Samuel was saying, Bako, you strong.
That man called me in the night. He said, look at that man calling me Makatus. He don't even know the man and I rapidly finished. News got back to George Weah on all these things that these guys did. Someone who was afraid, I'm honestly speaking to you guys, someone who was afraid to blow the whistle on Samuel Tweah finally called President Weah on the side and told him about all these shady deals and what actually came out of these deals. Imagine, Atiba Bona being handling all the deals from day one. I told you here repeatedly, there were 3 persons in the office of the president. A lot of time people look at Margaret. Margaret's office was Sarah's office. But the 3 persons at all times was Atiba Bonat, Emmanuel Shaw, and Charles Bright. Those were the 3 individuals every day in that office. Never move from there. Until the president, when the president entered, they there. When he leave, they leave. Now, I'm saying this to say that for him to say, oh, now what thing Atiba Bonat do what my hand out there? He think I was for nothing. Someone blew the whole whistle. And Stanton and I had the opportunity to discuss it when it came to the 17 million just before the elections. That's what George Weah knew about. Only for George Weah to go find out that the poor been getting something long time. The same with the booming Western cluster. When recently George Weah realized that, I would say this, in the United Party-led government, that there were lots of monies from Western cluster, almost 200 million. But in his own government, when Western cluster came back, they waived the 14 million that was owed to the county, which made him look very bad. And then they operated the thing on a memorandum of understanding. It was when Snow started boasting, the president is his best friend, he's the friend of the president. Only for the president to find out that they hold a dog on him that was that small hole. So he's moving his hands from everything. It still does not negate the fact that he was the president, and he cannot say he never knew anything about anything that passed around. It's just that he did not know the full amount. That I would tell him because he was blinded by it. The $150 that were being paid to civil servants. You heard his last speech, Ambula, State of the Nation address, where he admitted that 15,000 Liberians were paid below the minimum wage. But do you know what he did? He asked Tweah, he said, okay, so if we cut the money from those people, what did we do with the money?
Can you imagine?
Tweah could not answer. The same thing that came here with the teachers that came here and said that Stanford knows about it. Certain amount of money
The
was cut for
PTA,
them.
PTA t-shirt, the PTA.
PTA. That today, nobody know what happened to that money. That now we are catching yourself. A late.
You're not catching yourself, you're pretending. You're not catching yourself, you're pretending. Let me tell you something. Look. Yeah, that outrageous thing. You know, the man is conning. He's conning. If George Weah feels offended that Tweah and other people dug hole under him, that they were doing things that he was not aware of and led to his defeat, the US have placed sanctions on these people. You'll be the first person to say, oh, okay, say I did not catch you, and the US caught you, I will dismiss you to go and face the penalty. Yeah. But he's protecting them.
Yeah.
So nobody dug hole under him that he was not aware of. He participated.
Yeah.
He benefited.
Correct.
And he is now the lead campaigner in protecting them. That's why he's not taking action against them like he took action against the other people.
In fact, he retaliated against Firestone.
Exactly. He retaliated. That executive order he issued a retaliation. It's a reckless
against the American company.
We have legitimate concerns about adding value to natural resources in our country. The way to proceed to do that is not to pass reckless executive order and say nobody should export any
with less than 40 days remaining for you to leave.
Prior to doing that yesterday or whatever day you did it.
I never thought about that.
But yes, there are private businesses besides Firestone. There are private Nigerian businesses who are engaged into the export of natural rubbers. You have already issued an export license. You have already issued an export license. You have already gave them the authority to export. Some of them have already made arrangement with foreign companies. They are there with some of those companies. They pay them money and expecting their goods to go. And you don't wait for the money, you brush your teeth and say, oh, nobody should export rubber. You don't do like that. If you want to address the issue about adding value, you give timeline. You give buffer zone. Yes. And so we try to put in place mechanisms to ensure that we add value to our product before we can export. So for the next 1 year or 18 months, do all your export processes. We'll put in place mechanisms to either export only 50% and add value to 50%. That means you have the capacity to add value to 50%. What capacity you have in Liberia to add value to all the rubber being produced in Liberia, and you just pass executive order to nobody to export.
Foolish.
You're damaging people's businesses. You're destroying people's lives. Yes, we want to add value. We don't want to be exporting all our rubber, but the procedure to do that is not to be reckless. And what he did is a reckless action to just wake up and pass executive order.
Hey, Joalo,
it's wrong.
I think when Mama is done, but there's something called memorandum of association. The thing happened in the president's office. By virtue of that, is associated. You can't remove yourself from that issue. So legally, he's an associate of everything that occurs in his office.
But actually, upon that signature, you will see that or his signature.
My brother.
That is signature. Being in office several times.
Hang on, let me ask you this. What was he trying to say?
What Archie can do? Archie can that count? Yeah, chief. This right here. Yeah, just sound right here.
Look at that kind of thing.
They make it that ticket wappy.
But let me ask you, what was he trying to say? Nocatis? Or what was it? How was it?
Mukatus.
What? Nocatus?
Look,
when he's tent on.
What's that? What does that mean?
Nobody knows.
That two cool people.
Is it Nocatis?
You mean Makatus?
If anybody have that script out there, we will ask you to please send it to us. When Joe Weah call me names,
so we are low drop
on our video. Please send it. But guys, I want to show you something because we have to go. Please, if you have that clip, that video, please send it to us.
Okay, Makatus.
What is it?
30 seconds.
Okay, Makatus.
You know what? 10 seconds. Stevie, I got a Web of Nation here. Adam Smith, you want to read it again, let me know. I got it out of yard sale. But I want to say another thing. Somebody mentioned something in the thread.
Don't care that walking out with my hustle.
Oh, the library, plenty things out. But listen, I beg you. President Weah is a U.S. citizen. There is a possibility that his delay, he could actually be prosecuted on the same law that Chucky Taylor was prosecuted under. There's a possibility because he's a U.S. citizen. Maybe his sanction is being delayed because of that. Now, this is entirely speculative.
Darling, you don't want to bother Canada. Why are you talking like this? So, Lord, they made like anything for Darling. That can be here. They met with a high guy in the other. I played a small door or the grass grow.
Guys, so these are some of the old documents from that 25 million mop-up exercise. I'm going to share the rest of the document with you guys when Dr. Gay returns tomorrow, that we can have some good conversation. I'm going to put it in the chat room. If you have not received it, we'll share with you central bank involvement, the investigation of the GSC, everything, the whole big thing is out there. But we'd like to talk about it tomorrow as well. Notwithstanding, let me ask you guys again, though. George Manneh Weah involvement, how critical it is, before we move on, how critical is that George Manneh Weah involvement, guys?
Stanton, let me start. I told you here before, when we were in the village, go to farm, we want to cut the big tree down, we clear all around it first. So when you hit it, drop it, nothing can hold it. The people know we are rule. Weah has direct participation in the corruption in Liberia. He did not get benefit. He instructed people to make payments. He instructed people to issue diplomatic passport. There is this known criminal in France and Europe that carries Liberia diplomatic passport. George Weah ordered them to give him that diplomatic passport. The situation with the blue carbon deal between Liberia and our company in the UAE. Liberia Consulate General to the UAE is an Italian criminal who was convicted and sent to jail in Italy. A best friend of Weah while Weah was playing football in Italy. He is the middleman between Blue Carbon. He was the middleman between Blue Carbon and Liberia in the consummation of that deal. Thankfully, we were able to identify it, brought forces together, internationally and locally, and push against it. So he's aware. He pretends as if he's not aware. The same way some of the violence you see happening, Weah is aware. But he pretends as if he's not aware. He throws the rock and hides his hand. So yes, he will bear the consequence of his action. The time will come. The same cry that Tweah and other people crying today, Weah will cry that cry. But before you can get to him, you want to clear the bush around him. So when you hit him, he goes down and he goes down well. And that when he goes down well, like Tweah and other people, it will send a message to some of us who want to come to government to serve. And know that when you come to serve, like Joseph Boakai said, you must know government money from your personal money. You must know government budget from your family budget. Because if you don't do it, you find yourself in the same situation Tweah, McGill, Weah, and the rest of the other people find themselves in today. So yes, he's involved. He will bear the consequence of his action. He threw the rock and hide his hand. He's a major actor. He's not only a beneficiary.
All right, so guys, because Mami have covered up with that whole issue, let's move ahead real quick. You know, whenever it's 7 o'clock EST, I don't have to leave briefly to put the rest on the pot, because that when his wife she on her way home, so he got to make sure he warm the soup and the rest. So watch, guys, seriously speaking, whenever it's 7 p.m. Eastern time, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that 12 a.m. Liberian time, Dwadu must leave the show between 12 a.m. to 12:05 a.m. Liberian time, 7 p.m. to 7:05 Eastern America time. Dwadu must leave the show because his wife.
I hope you know you're promoting him.
She's on her way home. Yeah, no problem. She's on her way home, and he got to go warm the soup and make sure the rest is hot. Okay, watch. But here's your video you asked for. The Marukaka tools from Personal Weah.
People that try to ridicule people, you understand? They say they are clean, they're good, they're not corrupt. And these are the people going to jail and they still talking about other people. How you can be the best person in the world, you're the most honest person in the world, you're going to jail. And the people that were not going to stay here and working. People that go to jail, they're the one talking that we corrupt. But you see, sometimes those that voice out, they are corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Somebody want to now save their life because they're going to the dungeon of cockroach. You understand? You understand? All the time they do. Yeah. Bunch of ignoramus, macatus, Badu.
Just suppose that to finish. So I can hear like out of the last part.
Bunch of Iromatus Macatus.
What he said, I get it.
We're student journalists now in student politics at LU. Those were some of the bad words we used to use on folks.
You know,
the student companion word.
You know the impression we are getting about Samuel Tweah? Look, as far back as 2004, we are saying, damn it, Tweah man, no book. We are things. Tweah is the smartest person he's ever interacted with. And that is as far back, you know, but we doesn't know much. So it's to see through men like Tweah, you have to be, you know, a reasonable human being to see through. You know, I was saying you something standard as far back as 2005. Dr. Famule prophesied what will happen to Tweah. And that particular article were described as the bluster of a charlatan, a reply to one Samuel D. Tweah. In that article, what is happening to Tweah, Dr. Famule predicted. You know, he said men like Tweah are the rotten layers strewn out by the old rotten society who want to reinvent themselves by hiding behind a simple footballer who understands nothing of the sacrifices and commitment of men and women who have devoted their lives to the struggle for social justice in our country. Samuel D. Tweah, for you and others, the innocent footballer is your instrumental power and glory. For us, we struggle not knowing whether we will survive the ordeal, but struggle we must, so that in the final analysis, other patriots must move to the front line in this battle against greedy imbeciles, historical quacks, and shameless opportunists. But let me ask you two simple questions. In case history drops the footballer out of the equation, where will you be? Can you stand on your own and fight, or must you continue dancing on a rope, a pitiful puppet, waiting for the signal from your spineless master? You, Samuel Tweah, is a careless and reckless desperado dancing on the edge of a volcano, feeding the lumpen masses with your borrowed concept and slogan whose impact you do not understand. Your mindset is that of a gluttonous satrap who eats voraciously after his master have finished, only to vomit the accumulated garbage from his stomach. If you read that article, you see how Dr. Famule described this guy. This is 2005.
Send it over, and that's why
you don't impress me, Samuel Tweah. I do not admire spineless coward who, when the battle lines are drawn high beyond the popularity of a simple man who does not understand what he's getting into. Here is another tragedy waiting to happen.
He asked a question. Quick, Stephen, he asked a question. If the footballer is drawn out of the equation, will you stand on your own?
Exactly.
No way. See what is happening today.
You're zero man. You're zero
He's
man.
running to CDC on his belly, crawling, trying to buy sympathy, to hide under the sympathy of CDC, to present a picture that it is a miracle for the CDC because he cannot stand on his own. He cannot face his reality. He must go under CDC. He can't go under Weah now. He can't say you're attacking Weah because the relationship between he and Weah is not as favorable as it was. So he looked for another place to hide. The place to hide is CDC. So he makes CDC to appear like America is attacking CDC. So seditionists can come and rally around him. So to answer Brahma Famula question, no, he cannot stand on his own when the lands are drawn. He must find somebody to get comfort and sympathy from. So he runs to
Thank
CDC.
you. Guys, real quick, while we are leaving though, but something came up this evening. Something very important. Richard Kuhn came up and he said that they have spoken to Musa Bility. Where is that Richardson? I hope she can join this conversation. And Musa Bility have agreed to support Richard Kuhn bid for the speakership. And in return, they will support Musa Bility for the deputy speakership position. Here we are. Your take, real quick. And Musa Bility have accepted. He's waiting. They were part of a very huge, big meeting today, and he has accepted. They have negotiated. Colonel Gray, let's start with you. Mohammed Stephen Johnson and Eugene Lamifagon will take us home. Is this a good arrangement? Is this a good deal?
Before I jump on that subject, my younger friend and brother, Toga Richardson, wants me to extend happy birthday tomorrow for his to his brother, Johnson Weah. Happy birthday, my younger brother. But again, where does that leave us with the number? As I'm saying, it looks like the deputy speaker, Fonadi Kofa, had garnered enough support, to lead his way. Now, I don't know if there's any Good Friday agreement or any coalition of the willing among Musa Bility and those who support him, along with those who support Richard Kuhn, if that is substantive enough or substantial enough to outweigh Fonadi Kofa. Again, I will have to, I forgot yesterday, I did not consult and ask Musa exactly, so he can educate me about where the process lies. You see, Musa is one guy, when you call him, he tells you as it is. That's my guy. If I were to call him, I would have solved this issue. I was going to concur with you. But again, I'm going to stand by what I said yesterday until we can draw from the source and make informed comment. I like to hold on to this, but I think the slimmer the playing field gets, the more narrow it becomes, and the more clarity we're getting as to who will be the next speaker. Whoever the situation, whatever the situation is, I think given all what is obtaining now in the United among players of this outgoing government, the least thing we want is another speaker with a clout hanging over his head. That's the least thing, because you know what? We got a lot of baggage to carry. We're trying to drop some of those baggage, and we can't afford to have one more in a major legislative corridor or branch of government hanging over us. Good luck to the process, but I'll confer with Musa and see what he has to say.
All right, Mame, the Musa issue.
The election for the speakership is it's a tricky thing. For me, the reason why it's tricky, I know Santon has this position, which it's fair, and not he's sharing it alone, others share a similar position. Say, oh, you get criminal record, you get record on you, so for that reason, you got issues. Unfortunately, we have 3 candidates with similar records. But it is better to have a speaker than to not have a speaker. So among the 3 candidates, when I see Bility committing to support Kun, I'm happy. And the reason I'm happy is it makes the race competitive. It gives Unity Party the chance to win the speakership. And if Unity Party wins the speakership, it creates a better platform. It reduces disruption in the governance process. It creates a good platform for them to advance and achieve their agenda. And in that case, there can be less excuse to make about legislative hurdles to get your agenda through. So we hope it can go well for Kun to be the speaker and Senator Nyomli Kanga Lawrence the pro tem, and we have a Unity Party-led government to advance the Unity Party agenda and address the challenges the country faces. That's what I can say on that. But in terms of character reference, if you want to reference the character of Bility, you want to reference the character of Kun, you want to reference the character of Funati, you will not find any major difference. Even though one person is above, the other person is in the middle, and Kun is at the bottom in terms of character reference. That's what I can say. But in the same bracket, they're in the same league.
Thank you, Stephen.
Look, Senator, I didn't even think Musa should even be a representative to begin with. And that is my personal opinion about this. I think Musa have had so much to deal with in terms of public corruption in Liberia. Here's a man who cannot attend an ordinary Lone Star game. That's the extent to which Musa has been disgraced for public corruption. But the people of Nimba, particularly his district, did not see that, and they elected him. I think that is enough already. I do not see the rationale behind Musa being deputy speaker. I don't know what is the end game that Musa must be within the leadership of the legislature of the House of Representatives. I do not know. I think, look, while it is true I support Kun to be speaker, I do not support the fact that Musa must be deputy speaker in order for him to support Kun. If we're saying that we want to build a decent country, that we're looking for people of brittle character, people who we believe stand firm and support our idea about transforming Liberia under the arrest agenda, Musa will not fit in that equation. And that is my view. Musa will not fit in that equation. In my mind, most of the guys I see contesting the position in the House, they're not doing so with the intent of transforming the Liberia or with the intent that they want to coalesce in order to move Liberia forward. They are doing it to increase the level of bargaining. They're doing so to position themselves in ways that they can be able to make trade-offs with the government. That they are doing so with the proviso, however, that they can hold government literally by the balls, so that government can be hoodwinked into believing what they want, into approving what they want. What real transformation will Musa bring to the leadership of the legislature? What real transformation? What real transformation? Zero whatsoever. Zero. But these people's interest here is not necessarily because they want leadership to make change or they want leadership to transform the objective condition of our people, or that they want leadership to use it to the betterment of society, or that they want leadership to use it to improve the living condition of our people. That's not the reason. The reason is to increase the stake, is to increase the bargaining chip, is to increase the amount to which they can benefit from these transactions. Look, I do not support Musa using his removal from the race to say that he must be deputy speaker. That is a wrong equation. There are lots of other good people in there who can be deputy speaker. Musa should not use the position of deputy speaker as the trade-off that he wants. What transformation Musa wants to bring at the House of Representatives, And Senator, I want you to do us a favor. Invite Musa to this show. He's always here watching. Invite Musa to this show and let him come here and tell us what transformation he wants to bring at the legislature, that he must be either speaker or deputy speaker. Musa have never stood for anything. Musa have never stood on the side of the Liberian people. Never. I've never listened to Musa fight for any cause belonging to the Liberian people. I've never listened. I've known Musa. I've seen him around. I've not known him personally. I've seen him around for many years. I've never listened to him one day fight for anything about the Liberian people, whether it's the well-being, whether it's the the development of the community. The only time you see Musa come to do small road project and build bridges when he wants to be represented. In the last 25, 30 years, since 1990, when Musa got involved in this whole oil and gas industry, what major development has he brought to the Liberian people other than fighting for his own private interests? When he was given the chance at RIA, we all know what happened with the lady, what's her name? Ellen Cochran and Musa, them who were on the boat. When Musa was given the chance to serve as LFA president, we all know what happened. They looted Ebola money to the point that Musa has been banned. He cannot even watch. Lone Star versus Sierra Leone. Musa cannot be.
Well, I'm going to hold you though. Your party.
Let me land on this. Don't hold me here.
No, I want to squeeze you a little bit. Your party, Unity Party, they are going into this arrangement. Don't you think they know all of what you say?
I'm not speaking on behalf of the party. I do not speak on this show as the official spokesperson of the party. I'm expressing my individual view about the subject. I'm not speaking here as the spokesperson for the UP.
I understand. You are speaking as Steven Johnson. I understand. But no, let's get it straight now, Steven. Steven, let's get it straight. You are going contrary to the agreement. You are going contrary to the negotiation. I understand your Steven Johnson view. But you are a very strong individual within the Unity Party. So are they in error, sir?
Listen, Stanton, in politics, they say politics make strange bedfellows. There are times people form political alliances, not necessarily because they are the best, but because of expedience. And I'm sure the Unity Party is forming that alliance with Musa is because of expedience, that the Unity Party wants to provide leadership in the House of Representatives. I understand that from a political correctness standpoint. That is true. But if we are to look at the argument from a more deeper and nuanced argument, in terms of what will Musa deliver in terms of leadership, providing leadership at the legislature, he's not done anything. He's not stood for any cause. He's not being on the side of the people. He's never fought for anything. I've never seen Musa take any real position for the betterment of the Liberia, but never whatsoever. Look, we believe, and I come from this school of thought that believe that no matter what we do as Liberians, everything we do should be geared towards improving the objective condition of our people. Whether we serve in government or whether we come on this show every day, we should always fight for the Liberian people. And that's why we supported Joseph Parker, because he's demonstrated for the last 75 years of his life that he's somebody who have shown character, who's shown integrity, who's shown that public service is not a place to acquire wealth. Public service is not a place to become millionaires, but rather it's a place of service. The little opportunity we gave folks like Musa and the other race, what happened? They use it to empower themselves at the expense of the people. If Sierra Leone is playing Lone Star, Musa cannot be anywhere within 50-mile radius of the SKD because he's been banned for 10 years. He cannot witness the ordinary football game, but yet and still, he can be speaker, he can be deputy speaker of the house. You know, I think politics, they say make stream bedfellow, and for political expediency, we make a lot of compromises. But my mind, I don't think Musa deserves to be in any leadership at the legislature. Thank you.
Stanton, what are you talking about right here? What do you see on there? Oh my God, you Stanton is on you.
No, I didn't say anything about you, my man.
Okay, wait, let me talk about who.
No, wait, let's go to Dr. Richardson first. Okay, we agree about it. Woman can get you hard time. She knew her full heart. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I agree with many of you on this platform.
Sorry, Dr. Richardson, I wanted to add this though. And a lot of folks that I see, but where is Steven Johnson? Your people have agreed. They want the speakership position. They're backing Musa Bility. Because at least they got no. They're backing Musa Bility because I believe they believe that Musa got between 6 to 12 or 13 individuals that he can bring along. And he's saying that's a bad deal. Dr. Richardson talked to us here.
So, Senator, we get Musa and we want to fight and we want to investigate the road fund. How do we do it?
So I was just gonna say, I agree that whenever we come on this platform, we should be speaking in the best interest of Liberians and not from the point of hearsay or the point of sentiments. I agree. If there's someone in Liberia that we know, that we have proven facts and records that this person have, enriched themselves on the backs of Liberians, why don't we bring it up and show it and have a discussion? But we can't just come and make allegations about someone just because we favor. Mama talking. just because we favor, somebody else. Stephen, the argument could be made. Your party, the Unity Party, is in alignment with Prince Johnson. Your party, the Unity Party.
Can you send your answer small? I'm begging you.
Okay, please go to Papa.
Why you must say small child in the cool? Why they must say
your party, Prince Johnson, Stephen Johnson, is in bed with Prince Johnson. He said he supported your party, Unity Party, over the past elections. And secondly, Jeremiah Coon, if we're asking what have our leaders done for our country, we can ask the same question of Joseph Boakai and Jeremiah Coon. But again, I agree with you. Moving forward, we should come with records, come with facts. If you guys lay it out here to me in a compelling and convincing way that Musa should not be speaker, or he doesn't meet the qualification of being speaker because he's corrupt, he's used Liberian people money, I'll be willing to look at that and observe that.
But there are articles out there on BBC.
I've read all those articles.
Even not
one of those articles, Stephen Johnson. Please
even the code of arbitration when Musa took his case for.
And I spoke about FIFA yesterday. You weren't here. I don't know. I've read all of the documents, and I said, Stephen, you live in this country, I assume, right? And if we look at the hierarchy of equity and rights, women have more power. An organization like FIFA, that didn't even allow African players to be as fantastic or as talented as their players, the white players in the organization.
I don't really say you don't know the FIFA case.
It doesn't still make justify corruption. We cannot
you don't know the FIFA case. Don't push that thing.
Justify corruption. You say
justify corruption.
You don't know the FIFA case.
FIFA must be corrupt. Then that way, then.
Still, you notice how when you're talking, I sat here quietly and listen to you. I'm not justifying corruption. I've told you, if you have the records, any one of you guys have the records, let's bring it here. This is the place that we display records. But you can't come and castigate somebody just because of hearsay or even the land you talk about. That was the very same Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Unity Party that actually appointed Musa to that committee. The airport, that was the very same Unity Party Ellen Johnson committee that appointed Musa to that committee. All right. And so I'm telling you, I've read FIFA. I know about FIFA. FIFA was not in the business of making black men who are pushy, who are bossy, who likes to ask questions, top of their organizations.
So is that Musa's excuse?
No, because
money. That's what they accuse you for.
So many times say, well, they banned Musa from even attending a game between Sierra Leone and Liberia. Stephen, who banned Musa? Was it a foreign organization?
That's what Richard saying.
We all Liberia people ain't banned you. It was
that's what Richard saying. We're not going to dwell on the Musa thing too long. Stephen, we got to go to the bottom.
When Musa plays Sierra Leone, you must say Musa will win the
So let's do this.
I don't know your point, Stephen. I really don't get your point.
Let's do this, then we'll bring in Dualu and Fagon in.
The essence of this gathering is to acknowledge of the fact that today the legislative bloc of the Union Party is aligned I've agreed to work with Honorable Musa Bility of the CPP. We have come over a merger to make sure that both black end up producing the leadership of the House. In detail, will accompany later. Thank you.
Politics.
This is scary. By the way, before Opa come in, this is very scary. And I can push Stephen to the wall, but these kind of negotiation, I will hold my peace for life.
Politics 101.
Politics makes strange bad fellows. I'll tell you that much. Stanton, I got 3 teenagers that play sport. I got to pick them up sometime. If the wife needed her food warm in our home, it would be my pleasure to do that. I would love to warm my wife's food. That would be a great thing to do. But I want to say this, though. Look, I'm not going to dwell on what Musa Bility has done. I'm going to dwell on the political side today because I said my piece on the issue of Musa. Musa is a savvy politician. Musa excels in chaos. And the reason why Musa does so well in Liberia, because it's a chaotic location, lawless location. So Musa does excel. Look, say way about Musa. Musa is a brilliant man when it comes to understanding Liberian politics. So he's positioning himself to protect Musa Bility and nobody else. This is how Musa works. It doesn't surprise me. Musa will leverage his position whatever way he wants just to make sure he gets what Musa wants. And this is how Musa behaves. I'm not going to say any more than that. Colonel Gray, or I believe my brother Fagon is coming in.
Well, I have been around the corridors of power, and I see how these things play out. One of the persons I spoke to lately with all this thing told me a real story about the legislature when he was there. Today, he's a big person in our politics. They left, there were 48 that signed on a piece of paper that they were going to elect a certain gentleman. I don't want to spill the names, then people will get to know. But they were going to elect a certain gentleman. It was signed, sealed, delivered on a platter. 2 weeks later, when they kept together, you know, they always go camping in these big hotels, eating, staying together so no one can be influenced. And just 48 hours to the voting, they were still together. One day to the voting, when they got on the House floor, just the debate in 3 hours. And this is a true story. You Stanton, you like to laugh if you say Alago a Jeremiah Kum. You know, they were home on the hospital, they were 22. Their 48 dropped to 22. Madam Ellen Johnson Sally, Diego Maradona of Liberian politics, got in Mayfield and play, and they wound up being 22. I'm saying this to say that, Stanton, I have said repeatedly on this show that it is too early. Everything that is playing is optical. Parliamentary politics is quite different. The majority will have their way. It does not mean the minority will not have their say. They will blow the highest noise. At the end of the day, the majority will have their way. I am saying this to mean that when you look at the House, the United Party and the CDC cannot say we go in and we win. No. The independents in the House are the ones to tip the scale. And then when you look at the independents, many of them was a little bit supported by the CDC because it was the CDC that was the ruling establishment that had the money. However, they too, they have consciences and they belong to counties. And the senator's playbook is in full effect. But when it comes to Liberian politics, this vote is supposed to take place around the 15th. Yeah, Christmas, yeah. Some people go into the would-be speaker then to say that your budget were 2 million against her. Some people go into them and say, my man, you are deputy speaker, what do you get now? You coming to away your mouth? Some people go into them and say, am I on Ways, Means, and Finance? They get the other people who go into there and saying to them, will I be your chairman or executive? Even though they may be from United Party or CDC, they are crossing deals with the would-be speakers. I will give you a typical example of how this thing works using Maima Briggs. She came out there, ask her, we said, so who you support? I support Fonati. Okay. We say, okay, you support Fonati. Why are you not on the list? I was not paying attention. But why you were not taking some of the picture and the way the soul to take it? I was doing something, I won't bother taking it, I will get it for him. But he said he support Fonati. Will you sign the paper? When I get there, I will tell you. The longer the time, the better it is for their negotiations. So, listen to Richard Kuhn. He said he and Hassan Bility bloc had formed a what? I'm quoting him, merger. Does Hassan Bility have a merger, a bloc? What is Hassan Bility bloc? He was never a lawmaker before. So is he the new head of the independents? Because he did not run as independent. He ran as CPP man. So where are we? I beg you, as I see it going right now, Chubachu, wait until January 10th. I'll give you my prediction. Because the same way I mentor you on the platform, that my signature you'll see over there, I don't know how it got there. But I was in a meeting. Did you sign it? I'm not going to answer that question. The other man king say you're a lawyer. They ask him 1 or 2 questions, you will finish. Then around that, Dwalu got very said, man, I won't answer those questions. Because in the legislature, Stanton, there is so much wheeling and dealing going on. Just because a person belongs to a unity party does not necessarily mean that they will vote with the party. You and myself, hear me and hear me well. Look at my ear good. If possible, look inside. We were saying that right when Delon came and tell you, say, we got 17. The next day, where were the 17? They couldn't even find 5. In that place, it's like a marketplace. You sell your market good, they buy it. Because the man know he represents Unity Party. He ran on Unity Party ticket, hear me and hear me good. He has a 6 years job. President Joe Biden cannot fire him. And the worst thing President Joe Biden can do is to blast at him. Then maybe the other voting that will be bringing out, you'll be voting against His Excellency Joseph Newman Boakai. There is always flexibility in that house. Right now, as it stands, from what I see, it's competitive. But the Unity Party will have to work harder than Fonati Kofa. Why? Because majority of the people that are in that house now are new. The other old one that were there live with this syndrome. This is the devil I know. That my man here. If you share if you share a room with somebody for 6 unbroken years, there is a special bond you create with that person. I don't care whether you're on opposing side. Fonati has that advantage. The second advantage Fonati has is that the new guys that are coming in, majority of them are independents. CDC cannot lay claim to them. How you call him? Kun cannot lay claim to them. Unity Party cannot. And when you look at Fonati Kofa, financially, that's why we have campaign financing laws in the US, campaign funding. Financially, Fonati Kofa is liquid compared to Kun. Third thing that plays against Kun, and then I will tell you what plays for Kun. The third thing that plays for Kun, for Fonati, is that he understands the inner workings of that building already. Now, when it comes to Kun understands the inner workings, but Kun does not have as much money as the other men. And then when it comes to the two parties, Kun has the backing of the president-elect, the vice president-elect, and maybe down to the incoming pro tem, and the vast majority of the Liberian people, which he can leverage. What do I mean by saying he can leverage it? Go back to the senator's playbook. Deal with Tyler and Snow. If they gave you all the vote for in the block of Bomi, you call it. Go to Cape Man, deal with the two people that are there, or you deal with the lady Vapla. She will call the representative and say, "What you want? Which one? You want the commissioner? You will appoint him? We'll give it to you. Vote for our man." At the end of the day, when all these deals are crossed, using the senator's playbook, you will have an advantage. Because as a lawmaker, you want in your district that you represent, you want to appoint a commissioner. You want certain things to go on, and only the executive can give it to you. So you must wheel and deal. But for now, I cannot make a prediction. But I do know by the 10th of January, we'll not be holding this conversation. Mark what I tell you. We'll know who has the simple edge. For now, it's competitive. There's so much wheeling and dealing going on. Some of them are even traveling to make sure that these things work in their favor. The time is too long. January 50 is far. I will hold my peace until January 10 before I come up to tell you what I think.
Well, again, folks, these guys calling the shots. Not Stanton Witherspoon, not the Spoon Talk. Not anyone.
No, I forgot one thing.
So just
Bility becoming deputy speaker. Stanton, sorry, I forgot one thing.
No, you talk all after you talk about Bility, deputy speaker.
But I want to come to talk 30 seconds. Listen. Stanton, that place over there looking at a real so push. For them to take stringer for us. I said it, but no. But that place, still what you laughing for? That place where they put me in jail. Where the people that put me in jail, where they let Muna Nyomblo, Solomon Josh, Akaros Gray, go and look at the tape, ask your picking in. That place, for Jail made to come for us and say, they Mombehi, the second chief Zo. Good luck, go. That's what I wanted to say. I don't want to take more than 30 seconds. Good luck.
All right, but Fagon, you know, seriously, I don't know. Dwalu scared to talk on this one because of Musa Bility. Steven Johnson is mad. Fagon, do you think Jose Yima Boakai will accept such an arrangement? I know he got nothing. Don't tell me that. But yeah, Jose Yima Boakai got nothing to do with that. But do you think if they will ask him, the Jeremiah Cool, that's what they want? That's what Jose Yima Boakai want?
Do you think they even went to him to ask him? You know when you are picking growing, or you just look at the team for a long time, you look at your man saying that also. You look at it for a long time, you look at your man saying that also. By race, so go ask your man, oh man, last month, right, 11 they play. Can I eat it? But then you say that and say, I will just eat it. When she asked me, I said, oh, I thought you were feeling with you. Like what's going on right now? You can never go and ask Joseph Numa Boakai. A Bility will be deputy speaker in your government. He tell you yes. The old man that you know, why can even I kind of question? But the truth of the matter is, by the time the man goes, but Papa, how they put this in the hustle, we don't even know how happy. So now, look at you laughing. Because certain things you can't ask your parent or your boss. Just do it, then you go to them and say, but how happy?
Steven,
what's going on?
Steven, let me give you time because you've been forceful. You do not like these kind of arrangements, Steven. You are mad. Steven Johnson is extremely mad because of the arrangement of Richard Kuhn. Is this the best? Richard Kuhn, Clarence Massaquoi, and Jeremiah Kuhn, Vice President Eli. Is this the best they can offer the Liberian people?
Look, Stanton, I think it will be important for us to sometime this week invite either Richard Kuhn or some of the guys from the Kuhn's camp on this show so that we can hear from them the rationale behind why Musa will go as deputy speaker in that arrangement. Look, Stanton, my point is, and my point has always been, politics is a game of give and take. And that whenever you see a political person making a move, some of us who've been in politics for at least the last 25 years. I entered politics as a young man in 1997 when I joined the Unity Party. And so ever since then, I've been actively involved with the politics of Liberia. Whenever people enter politics, we try to look at the unspoken words. We don't normally look at the political decision from face value. So the ultimate question that one will ask is, why is it that Musa wants to be within the leadership of the House of Representatives? Musa is a representative already. He has a 6-year guaranteed job as a lawmaker. He can go there, fight for the people of Nima County. He can vote on issues. He can stand up for the Liberian people. Why is it that Musa is insisting on either being speaker or deputy speaker? That's the fundamental question. And to answer that question, we have to dig deeper and look at the political rationale behind such decision. Musa is looking for a trade-off. Musa is looking for something that he can hold so that in the case where government wants to negotiate, he has a bargaining chip. That is the political underlining tone behind his decision. It's not that Musa wants to be leader of the House of Representatives because he wants to make a change, or that because he's fighting for the betterment of the people of Liberia. There's none of those reasons. The primary reason is that Musa could be investigated. We all know it's a public information for the road fund, for example. If the government starts to investigate the road fund and Musa is the deputy speaker, what other trade-off can the government be willing to make? Musa has to answer questions for some of the issues around the RIA, the water and sewer, and other places he's been. So these are fundamental questions we have to ask. And to do so means that you have to, look, this new Liberia we want to build, there should be no sacred cow. There should be no sacred cow. Nobody should be above the law. Nobody should use the Liberian people as pawn for their own political benefit. And this is all we're saying. And I think everywhere, meaning Liberian, no matter where you're from, whether you're in the CDC, the ANC, the UP, or whichever political party you find yourself in, our goal here now is how can we make Liberia a better place? How can we? And that's the fundamental question we must answer. I have no reason to believe that Musa's decision to want to be in the leadership of the House is from a position that he wants to try. I've never seen Musa stand up for anything before, and this is just me. If anybody has any record of Musa standing up for a cause in the interest of the Liberian people, I will come here publicly and apologize. As far as I'm concerned, I've never seen him one day take a cause, stand for something. I've never. And the only reason why we're stressing on Musa is because Musa, I will have similar opinion for other people if the conversation was about them. I'm just speaking on Musa because it is. And somebody say I hate Muslim. I hate Muslim. My grandmother was a devout Muslim. My grandmother was a praying Muslim for the whole life. My grandmother was from Bombing County. My grandmother was a Muslim woman. Pray every time a day for a whole life. I have uncles and aunties who are Muslim, my brother. So I don't have anything. I have some of my best friends are Muslim people. Some of my best friends in life, they're Muslim people. Sheikh Dukle, Amara Conan, people who are Maurice Dukle, Maurice Kromar. All these people are my best friends. We live together, lie down the same mattress. So don't say nobody hate Muslim. My grandmother, like I said, was a Muslim, or like my grandfather. My grandmother was married to a Lebanese man who was a Muslim. So my grandmother's husband was a Muslim all his life. So my uncles and aunts, some of whom live in Lebanon, they are hardcore Muslim people too. And for me personally, I don't see religion or tribe. That's why I don't talk about it, because I'm one person who I have no reason to ask people for their tribe or their religion. I have no reason. Ask my friends. It's not a conversation we'll have. Any day of my life, we will talk from Monday to Sunday. We will never talk about which country you're from. I don't connect with people from country. That's why I want to talk about Basso. I let people know I'm from Great Basso. Or my mom from Bomi. No, I'm a Liberian. I respect everybody. I only speak to the issue. I respect people. Some of my best friends are some of the finest Muslim people you can find. And I come from a best of both worlds. My grandfather from Pa's side was a Christian, devout Christian. My grandmother from mom's side was a devout Muslim. So I come from best of both worlds. So this is not about religion, my brother, I beg you. But this is just about I'm speaking for the fact. I talk about other people here on this show. I mean,
even trying to justify that.
Yeah, we talk about. I talk about Fonati Kofa here. While somebody can say I hate Christian. I think we should all be very, very tolerant of
But let
people.
me chime in when Stephen is done.
Yeah, we should all be tolerant of people's view. I have nothing personal against Musa, and I hold nothing personal against anybody for that matter. For the
It's a way to silence you. That's it.
Yeah, I don't. Thank you.
You know, Stanton, the issue about the speakership will continue to say you have to look at the roster of individuals that you're going to be choosing from. I think it was Mami who said there's no one righteous person among the designs they're bringing in front of you. All three designs are faulty. So you have to stick with one because those are the choices you have. Most people would think that you are circumventing your moral, rectitude if you support one side or the other. Sometimes choices can be difficult. For me, I like to revert always to some biblical past. I told you about the issue of Matthew. We go to the issue of Saul. Then even if we go to St. Peter's upon which the church was built, all of these people had their flaws. When Jesus was cornered, why are you affiliating with this people with with moral scourge? And he goes back, he says, I did not come for the righteous. So that answers the question that if I were looking for righteous people, that was not my mission. And I think
so let me ask you one question, Remy. Who the Jesus in this instance?
Let Remy finish talking. Please don't interrupt me there.
I don't know. He did like bro politics. I want to
interrupting. Remy, go ahead, finish talking.
So I'm trying to tell you that you have three designs, none of them righteous. So the choice of righteousness is not on the table. Even though I say I talked about Funadi and his legal barriers sometimes to even ambassador the goodwill of Liberia abroad will be hampered by his own record. But these are the three people that we have to choose from. Now, when you talk about this man did not do anything unless he wanted to be, he could have been without doing. We know a lot of folks who came to power without doing anything. They were voted, tumultuously they came to power without doing anything. So if out of that somebody went to work and did something, that was not a panacea for that individual to even be elected. They could have rejected him regardless. So I don't see the wisdom in that argument. But let's come back to the issue about other barriers that Musa may have. Musa is a businessman who is repaying a certain taxes he owes through payment arrangement. That's what business do, or that's what businesses do. You make arrangement and you pay. If you default, that's a different thing.
Those are two different things.
Where the Unity Party is right now?
Remy.
Where the Unity? Just a
Let
second.
him
Where the
finish.
Unity
What
Party?
were you to take? Let him finish.
Where the Unity Party is right now? This one choice or preference by Ambassador Boakai is the preference probably of the Jesus. His mission is more important than those who he have to ambassador that mission through. In this case, the legislature is a very important corridor that he has to make to succeed through in order for his presidential objectives to be met. And I think in this direction, if Musa is coming forward, putting himself forward to align with you, my brother, that is one of the best deals you can have, because at least you have a hope that one of Ambassador Boakai's representative could be elected because he has an alliance with somebody who probably may even put their money there. We're talking about the financial handicap of Kun. Kun doesn't have it. You need equal match with Funadi. This is where Musa comes in. So, you scratch my back. You understand? And then I rub the towel on you, my brother. That's how it goes. That is what makes this thing so murky. Not that some of us advocating for anything immoral, but the idea is these are the choices you have. It is the lesser of the evils, as I see it. Go ahead,
All right,
Santos.
I think. Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I'm done. Dr. Richardson, you want to add anything? We finish, yo. I think we are reaching a place that the Liberian people will decide. I just got a reply from Musa. Musa said he will appear and address these issues at the appropriate time. So I can tell you guys, he will appear and address this issue at the appropriate time.
I just wanted to add, I think it's fair to speak up for the women that are in the House. I know that Ms. Mensah, Representative Mensah, is actively interested.
Would you support her for the deputy speakership position?
I would support her if she wants to be a speaker or deputy speaker under Musa.
Oh, why you want to bring her under a man?
No. I said if she wants to be the speaker.
Why have to have an attachment
I
to
said
Musa?
if she wants to be the. I said if she wants to be the speaker, Musa goes as deputy, or she goes as.
Why you got to support a female only because of a male involvement? Why?
Say that again.
Why you want to support Mama only if she supports?
No. You didn't hear me clearly. I said.
I asked you a direct question. Will you support her? I didn't ask about Musa.
Let me answer now. You asked me. I said, and everybody here heard me right, and hear me well, Liberians. I would support her if she wants to be the Speaker of the House, and Musa becomes the deputy, or Musa becomes the Speaker, and she becomes the deputy, and I think that's how it should go.
Well, she cares less. She want to be a speaker or deputy speaker.
Well, she told me she wanted to be deputy. She came on the show and said she wanted to be deputy.
So you support her for the deputy speakership position?
I will support Ms. Mensah for the deputy speakership because I believe that.
So it got nothing to do with Musa. Whether he
has nothing to do with Musa. Well, all of this stuff you're talking is about the job requirement.
That's no. I'm asking you, why you attach Musa to support him, Muhammad?
Because I believe Musa wants to be Speaker of the House, and I feel like
you support Musa. You support Musa. If she and Musa in the race, Dr. Richard said, who will you support? Who will you support? No, not talking one-on-one. No, we're not talking one-on-one. If you and Musa in, she wants to get me.
I'm not hearing you clear, but I'm just saying, let's look at the job requirement.
No.
Musa has excellent communication.
You're fighting for women's rights. You're fighting for the right of a woman. We are asking you, Dr. Richardson, Musa from this thing.
Dwalu has said he actually has a.
We are asking you, Dr. Richardson. This is exactly what you said, and Emmy heard you. You said only if she support Musa. Is that true?
No, I didn't say that. I said if Musa wants to be the speaker, I will go for her being deputy. If she wants to be the speaker, I will go for Musa being deputy. That's what
when we bring Musa in the picture, I'm asking about Muhammad Bridge Mensah. Will you support her? If she run for the
Mama
speaker?
came here and told us, and Mama has spoken to me many times and said that she wants to be deputy speaker. She never told me about speakership.
So now she want to be deputy speaker and Musa want to be deputy speaker. Who will you support?
Musa wants to be speaker. Musa never told me he want to be deputy. He wants to be speaker. Hey, man, you're not going to put me in that rabbit hole.
Yeah. So, let's assume too, and then want to be deputy speaker. Who you support?
Who you support?
Well, then I will go back to the Bible as Remy said.
You might really got
I will go back to the Bible
I'm surprised that Dr. Richardson cannot take a woman over Musa. Dr. Richardson, let me ask you a question. I beg you, answer this question freely. If Musa and myself in the race for speakership or deputy speakership, who will you support?
If I complete answer your brother, what judge you are calling?
Makatus.
Answer Makatus question. I can't answer that question there.
Oh, you can't answer? You will tell Musa, you will tell Stanton, your lead moderator on the show. Who you want to support, Dr. Richardson?
That if you tell me say if that Musa or my cartoons, which one I would support? I will tell you I will support. I would answer the question. Musa or
Folks,
my
we want
cartoons,
to
which
say
one?
thank you very much for joining us. As always, this is the Spoon Talk. To each his own. Now, one of the places we cannot vote as a people, citizen, but you can beat on your representative. We can beat on your senator to make the right decision. If they are in negotiation, and Musa have accepted, the Richard School said, and I'm hearing through their meetings today, that they will be supporting Musa from the independent wing to go as deputy speaker to Richard School. Now, if this is the only way Richard School can be speaker, I leave that one with the Liberian people. If there's any other way, Stephen Johnson got to tell us. Musa is coming in between 6 to 12, 13 independent and maybe one sedition to support his babe. So let's agree that Unity Party have 11 or 12. Musa bringing in 13. They got 25. Right now, Jeremiah Kun is sitting, not Jeremiah Kun, sorry. Right now, Fonati Kofa is sitting on between 25 to 30. Let's just agree if those numbers are not in stone. The real battle have begun.
So stand on.
If that will elevate Richie Kun,
Richard,
you guys need to speak.
if you look at the political mathematics in terms
But
of,
can I finish? No, because I'm saying this should take it back in the community and speak to the lawmakers, because we are not going in there to vote, but you can pressure your lawmakers to make the right decision. Jose Yima Boakai won the speakership. That's why he asked his vice president-elect, Jeremiah Kun and Clarence Massaquoi, to make sure they can do everything, but they need the speakership position. And I think also, let me pivot now to Mr. Fonati Kofa. The Honorable Fonati Kofa should also sit down with the leadership of Unity Party and present a proposal and tell them, question them, maybe say that with even Jose Yima Boakai, to hear Jose Yima Boakai out and negotiate on the highest level. And that's my say in this, because I want to be very measured. If the decision is taken and you have Speaker Richard Kun and Deputy Speaker Musa Bility, or you have Fonati Kofa Speaker and Deputy Speaker Mohamed Brish Mensa, the Liberian people will still have a question. And at that time, we will speak. But I hope you can pressure your lawmakers to make the right decision. It is your right to call a town hall, call a community town hall, and ask them why they are supporting Richard Kun or why they are supporting Fonati Kofa. You still have time. Stephen Johnson, take us home, man.
Let me just announce that when I spoke about my grandmother, I just got in touch with one of my family members that I've never met before. So it tells you the power of the radio and how a lot of people follow these things. She's chatting with me now, explaining some of because my grandparents used to have a store in Birmingham. I think Eugene Fagon would know them. On the road going towards Goodrich. Right on the road there on the left hand side is where they had the farm and the store. But Stanton, when you look at legislative politics in terms of winning and how you want to move the narrative, or in fact get the vote across the floor, it is all about numbers. So legislative politics is a number game. When you look at it from a political standpoint, you need every number. This race is very tight, and so you need every number. And so I'm not against the fact that the UP or Richard is trying to build an alliance with people, with everybody, in order for them to be able to win. The reason I spoke about Musa, and let me just say for the record, I have nothing personal against him, was you wanted to know our opinion about why should he be speaker, and I was expressing I have nothing against Musa. Nothing. We know each other on the surface. We interacted at the Ministry of Finance when he was LFA president. I was at the time senior economist at the ministry. So we've had some interaction. But the point is, when you look at the mathematics in terms of the path to winning, based on the configuration of the current legislature, you see that the pathway runs through the independent candidate. The independent candidate in the legislature, they have a very huge constituent. I think I'm not mistaken, about 18 of them. So that black, if they're voting as a black, and then it means that if they're voting as a black, it means you need them. I don't know whether they have an independent black and whether the extent to which Musa has control over that much representative, especially so that they are all mostly newbies, whether they now form a black. I don't know. But I think Kun is doing the right thing by reaching across the aisle. I think Kun is running across the floor trying to build a strong constituent in order for him to win, which is politics 101. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, when you look at the bigger political picture and the country at large, and then you ask yourself the question, why is it that people want to lead the legislature? And that's the fundamental question I try to answer tonight. Why is it that those who are running for, and this goes to Kun and everybody, there's nobody excluded of this. Why is it they want to lead? And I think what Spoon should do is to be able to invite these people like we did with other representatives, let them come here and explain to the Liberian people, why is it they want to lead? Why is it? That's the fundamental question that all of them must answer. And Musa is always on this show, except where he passed a moratorium on his ANC people with the exception of that Regency who became a rebel in the system and did not listen.
I think he have taken down that moratorium.
So whether that moratorium is still alive, let Musa come here.
Answer alive no more.
Why you want to be speaker? Why you want to be deputy speaker? It's easy.
I agree with you. They should come here.
Exactly. Come here. Forati, come here. Let's engage you. Why you want to lead your people?
The
reason why you wrap on this point, the reason why the speaker and deputy speaker position is critical for me, let me just say today, when you look at the line of succession, the president, the vice president, then the speaker.
Yes.
It's critical because you represent the third person in the chain of command, in the line of command. In the absence of the God forbid, the president, vice president die, the speaker becomes the president of the country. Yes. So it's a critical position, not just ordinary. Most of the time, we really don't pay attention with it because we don't believe that anything can happen for the president and vice president to die. But we see it. We see it. And that was, after the war, that was one of the arguments that the late Vice President Moluba made. When the war ended and Doha left, his argument was that there shouldn't be any interim arrangement. He should be president of the country because by extension, he was the vice president elected. He should be president of the country.
And Stephen, I agree with you on multiple levels here. But I think that, there's a sentiment of Liberians where if you kind of, associate with someone, if you're friendly with them, you are unable to tell them the truth. That is not who I am. My eating pen is not in anybody's house here. It is not in Musa's house. It is not in, Falcon's house. So I can speak my mind. On a given day, when Musa and I talk, I tell him my mind. If Kun asks me, Karina Briggs, if she calls me, she was on the show. I tell them my mind. So I think that people feel like, I have this relationship or friendship with Musa, therefore I will not speak the truth. My thing here is I want to see documentation. Liberian people, they're very good at spreading false news. They don't know anything about you sometimes. They'll just read here and there. Sometimes they don't even read. They don't even, a lot of people have a saying, if you want to fool Liberian people, put it in a book. They won't even read it. I've read every single thing, every single document. I'm not somebody who can just listen to somebody either. You talk about FIFA, I got my PDF files, FIFA documentation. You talk about Land D, the very United Party, Stephen, and I wish you would have spoken up when the United Party was appointing Musa to the Land Rights Commission. When the United Party was appointing him to the airport. The very United Party that you are working for, no, they didn't say anything, okay? Now we hear all of this about Musa. It is not about who Musa is, it's about the job requirement in my view. Who can communicate well, who can express the president's view for the interest of Liberia. It is about who can say no to the person that this budget that you bring here has to be itemized. That's what it's about. Who can go across the aisle? Who can negotiate, develop blocks within the body to say, okay, we stand for this for the Liberian people. That's what it's about. And if Musa is not qualified to do the job, and you bring the record and you show
I thought you were neutral in all these things, saying Mr. Cummings have 1%.
No, I'm not. That's your own. Steven, you got my inbox. Please, and feel free to inbox me any information that you know about Musa being convicted or he did this. The very, very real fund that was established 2017. You know what? Joseph Boakai was in 2017. He put that on hold. They didn't investigate. That the real fund was supposed to be investigated in 2017. Go read the record. That was not investigated. So
thank you, Dr. Richardson.
After that,
we want to say Musa will be joining us next week. Musa is coming. Musa is coming next week to discuss this issue. He's watching you, Stephen Johnson, and he's hearing you. Musa, you talk about block. He had 12 independents, 2 sedition, and 5 CPP members. So he taking these guys to listen, the man coming. He taking them to Richard Coon. 12 independents, 2 sedition, 5 CPP members. If you do the math, Musa is moving along with 19 individuals plus himself, make it 20. So Musa said he will be here next week to take your question. A wonderful show.
Who told you that they can buy voting cards in the
House of Representatives? A wonderful show. Let's wish our little man a happy birthday. This is exactly what we're talking about. When you turn 5 years old, you're a giant. This little man, they call him Zion Harris. His birthday will be the 17th. There he goes. Zion Harris, happy birthday.
So he just get us swing the money, not get no man, no pie, just join the war.
Zion Harris. Zion Harris. There you go. You see him? Exactly. Big boy Zion Harris. His birthday is the 17th. And I think the 17th will be on Sunday, right? Yes. The 17th will be on Sunday. This is from his grandparents, not even his parents, but his grandparents, Dr. Joseph and Mistress Lucretia Verdea. Okay? The grandparents saying a shout out to Zion Harris. They are watching Spoon, and he loves Spoon. A very, very happy birthday to him. And also on the same 17, you know, that my grandson.
He wanted a December then.
But on Sunday, we'll be celebrating Levi Dempster, my grandchild birthday, and you know, big Levi, you know, his children. He will be having fun on the 17th on Sunday.
The guy left in the living room where
nobody will leave the pig in the living room. Again, nobody will leave him in the living room. That man control the house. He's the man. We want to say, folks, thank you for joining us. Like we say all the time, listen to this. So this is Musa said testing. Musa said all his 19 members were present today, and he introduced them to Richard Coon at that meeting.
Thank God.
Brother,
8 o'clock.
Brother, they can even be there 2
Let's
hours.
close. Mr. Duanu, but you need to hear this because you and all talking say Musa don't get members. He said all the 19 members were part of the meeting today and he introduced them to Richard Coon.
Okay, I got one question for you. Mukatus. That list what we saw from Funati. Look, let him get all the names so we can see.
Funati is here in the United States. Funati is engaging.
That man 19 list. I tell you, leader, they got to buy that place.
People that try to ridicule people. You understand?
Who on Musa list? Number 1, Yeke Koluba.
Okay.
Yeke Koluba is number 1 on Musa list.
I just want to see the 19 to make sure nobody hopeful.
People that try to ridicule people, you understand? They say they are clean, they're good, they're not corrupt. And these are the people going to jail and they still talking about other people. How you can be the best person in the world, you're the most honest person in the world, you're going to jail. And the people that will not want to stay year working. People that go to jail, they're the one talking that we corrupt. But you see, sometimes those that voice out, they're corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Somebody want to now save their life because they're going to the dungeon of cockroach. You understand? You understand? All the time you do. Yeah. Bunch of ignoramus, macatus,
Macatus, Baku.
Well, up to now, the man still leading Stanton 1-0. Let's also.
Thank God, we're going to close 1 minute, 1 minute.
I don't know.
But he never used anything. He never said anything about the man.
No. Why would I say something about the man? They tell the people. The people, America will speak for me. I worry about that, man.
Look, Pango. When we're growing up, back in the days, we used to have one guy named John P. Bear.
John P. Bear, yeah. You been the sports minister.
Yes.
The Democrats and the gods.
Our portfolio.
Yes. They want to bring in football material such as George Weah. You see, John P. Bear was the first man to take human quality from George Weah and made him physical object. John P. Bear said we need to bring in sporting material like George Weah, Chonangwe, Salinsa. So he gave material that is seen in the data meal. They declare me non-governmental material. You look at me with human quality, created in the image of God, born to the flesh and blood of human. You call me material. I play my Bible started from. But again, the guy leading Stanton. Look, I like to be fair.
I closely doing Fagon?
No, I'm giving you the scope because I know you. The man is leading Stanton 1-0. He calls Stanton Mukatus. We are still looking for the word in the text. If I'm looking for it, Mukatus. I will Google it, and if I find it, Stanton, you will move on here. Mukatus, Mukatus.
I don't know how to spell. I
Stanton, please play it. I want a man to pronounce it. It was Mukatus. Mukatus. Play the team, my man. They're leading you 1-0. Don't be scared. Mukatus. Look at they Mukatu and they mute you.
The issue about that claim, the people would not, those that around Joshua when he said that they are not around here anymore. Those guys are fighting for their life now. They are fighting for their life. So, let's go.
Mukatus, one of the viewers said that at least you took him out of a job, so your score is more than his.
Thank you very much.
Why? You sorry, you tell you with a high kind of score.
That what the viewer said. The viewer said you took him out of a job.
That's what I said. You said how will I kind of score? I'm picking.
May I discuss about your end of the year party? Stephen Johnson was asking me, you want to get ready to cut? Steven, which one of the people you bring?
So we had a wall.
I messed up. Don't put me in here, Sonny.
But we invited you to the end of the year. What kind of medicine?
I told you that's why I agree on the date. Don't count. I pick you today.
No. You get to that a bit. I see you. The end of the year party. Are you coming?
I pick you.
Why are you coming?
No. I pick it. Are you wait? You get out all the conversation.
My God.
I said it misspoke. The word is M-A-T-K.
Why Stephen Johnson come?
No, not coming. So yeah, I know you. You are start. But I know why they not coming. No. I'll be more. I'm not coming. I know why they not coming.
Where you want a man to go to?
Wait. You know, I was just openly inviting Steven.
No. I heard you, my best.
So where?
Okay, let me progress now.
Where you inviting the man to?
If I go hell with your Makatu, lead out there.
Where the man inviting you to? Where the man inviting you to?
Man, go hell with your Makatu.
I invited the man to the end of the year party.
Oh no!
But the man called me and said, "Man, I pay you."
Don't put me on the. Don't put me the.
Oh, for the party? You want to come for the party?
No, they did not.
Oh, the date is conflicting.
Yeah.
So where you
Where
going?
will you be coming from? You'll be coming from Virginia, Washington, D.C. or Maryland. I'm done with you, man.
I heard it, man. They said, hey, man, disintegrated the CPP, but no one knows that story.
Listen up, man. You just
They may claim to have been a CPP person. They fall for it.
Who?
Stephen Johnson?
No, not me. Never.
I hang out with them. He hang out with them, but he never said that he was supporting them.
I'm on the first person.
You were there?
But let me get you small history.
You went to Manka place?
No, I've never been. Let me get you small history.
Why you are going to Manka place on that cold winter night?
But Manka is my sister, and I play with God.
Stato, when I want you.
No, don't even bring Manka. Manka must have relationship and politics. But let me explain small thing about the CPP. When the CPP before the CPP was established in 2018, it was serving. Let me get you small. It was serving that birthed the idea of the CPP. No political leader.
You yeah?
Listen now.
No, I tell you what state on you, yeah.
But listen, and we when I say we came from the. Let me get you some of the name. Darius Dillon from the Liberty Party. At the time, Mariah Yakula, who was from the Unity Party. Mo Ali, Boakai Jaliba, Whistler, and a few other persons. We agreed, we agreed that we wanted to establish what would be called the CPP, UP, Liberty Party, and the ANC. I was on the delegation that met with Mr. Cummings on the need for us to come together, form a strong opposition against George Weah. So the idea to establish the CPP.
But you're coming there as a unity party.
Yes, but still, I only joined one party my whole life. Unity Party. I really Unity Party until I die.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is
I joined Unity Party in 1997.
Okay, the CPP.
Until 5 years, stay counting. I remain UP until I die.
That offensive, don't look at me like that. The CPP had majority of the elite ladies. I don't want to say careful, I get in trouble. Elite ladies. So when they saw Stephen Johnson, you know, Manka Place is where the high table is.
Do your closely, man. The man say that.
Oh my, yeah. I was talking about Manka. Listen, we knew Manka before CPP.
Man, Manka
used to be having
all the elite ladies.
No. Manka been having restaurant in Morovia.
No, man. Let me close
and be up.
But Duadu, I beg you. Duadu, I gotta go. Because
I gotta go.
Kev say that Stephen Johnson man you see. Manka Place. I would not say
no. Manka Place. To be fair, I would defend Stevie on this. I cannot defend that he's not coming for the year and.
Why would a man go to Manka Place? Which is not far from Jersey, but he can't come.
No, Manka lives in Maryland. I live in Virginia. How you got
Manka Place? The high table. You always go there.
Why in Virginia, Vagon?
So why you can't come to the year end party?
Isn't the weekend is having as the weekend of Christmas? I was saying y'all push it a little bit further, maybe to the next weekend.
So weekend of Christmas on the 20th.
Yeah, people gotta be spend time with their kids and other things. You go to your good Christmas party.
You
Come on, man.
You said we gotta spend time with.
I'm gonna let go to the my family. What you guys
I told you about it, man.
No, but man, I never live on here. I live on
I'm done.
I won't close, but man, y'all mute. Let me close. I want no feedback.
I think Stender is trying to drive the Prince Maxwell.
No.
Y'all mute. Let me close back. Biggie, y'all mute.
Get in trouble. He knows that.
Y'all gonna be laughing, but y'all mute. My man, y'all mute. Let me close. Y'all can stay here.
You know, stay there, you gather your skin.
I'm talking to one Ghanaian girl. He said, oh, Eugene, please let me speak to the Ghanaian girl. Just 1 minute. I said, oh, no, that's my friend. She's attending the East Tennessee State University. He said, yeah, I just want to speak to her. Ghanaians, you know, I said, hold the phone. My brother want to talk to you. Soon I got to the phone and said, my name is Stanton, and that's my brother. He told you, right? The guy said, Yes. My brother is a very wicked man.
The guy gave Fagon the phone back. The guy said she won't talk to Fagon no more. And you know what, give me? I said, she said, yeah. Then I said, you from Accra? She said, yes. I said, that man that you're working with, he left his life all in Budumburan camp. He's a very wicked man, and women leave him quick. She said, for real? I said, yeah. The girl was gone. But again, that's how we joke. That was close by.
It just that the girl heard that our wicked against it. Oh, it's your own brother. Your brother said you are a wicked man. I should be careful. I said, I want to catch the man. Ethiopian Airlines. We'll talk about it.
Let me do my 30 seconds back. I'll begin you. Late here. They're gonna be coming late. They won't stay here all day.
Yeah, if I go John late, so you get both.
Yeah. Let go ahead, guys. Let me see.
Man,
the way I started and how we'll close this topic today. The way I started, and I started based on the Liberian child, the importance of the Liberian child.
Sorry to interrupt you. Someone want me to ask every one of you, Dr. Richardson, real quick, yes or no? Will you take a job under Joseph Boakai government, Dr. Richardson, if offered?
No.
Remy Gray, will you accept a job under Joseph Boakai government if offered?
I don't know.
Okay. Stephen Johnson, will you accept a position if offered?
Of course, yes. I'll accept a job.
Yourself. Mr. Dwalu, if offered?
I don't know, Mr. I'll go with Mr. Remy Gray. I don't know.
What would you, Honorable Fagon?
I have business.
My man, the people want to know about it. Will you
accept your business?
Dr. Richardson said no, and I said no. The rest of the guys then actually they were simple.
No, come on, answer.
Come on, say yes.
Yeah.
We gotta make
yes. Yes, you gotta serve. You want to take the whole family to Liberia, Steven?
Including you, will take it to Liberia too.
My wife, when I'm born, was staying on.
I'm around the fire on your clothes, go. Your man is still on there.
Stay on. Let me say this quickly. The Liberian child has to be protected. If we are going to be a strong nation, we have to do everything to make sure our children are better than us. We have the tradition in Liberia where we gave the children the chicken feet. This is crazy. Our children have to eat the best part of the food. That means the national budget, the best portion of that had to go to our children.
Oh, mama, I let the chicken feet. So it means they call it Johnny. We call that chicken feet Johnny.
I said, I let chicken feet is Stevie. I let chicken feet too. I went up. I will leave. I was instead of let me know my clothes you.
They make collaborate, but they will beat it to death.
You know, I see them on the number, man. My wife who pointing, I gotta go look there, go away.
But guys, I mean, let me go back. It's been a long day, you know. Stanton, I had to go in the office today, so it's been a very, very, very long day for me. But it's a good conversation, and I think one of the reasons why we come here every day is for us to be able to engage one another intellectually and politically, to be able to talk about Liberia and agree to disagree. That's the fundamental basis upon which any democracy will thrive, where people can express themselves, people can disagree, but do so with the utmost respect. Do so believing that the bottom line is how can we make our country better. We all know malice against nobody. Even George Weah, I don't wish him evil. I followed George Weah religiously when he played soccer, from Monaco all the way to his retirement. I loved him. I really I admire his prowess on the field of play. But there was one thing I held, and I still do believe, that I believe that Weah did not have the pedigree to transform Liberia. Weah did not have the political wherewithal to move the needle. And so we're moving towards a new Liberia, something all of us on this show fought for. Today, we're glad that we have a president-elect, Joe Boakai, somebody who has, over the last 30 years of being in government, demonstrated leadership, demonstrated integrity, demonstrated modesty. And this is one of the hallmarks of great leader, modesty. People who, when exposed to the wealth of the nation, choose to be decent people. This is how a great leader, you know, when you work in Liberia, you work If you're not careful, you work in position, you get tempted. When I worked for the government, my first job for the government was I was one of the commissioners for customs who were raising $14 million a month. If you look at the history of how many persons serve in customs, many of them before the war, a lot of people were wealthy people. Some of us still struggling. The reason why is because when we joined, we did not do so because we wanted to enrich ourselves. We did so as young men and women with the goal to serve our country, with the goal to do what's right. That is why when we joined custom, custom was making $4 to $6 million a month in revenue. We lifted that thing up to 14 million. Punished some people. There were many days women and their parents came before our doors crying because we had to drop some of them because of public corruption. We are not saints. We're not come here to pretend to be saints. But we have to love our country more if we want to move Liberia forward. This is what we must do. And and that's why we marvel at America. Oh, the country developed, the country. Listen to them when they talk about their country. They believe this is the greatest nation on earth. They believe that they are the best people on planet Earth. We too can do the same. We too can move our country. We can make Liberia better. We can make Liberia a better place, not just for us, but our children and our children's children. This is how we move Liberia forward. We don't hate nobody. I don't hate Musa. I don't hate him. I just love Liberia more. And to do so means that if you come up for position, we got to scrutinize you. We got to scrutinize you, no matter who you be. Anybody, once you put your hand up for position, we'll scrutinize you. We've scrutinized everybody before. We've done so, everybody. So, Senator, but in closing, let me say this. Tweah is only a victim of his own crime. The crew people get something they call Jibo Dewe. I'm not crew, but I learned that one. Jibo Dewe, somebody who know everything. How I learned that war, we used to work somewhere, and that one guy, he knew everything. So the people used to call him Peter Jibo Dewe. So Peter who know everything. So Samuel Jibo Dewe, he know everything. When you know everything, you'll fall in trouble. Earlier on in this government, people want to look, this thing you're on, this is a joining to disaster. If you're not careful, all of you will get in trouble. And Tweah overlooked it. They said it was propaganda from opposition. Even up to today, he still maintains that it's propaganda. He's still not owning up to his own mistake. Tweah, how can you afford a property in Abidjan from your salary? A minister in Liberia makes $6,000 a month. How can you buy a property in Liberia? Some of us been working, making far more than that. We ain't able to buy property in Abidjan. Some of these property face value $300,000-$400,000. How are you able? So I'm happy that they're sanctioning them. I'm happy that, and this is a lesson not just for them, but for the new government. If you go into Liberia to serve, make sure you know
and that's the message. The new government, the incoming.
Exactly. So if you see the disgrace in Tweah today, you think you go in there, you're going to do the city, your disgrace coming. And by will make Liberia better. It's been a great show, Stanton. Thanks always for the opportunity. Hopefully when Musa comes, I can be on.
Yeah. Musa said he's coming. Musa have sent me everything. He's coming next week.
Grow him small.
Yeah, maybe Monday or so. Gray.
Well, Stanton, some of us are just waiting to see that day of reckoning where they will start bringing the activities that have perversed the last 6 years, that have been behind the iron curtain, all those bad shady deals. We have this belief that no concession was signed in the last 6 years, and we are running with that narrative. Listening to Mr. Gay today, I just came to the conclusion that lots of things went in the back. And that even tells me that more sanctions are coming. The more they dig deep, the likes of the Shaw, they've been behind the Sunday bush for a long time. We'll have to bring that devil outside. And the likes of Archie Bernard, I think on the sanction list in the past, the other guy there, right? What is his name? I think that's the brother of the former wife of um, Benna Yue. The guy in the third guy who probably advises George Weah on that. I don't want to say it's economics, but you have three of them there. Those guys all are.
Who? Shaw, Bright,
Bright,
Atu
right?
Bernard, Charles
Right.
Bright.
Charles Bright and I, we used to collaborate on the Joint Ceasefire Monitoring Committee when we're building confidence between the NPFL and, of course, the interim government of Amos Sawyer. We actually brought that divide together. We were one of those responsible. But those guys have had so many problems. I think if you look on that first sanction list of individual sanctioned by OFAC, he should be part of it. So I'm only saying this to the extent that there are a lot of things that will come out. And, when Councilor Verdio comes in and he says, more coming, the guy doesn't say it with extra energy, but he says it casually, but with some emphasis. I just imagine how deep this stuff is. It's a big circle, big ring. A lot of folks will come out, and that's what I hope to see. That's why I will gain my glory or glorification, to see those evil, shady deeds that occurred in the back start coming up to light. Oh, I'll be so excited when they start chasing down the devils, and they're just starting to bring them out. But they will come out, a lot of them, and that's what we hope to see. Regarding the speakership, I think if Musa accepted that he's now dropping his bid for the speakership and is going, going as deputy or second, I think that's a good thing. It shows that people can make compromise. The wise men will always try, or wise woman will always try to make compromise because this is bigger than him. And somebody who, despite the fact that they will have the ability to, to will and deal, they're foregoing that and say, look, I'll support this person. I think that is selfless, in my opinion. I have yet to see any of the other guys doing that. But if Kuhn is who the Unity Party wants to bring forward, I think the support is only wise for you to support Mr. Musa Bility if he's going as deputy. Look, that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off. That's Jack right there, blackjack. You have to trade something, or that's chess on the board. You can't take all. And for God's sake, I think when ambassador comes to power, he has a country to lead. That's why he's a man of very limited words. He listens more. And I just imagine some of this is just looking, and to capture those words, sometimes we used to see his eyes shut, but we don't know why. Because he wants to get the word in before, when he opens his mouth, that should be policy. And I'm pretty sure the woman just know exactly how to go about this. When he opens his eyes, say, the question he will ask is to tell you that I got this. And probably we don't know to what extent he and Musa talking or other people. Look, you have to have the ears of so many people when you're leading. And I don't think we should. This is the time. I think even Fanatic Kofa might be talking to the old man because they got a relationship. So this is a difficult thing to do when you're leading, especially if you want to lead contritely with example. You have to lead, and this is the time where we're going to see leadership coming out of this at first hand. And maybe the owner will do something. It will not tell Johnson. So if Johnson knew, it would damage the whole thing. The Bible said, "Look at that man over there." You don't know what's going on in the society bush. So, but I think at the end of the day, the owner will find somebody is comfortable with. If it is Funadi, if you hear Funadi, probably that's who he's comfortable with. That's what makes a leader a leader. Madam Sally, Maradona, as they will call her, she will not come out because one time, just to end there, one time she asked Mobutu Yimpang. He said, "Oh, Mobutu, you don't want to say you don't want to be friends of the president, okay?" Oh, and that's that statement in the corridor that changed everything. So leaders have a way of getting to the ears and hearts of people. Ambassador Boakai will be no exception. Thank you.
So I think I'm done. I'm done from my end. Dr. Richardson, you and Fagon, someone said that Samuel Tweah was on a diplomatic. She came here by way of diplomatic passport. So therefore, the child is not covered. I don't know how true it is. So we can look into that. Dr. Richardson, you speak, then we go to Minister.
Samuel Tweah should have some level of citizenship.
Okay, interesting here. So I just want to thank all of the persons that are watching this show tonight, all of our viewers, particularly Liberian women. As I sat here tonight, multitasking, I just received many calls from Liberian women who are telling me to keep standing up to Stephen Johnson, keep standing up to Stanton and Fagan. They kind of like gray. So
why you coming there?
Yes, I have text message here.
All their names. That's not true.
I want to thank you guys because a few months ago, I know Steve and I was in a little spat there online. Center, you and I have a share of fights on this show. By going on and off the show, he and I have had our share of fights as well. And you know what I can tell you guys? You guys have made me stronger, thicker, and we can share our differences in opinions. Something you said, Stephen, that that's the hallmark of democracy. I'm not going to be moved because Stephen Johnson have a different view than I have. It was a great show. This is the essence. This is what we do, a model for Liberian people. Yes, again, if Ms. Briggs, Representative Briggs, my Mensa Briggs, I keep on wanting to call her Karina because I had a friend called Karina Briggs. May her soul rest in peace, by the way. If my mom wants to run, I definitely will support her. I think that we need more women in the legislature, and it will do our country very well. It's dominated by men right now, and I think women need to be in leadership. Second one was a great show. Samuel Tweah, you appear the price for whatever he did. I think this is an example of, for those of us who come on into government, that you need to serve the Liberian people. I'm glad Musa is coming to speak for himself. Please, again, I'm challenging you, Samuel, Stephen Johnson, please send me all the evidence that you have. I want to see what you're talking about, okay? And since, especially, get prepared. Since Musa is coming with your evidence, especially on the road fund. But, I want to say that you are part of the political party. I think you told us here since when, 1990 something, right?
97.
97. And you sat on there and Musa was chairman of the United Party campaign in Nosferatu County. And
that was in 2011.
Yeah, but you've been part of United Party since 1997. So 2011, that's after 1997.
I mean, because you are there, my view about he will change. I don't change my view.
No, but I'm saying I have not heard, I didn't hear you speak out. I would have appreciated.
But you didn't know me by then.
No, you are not on Facebook, but show me if you spoke out.
I was spoken out against Musa Bility. I want let that lead out.
Ellen was the one who appointed him, by the way. Okay?
My loyalty to UP, not Ellen.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you, the leader of your party appointed him, by the way. Anyway, great show. Looking forward to another one. I'm sitting here checking on plagiarism. There's 2 students who I'm grading papers here, checking on plagiarism, making sure that people are not copying their papers, because this is not what we want for Liberia, nor do we want it for any part of the world. But you guys, thank you very much.
I want to ask you one question, and this is off topic. As a professor, with the whole AI
technology? How you guys managing with
It's
correcting
bad.
people?
It's very bad for us. Students can just get AI. I think was it you that was talking about AI, using AI for that. We actually
Because
had a conference.
I just need to go my chat GPT and just bring my topic and bring
Yeah,
it to
we have to go to a conference to learn how students are utilizing AI to do their papers now. They can just type in a topic and AI just do the whole paper. And if we don't know, so we have something for plagiarism. We beat that. We have a software called Turnitin, where
I
before they
remember
turn the
in
paper,
graduate school we had Turnitin.
It will not work because AI they will do the
yes, we don't have
a
nothing for
new
AI
document.
now.
Yeah.
You're right. So we don't have
Just
nothing
a
for
simple
AI
what you
now.
do
That's
there.
why the
Turnitin will not work.
a good thing.
That's
I
why
use it
whenever you hear Fagon speaking, just think that's AI.
and Steven, it's good. Like I've used it in terms of showing some good aspects of it, how students can use it in good ways, like those conceptualized psychological cases. AI is phenomenal. They can get them good examples. But if you just use it as your own work, that's another step of plagiarism. That's the bad side of
Well, yeah,
AI.
Fagon, now we gotta go. We got about 4 more minutes. Fagon, you got 10
Sorry.
seconds.
Go ahead, I'm done.
Thank you very much. When I hear Dr. Francine say, my eating bowl, now ain't nobody hot. Yeah, Fagon. Dr. Francine, your eating bowl at burger. I swallow GB. Even if your bowl in my heart going in the trash can long time. I don't waste time with cream of wheat, adding butter and egg in cream of wheat, staying it. I gonna boil in my house. I don't put that kind of boil in my house. So my body.
I mean, to call you on it. I had a meeting with a dietitian, a nutritionist yesterday, right? They must say I need to cut back on rice and all that. I was like, they want you to throw the Fagon. I know what you're doing, throw a dietitian. She tell me, say,
the person she need to come to and get her money that Stanton with Bigo. First of all, that woman tell me to
pick up American food. Then one time I say I'm gonna cut back on our staple food, rice. I'm gonna eat
if that woman asked me to cut back on rice, I will ask her, do you take bath every day? So she say yes. I said, I have rest looking to her. Without take bath, we can feel good. So if you can cut back on your taking bath, I will cut back on rest. We equal.
I couldn't explain more in the tip, but I know they can teach them about rest.
Anyway, let me close so I can go eat my rice. But I got tobogi, beans tobogi. They want to cook back with towe.
I was afraid that I woman. You need to go tell that woman.
She went out there, man. But anyways, I'm gonna hold my peace. We're gonna keep talking about these the speakership and deputy speakership. I know exactly what's gonna happen. I know who's gonna be the next speaker, and I know who's gonna be the deputy speaker. I say I know because the names that you're calling, one person will be displaced. Mark what I'm telling you today. A third person, like a dark horse, will creep in. Of all the names you're talking about, the three names is Musa Bility, Funati Kofa, and that of Rachel Kuhn. One of them will be the speaker, but a third name will come from the blind side. A fourth name will come from the blind side, and then you will know where the power lies. Having said that, I want to double down on the appeal I made to the United States government tonight. This is not you. You do not take little babies and punish them because their parents committed a crime. You do not punish anyone for the crime of other people because of their proximity or hereditary alignment with that person. This is not America. Do not be fooled. If that child is not in the United States, they should not be allowed to come here. Once the parent is not coming, the child has to be raised so that parent stays in Africa and take care of the child. If you allow that child, not the one that is born here, but the one that is brought here to America, the one that was taken from Liberia and brought here before the sanctions, America, this is not you. You do not punish people because they were born to a criminal. If that was the case, many people in America today will be in jail. If for any reason these people have carried out crimes against our beloved country, Liberia, as a Liberian citizen, I'm saying to you, America, again, think about this policy. Do not raise people who will think that this great nation will punish innocent people only because of birth. This is not America. Think about your policy. If they are not here, do not allow them to come here. If they're born here, they're U.S. citizen, the 14th Amendment is clear. You cannot deport them. You cannot throw them out. The second point I have to make, if that child is a U.S. citizen and the 14th Amendment does not allow you to throw them out or deport them, it will be like giving that particular child a special preference when he or she was born to both Tweah and that mother. But his brothers and sisters must be thrown out of the country because they are Liberians. All of them are children. Regardless of where they're born, they should not bear the burden and punishment of their parents' action. I know that there are people who fought our Civil War, committed heinous crimes, went to the TRC, were found guilty. When I say guilty, because there were decisions made against them. Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf children come here. Some of Charles Taylor people, then they're here. Some of the other people, then they're here. The general, then children, then here. Everybody children, in some kind of way, they're here. I want to say to America, you're bigger than this. My appeal is not a suggestion, it's an appeal. Do not, I repeat, punish little babies because of their parents' action. Again, I want to, because when somebody comes with a debate, I want them to say, Fagon say, if they are not here, don't let them come here. But if they are already here in school, especially with their siblings that are Americans, find a way out. If the parents request to take them back home, let them take them back home. But never in your policy must you signal our children to be punished for the actions of their parents. Because tomorrow, you will not be able to defend this immoral act to say that you punish children because of their parents' criminal activities. It will not be morally justified for you to punish a 2-year-old innocent child because of the parents. Therefore, if the parents decide to take them willingly, fair enough. If you're deporting the parents, fair enough. But if that child is an American citizen or a Liberian citizen, with the auntie or the uncle, I say to you, leave them alone. Let it be the prerogative of the parents to take them. But nobody should be penalized for the action of another person. Everyone should take responsibility for their actions. But for children, they are innocent and they will remain innocent. Thank you very much for having me. You see a man stealing, telling the people to follow him to the party. I told you.
Let me say this, Fagon. I think we'll just all pray that they consider I don't know, let the word of God be done, man. I mean, I don't have the mind to say the kids should be deported, and the country is a great country, man, and I believe that all. Let's just pray for those that have been placed on sanction, that God may give them the strength. I don't know why you're laughing, Colonel Gray, Stephen.
Because your prayer, that wicked prayer.
No, I don't know why you're laughing. You see, I'm very serious. I'm serious. I'll pray for this.
God will give them the strength to do one and to spend the money.
That's it.
Look how he be talking to you. He's trying to pick up on him.
No, let's just pray for God to give Tweah, Jefferson Koji, and Aboche, Emmanuel Nukwe, Nathaniel McGill, Serena Seaforth, Beth Tuawe.
Yeah, what Seaforth said? Don't try to ride.
That's what he said.
Seaforth, among all the people that are Kyoko, Seaforth, who don't want to catch you hotter. Because
everybody else get money.
Yeah, all the people.
This is why happened. I want to bring this to your attention real quick. Just two quick videos.
But may I say one video?
God have mercy upon us.
You can see the love for the game.
You can see the love.
I want you to pay attention. The man started punching first. He went pop, pop, pop. Like 1, 2, 3, pop. 1, 2, 3, pop. So he got love for boxing. He went into win. Just watch, please. Just slow this, Nelson. Nelson, come on. Just watch, folks. This isn't interesting.
God have mercy upon us.
Don't know why.
The color is switch.
He feel that he the wise. He feel that he be wise. But let's play the last one. This is the last one.
Aujourd'hui aussi, c'est un autre jour. Daïla. Le monde part en couille. Non. J'ai du mal à imaginer ce genre de ces trucs là.
Non.
You don't see Tweah charge before?
No.
That video I just saying, see a man when he charge.
Oh yeah.
Boy, I was one thing. Look, I would say this. And some of the things can happen.
Oh, I saw the video. That came for the mall. And I had birthday party.
Look at that guy. He beat a draw, he sent a draw home. Go okay or you now.
He can.
He can make it. That video, the Liberian scenario that two of them were fighting a friend and the 12 of 2029 fight they were fighting. He finished driving all the men.
Everybody gone.
Everybody gone. He lead there now with man our chair and other American people say, oh, let's go now. Then he say he can't drive.
Man.
Fighting on the steering something.
And they named them.
They lean there. They lean there.
I mean, it's big. I don't know about this, Fagon, but this is big. Who gonna take charge of CDC? They both going after Weah, usually in that way. Who will remain in CDC?
I told you before, the CDC will struggle and the CDC will be no more. Then somebody said, but Fagon, you can confuse me sometimes. You have to understand. One of them was a coalition. They call it the Coalition for Democratic Change, comprising of the LPDP and the NPP. Right now, the NPP gone to Boakai, the LPDP gone to Boakai. So the CDC will be no more. That is the Coalition for Democratic Change. And the CDC will struggle. That is the Congress for Democratic Change. All the fat cows that have been put, I say fat cows because they're the guys with the money, that have been put on sanction, will not spend their money on that party.
No. They will not.
So the CDC will die a natural death. In the first 2 years of extreme hunger, of them wanting that were causing, jumping all around, they will start breaking and forming new alliances.
Why CDC should spend the money if I go? Why? They can't.
They don't have money. What money will they spend?
They're going to go ahead. Abache going to take your money. You go sit down quietly. The Valen Sherman, Emmanuel Nukwe, and they got to just pray to God that America will make the decision. But
and you think Dr. Lester Tenney, who said they will expel Weah, already they owe he ain't getting the money too, and they ain't getting the money. He will go put the money in CDC. He will not do that. You know better than that.
They already expelled Tweah, Jefferson Koji, McGill, all of them on sanction. They expect them. They will not put the money in that thing because they know that thing is so bad.
They will not expect them. That's why Tweah was using a leverage today to see whether he can pit the Liberian people against the American people.
Yep.
And then pit the American people against the CDC. Create this narrative where seditions will become anti-Americans and want to fight the Americans. No. It's not going to work. Because he was mean, he didn't give them anything. He didn't give them anything. So that loyalty is not to him. And if he expel George Weah, the Weahians will leave. How you call the other people? There are three groups of people.
Sedition, Weahian.
The Congress people. The original Congress for Democratic Change. They will leave. And when they leave, the coalitionists have already left. So that party will struggle and die. Jefferson Koji, who could have, and Moluba Malu, who could have commanded the younger group to move. Koji is sanctioned, and any other move by him that J-Town he's looking at because of crimes against humanity, not corruption. Malu, who was supposed to be empowered from day one, was dislodged. He got nothing to depend on. All the other rest, you don't hear their names because they operated within the power, within the party, but under the cover of darkness. I bet you nobody even know their names now. They're finished. So what's going to happen? One of them told me 4 days ago, Fagon, you have to carry our list to the pape. A top-ranking sedition said, Fagon, you have to carry our list to the pape. I said, what list? He said, the forgotten and disenchanted seditions list. So I said, who all will be on that list? Of course, the first thing he called was Molu. He said those of us since 2005 that were not given job and not allowed to serve in this government, carry our list to the public so we can be given an opportunity. I said, if the list is fair, number one. Two, if the people there are qualified, I don't have a problem of saying the disenchanted and forgotten sedition say, I should please present the list to you so that you can request for it to be looked at and those that are qualified be considered. Between you and myself, if Malu comes on and say, I would like to work with the new administration, Papa Joe Boakai say, gentlemen, what are you thinking about this Malu, man? I will say, Papa, hire him. Because I want to rather make him useless, and people will say, yeah, actually made him useless in Weah government. There are a couple of others, some of them who are qualified, but the same marginalization left them out of the loop. Anybody who stands up to George Weah, he pushes you out. Again, the likes of Akaros Gray and others have amassed wealth at the expense of the people. Akaros Gray thing, we don't know where he mansion air on the highway or Tower Hill or he bears them, but we know all that thing. All those things are well documented. Nobody after him. But Akaros will not put a dime owing to the next 6 years of suffering. He will not put a dime in the CDC. And the CDC will not move on because 90% of seditionists were marginalized and forgotten. So what do you do? Why are you taking people from to follow you? That is why.
Do you think Cummins will help?
Cummins is not coming back to Liberian politics. I finished. I won't even talk much again. He's not coming back. Cummins is not coming back to Liberian politics. Cummins, no, even 100 years from now, if he tries, he will never pass 2%. Now, what Cummins is going to fight for is for the law to be changed. Because Cummins got 1%, he's not qualified. And that's the next war that the Americans will fight with the Liberian government. They will fight for that law to be repealed. It will be expensive, but they can do it. They can spend a lot of money for that law to be repealed. Because politics is like a football game. I'm fighting for first place, and I won't play the second play winner so I can advance. I will step on the other guy. Cummins is not allowed to take part again. Why you need Dr. Moneyba is not allowed. Both of them did not get 2%. And you think the Ghana will change the law to bring them back? They will sit down for 2 electoral cycles.
No. That is the party. It's not the standard bearer.
No, it is the person who took part. There are two, the party and the individual. The reason why Tiawan escaped because Tiawan did not take part. It was the party that took part. So when they went for Tiawan, the technicality there, the people said, you did not bring a case against the party. Your case in the Supreme Court was against Tiawan. Therefore, Tiawan did not take part. He is not guilty. Out, your go. They were supposed to carry the case against the Liberal People's Party. They were going to win. They went and sued Tiawan. They lost. So
yeah, but I do believe to make it interesting, I believe Cummins should come back. I think he still have a chance. I think he should.
Be the last man talking that team because you the mean man are for the man. You think Cummins what is something wrong with you? You want to be fun all of Cummins, eh? Okay. Your Cummins people are here watching the man. You want to be
fun all Pastor Raymond and close the show, yeah. They may won't cause problem. I tell you I came for Cummins, then you say no.
May God bless you all, my food. I'm going to warm my food and eat a stubborn beef.
Gemma, you guys have a nice day. I'm gone.
Thank you very much. And what you said about Pinky? She want to talk to you.
Who is Pinky, my people?
No, why are you stuttering?
I told you the only Pinky I know is the one that used to be superintendent.
No.
Don't pick yourself.
No, think again. I can tell the story if you want me to, should I?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
You can say go ahead. I see you, man. You can say go ahead too. So for you don't move from here and go. I'm gone.
Go ahead. I don't know who speaking.
All right. Okay, I'll tell the story. Have a good night. Yeah, the man said I will tell the story. I'll wait for the right time to tell that story with picture evidence, pictures, everything. They call Pastor Raymond to do the closing, and we can go. I'm tired, man. I'm really tired. Folks, thank you very much for joining us as always. Pastor Raymond, Carlson.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's all yours, sir.
All right, so the Spoon Family Spoon Network, all of you who have participated in the show this evening, to the entire Liberia public, listening audience and viewing audience, this is your Pastor Raymond Carter. I say to you, may the Lord bless you, may the Lord keep you, may the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you, be gracious unto you. May the Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding. Through Christ Jesus our Lord, and in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And all God's people say amen,
amen, amen. Thank you, Pastor Raymond. Thanks a lot. Nelson, thank you, man. Have a good night.
Amen.
And you'll have
you all
fun.
be safe.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks a lot to all of you for following the program. Thanks to you who played the listening role, following via your radio, whether it's Spoon FM 107.5 or Fabric FM 101.1 or Super 95.5 FM, or maybe you've been following through any of the radio stations that are relaying this program. Of course, we have Trust FM in Bowman County that relays this program, Premier FM in Bond County, and Punch FM here in Monrovia. We also have Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County that relays this program. If you've been following via any of those networks, I say thanks to you for following. We are always live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV. Thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks, we appreciate you. And on YouTube, you can check out our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. Thanks to you as well for following via the YouTube handle. So my name is Nelson Colette. We'll come back your way. Spoon Talk is this is how I would like to draw down the curtains on it. As you know, this is Liberia's most followed talk show on radio and online. This is where you get authentic information about all of the happenings in Liberia. And on this very show, you get to engage, you get to interact with the newsmakers. They will come your way again. Have yourselves a good night. Bye-bye for now. And you can join us shortly for the late night show that's coming up in a few minutes from now. Until then, have a good night.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon.